Shoes and Stockings, a collection of short stories by Louisa May Alcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. A Modern Cinderella or the Little Old Shoe, Part 1, How It Was Lost, by Louisa May Alcott. Among green New England hills stood an ancient house, many-gabled, mossy-roofed, and quaintly built, but picturesque and pleasant to the eye. For a brook ran babbling through the orchard that encompassed it about. A garden plat stretched upward to the whispering birches on the slope, and patriarchal elms stood sentinel upon the lawn, as they had stood almost a century ago when the Revolution rolled that way and found them young. One summer morning, when the air was full of country sounds, of mowers in the meadow, blackbirds by the brook, and the low kine upon the hillside, the old house wore its cheeriest aspect, and a certain humble history began. "Nan!" "Yes, Di." And a head, brown-locked, blue-eyed, soft-featured, looked in at the open door in answer to the call. "Just bring me the 3rd volume of Wilhelm Meister, there's a dear. It's hardly worth while to rouse such a restless ghost as I when I'm once fairly laid." As she spoke, Di pulled up her black braids, thumped the pillow of the couch where she was lying, and with eager eyes went down the last page of her book. "Nan!" "Yes, Laura," replied the girl, coming back with the 3rd volume for the literary cormorant, who took it with a nod, still too content upon the confessions of a fair saint to remember the failings of a certain plain sinner. "Don't forget the Italian cream for dinner. I depend upon it, for it's the only thing fit for me this hot weather." And Laura, a cool blonde, disposed the folds of her white gown more gracefully about her, and touched up the eyebrow of the Minerva she was drawing. "Little daughter?" "Yes, father." "Let me have plenty of clean collars in my bag, for I must go at once, and some of you bring me a glass of cider in about an hour. I shall be in the lower garden." The old man went away into his imaginary paradise, and Nan into that domestic purgatory on a summer day, the kitchen. There were vines about the windows, sunshine on the floor, and order everywhere. But it was haunted by a cooking stove, that family altar whence such varied incense rises to appease the appetite of household gods, before which such dire incantations are pronounced to ease the wrath and woe of the priestess of the fire, and about which often linger saddest memories of wasted temper, time, and toil. Nan was tired, having risen with the birds, hurried, having many cares those happy little housewives never know, and disappointed in a hope that hourly dwindled, peaked, and pined. She was too young to make the anxious lines upon her forehead seem at home there, too patient to be burdened with the labor others should have shared, too light of heart to be pent up when earth and sky were keeping a blithe holiday. But she was one of that meek sisterhood who, thinking humbly of themselves, believe they are honored by being spent in the service of less conscientious souls, whose careless thanks seem quite reward enough. To and fro she went, silent and diligent, giving the grace of willingness to every humble or distasteful task the day had brought her. But some malignant sprite seemed to have taken possession of her kingdom, for rebellion broke out everywhere. kettles would boil over most obstreperiously. The mutton refused to cook with the meek alacrity to be expected from the nature of a sheep. The stove, with unnecessary warmth of temper, would glow like a fiery furnace. The irons would scorch, the linens would dry, the spirits would fail, though patience never. Nan tugged on, growing hotter and wearier, more hurried and more hopeless, till at last the crisis came, for in one fell moment she tore her gown, burnt her hand, and smutched the collar she was preparing to finish in the most unexceptionable style. Then, if she had been a nervous woman, she would have scolded. Being a gentle girl, she only lifted up her voice and wept. Behold, she watereth her linen with salt tears, and bewaileth herself because of much tribulation. But lo, help cometh from afar. A strong man bringeth lettuce wherewith to stay her, plucketh berries to comfort her withal, and clasheth cymbals that she may dance for joy. The voice came from the porch, and with her hope fulfilled, Nan looked up to greet John Lord, the house friend, who stood there with the basket on his arm, and as she saw his honest eyes, kind lips, and helpful hands, the girl thought this plain young man the comeliest, most welcome sight she had beheld that day. "How good of you to come through all this heat, and not to laugh at my despair," she said, looking up like a grateful child as she led him in. "I only obeyed orders, Nan, for a certain dear old lady had a motherly presentiment that you had got into a domestic whirlpool, and sent me as a sort of life-preserver. So I took the basket of consolation and came to fold my feet upon the carpet of contentment in the tent of friendship." As he spoke, John gave his own gift in his mother's name, and bestowed himself in the wide window-seat, where morning glories nodded at him, and the old butternut sent a pleasant shadows dancing to and fro. His advent, like that of Orpheus in Hades, seemed to soothe all unpropitious powers with a sudden spell. The fire began to slacken, the kettles began to lull, the meat began to cook, the irons began to cool, the clothes began to behave, the spirits began to rise, and the collar was finished off with most triumphant success. John watched the change, and though a lord of creation, abased himself to take compassion on the weaker vessel, and was seized with a great desire to lighten the homely tasks that tried her strength of body and soul. He took a comprehensive glance about the room, then, extracting a dish from the closet, proceeded to imbrue his hands in the strawberry's blood. "Oh, John, you needn't do that. I shall have time when I've turned the meat, made the pudding, and done these things. See, I'm getting on finely now. You're a judge of such matters. Isn't that nice?" As she spoke, Nan offered the polished absurdity for inspection with innocent pride. "Oh, that I were a collar to sit upon that hand," sighed John, adding argumentatively, "As to the berry question, I might answer it with a gem from Dr. Watts relative to Satan and idle hands, but will merely say that, as a matter of public safety, you'd better leave me alone, for such is the destructiveness of my nature that I shall certainly eat something hurtful, break something valuable, or sit upon something crushable, unless you let me concentrate my energies by knocking on these young fellows' hats and preparing them for their doom. Looking at the matter in a charitable light, Nan consented, and went cheerfully on with her work, wondering how she could have thought ironing an infliction, and been so ungrateful for the blessings of her lot. "Where's Sally?" asked John, looking vainly for the functionary who usually pervaded that region like a domestic policewoman, a terror to cats, dogs, and men. "She has gone to her cousin's funeral, and won't be back till Monday. There seems to be a great fatality among her relations, for one dies or comes to grief in some way about once a month. But I don't blame poor Sally for wanting to get away from this place now and then. I think I could find it in my heart to murder an imaginary friend or two if I had to stay here long." And Nan laughed so blithely it was a pleasure to hear her. "Where's Di?" asked John, seized with a most unmasculine curiosity all at once. "She is in Germany with Wilhelm Meister, but though lost to sight, to memory clear, for I was just thinking, as I did her things, how clever she is to like all kinds of books that I don't understand at all, and to write things that make me cry with pride and delight. Yes, she's a talented dear, though she hardly knows a needle from a crowbar, and will make herself one great blot some of these days, with the divine afflutus descends upon her, I'm afraid." And Nan rubbed away with sisterly zeal at Di's forlorn hose and inky pocket handkerchiefs. "Where's Laura?" proceeded the inquisitor. "Well, I might say that she is in Italy, for she is copying some fine thing of Raphael's or Michelangelo's, or some great creatures or other. And she looks so picturesque in her pretty gown, sitting before her easel, that it's really a sight to behold, and I've peeped 2 or 3 times to see how she gets on." And Nan bestirred herself to prepare the dish wherewith her picturesque sister desired to prolong her artistic existence. "Where is your father?" John asked again, checking off each answer with a nod and a little frown. "He is down in the garden, deep in some plan about melons, the beginning of which seems to consist in stamping the first proposition in Euclid all over the bed, and then poking a few seeds into the middle of each. Why, bless the dear man, I forgot it was time for the cider. Wouldn't you like to take it to him, John? He'd love to consult you, and the lane is so cool, it does one's heart good to look at it." John glanced from the steamy kitchen to the shadowy path, and answered with a sudden assumption of immense industry. "I couldn't possibly go, Nan. I've so much on my hands." "You'll have to do it yourself. Mr. Robert of Lincoln has something for your private ear, and the lane is so cool it will do one's heart good to see you in it. Give my regards to your father, and in the words of little Mabel's mother, with slight variation, tell the dear old body, this day I cannot run, for the pots are boiling over, and the mutton isn't done." "I will, but please, John, go into the girls and be comfortable, for I don't like to leave you here," said Nan. "You insinuate that I should pick at the pudding or invade the cream, do you? Ungrateful girl, leave me." And with melodramatic sternness, John extinguished her in his broad-brimmed hat, and offered the glass like a poisoned goblet. Nan took it, and went smiling away. But the lane might have been the desert of Sahara, for all she knew of it, and she would have passed her father as unconcernedly as if he had been an apple tree, had he not called out, "Stand and deliver, little woman." She obeyed the venerable highwayman, and followed him to and fro, listening to his plans and directions with a mute attention that quite won his heart. That hop pole is really an ornament now, Nan. This sage bed needs weeding. That's good work for you girls. And now I think of it, you'd better water the lettuce in the cool of the evening after I'm gone." To all of which remarks Nan gave her assent. The hop pole took the likeness of a tall figure she had seen in the porch. The sage bed, curiously enough, suggested a strawberry ditto. The lettuce vividly reminded her of certain vegetable productions a basket had brought. And the bobolink only sung in her cheeriest voice, "Go home, he is there." She found John, he having made a Freemason of himself by assuming her little apron, meditating over the partially spread table, lost in a maze at its desolate appearance, one half its proper paraphernalia having been forgotten, and the other half put on awry. Nan laughed till the tears ran over her cheeks, and John was gratified at the efficacy of his treatment, for her face had brought a whole harvest of sunshine from the garden, and all her cares seemed to have been lost in the windings of the lane. "Nan, are you in hysterics?" cried Di, appearing book in hand. "John, you absurd man, what are you doing?" "I'm helpin' the maid-of-all-work, please, marm." And John dropped a curtsy with his limited apron. Di looked ruffled, for the merry words were a covert reproach, and with her usual energy of manner and freedom of speech, she tossed Wilhelm out of the window, exclaiming irefully, "That's always the way. I'm never where I ought to be, and never think of anything till it's too late. But it's all Goethe's fault. What does he write books full of smart Phillians and interesting misers for? How can I be expected to remember that Sally's away and people must eat, when I'm hearing the Harper and little Mignon? John, how dare you come here and do my work, instead of shaking me and telling me to do it myself? Take that toasted child away and fan her like a Chinese mandarin, while I dish up this dreadful dinner." John and Nan fled like chaff before the wind, while Di, full of remorseful zeal, charged the kettles and wrenched off the potatoes' jackets, as if she were revengefully pulling her own hair. Laura had a vague intention of going to assist, but, getting lost among the lights and shadows of Minerva's helmet, forgot to appear till dinner had been evoked from chaos and peace was restored. At 3:00, Di performed the coronation ceremony with her father's best hat. Laura retied his old-fashioned neckcloth and arranged his white locks with an eye to saintly effect. Nan appeared with a beautifully written sermon and suspicious ink stains on the fingers that slipped it into his pocket. John attached himself to the bag, and the patriarch was escorted to the door of his tent with the triumphal procession which usually attended his outgoings and incomings. Having kissed the female portion of his tribe, he ascended the venerable chariot, which received him with audible lamentation, as its rheumatic joints swayed to and fro. "Good-bye, my dears. I shall be back early on Monday morning, so take care of yourselves, and be sure you all go and hear Mr. Emmerboy preach tomorrow. My regards to your mother, John. Come, Solon." But Solon merely cocked one ear, and remained a fixed fact, for long experience had induced the philosophic beast to take for his motto the Yankee maxim, "Be sure you're right, then go ahead." He knew things were not right, therefore he did not go ahead. "Oh, by the way, girls, don't forget to pay Tom Mullion for bringing up the cow. He expects it tonight. And Di, don't sit up till daylight, nor let Laura stay out in the dew. Now I believe I'm off. Come, Solon." But Solon only cocked the other ear, gently agitated his mortified tail as premonitory symptoms of departure, and never stirred a hoof, being well aware that it always took 3 comes to make a go. "Bless me, I've forgotten my spectacles. They are probably shut up in that volume of Herbert on my table. Very awkward to find myself without them 10 miles away. Thank you, John. Don't neglect to water the lettuce, Nan, and don't overwork yourself, my little Martha. Come." At this juncture Solon suddenly went off, like Mrs. Gamp, in a sort of walking swoon, apparently deaf and blind to all mundane matters except the refreshments awaiting him 10 miles away, and the benign old pastor disappeared humming Hebron to the creaking accompaniment of the bulgy chaise. Laura retired to take her siesta. Nan made a small carbonaro of herself by sharpening her sister's crayons, and Di, as a sort of penance for past sins, tried her patience over a piece of knitting, in which she soon originated a somewhat remarkable pattern, by dropping every 3rd stitch and seeming ad libitum. If John had been a gentlemanly creature with refined tastes, he would have elevated his feet and made a nuisance of himself by indulging in a weed. But being only an uncultivated youth, with a rustic regard for pure air and womankind in general, he kept his head uppermost, and talked like a man, instead of smoking like a chimney. "It will probably be 6 months before I sit here again, tangling your threads and maltreating your needles, Nan. How glad you must feel to hear it," he said, looking up from a thoughtful examination of the hard-working little citizens of the industrial community settled in Nan's work-basket. "No, I'm very sorry, for I like to see you coming and going as you used to years ago, and I miss you very much when you are gone, John," answered truthful Nan, whittling away in a sadly wasteful manner, as her thoughts flew back to the happy times when a little lad rode a little lass in a big wheelbarrow, and never spilt his load; when 2 brown heads bobbed daily side by side to school, and the favorite play was Babes in the Wood, with Di for a somewhat peckish robin to cover the small martyrs with any vegetable substance that lay at hand. Nan sighed as she thought of these things, and John regarded the battered thimble on his finger-tip with increased benignity of aspect as he heard the sound. "When are you going to make your fortune, John, and get out of that disagreeable hardware concern?" demanded Di, pausing after an exciting round, and looking almost as much exhausted as if it had been a veritable pugilistic encounter. "I intend to make it by plunging still deeper into that disagreeable hardware concern. For the next year, if the world keeps rolling, and John Lord is alive, he will become a partner, and then... The color sprang up into the young man's cheek, his eyes looked out with a sudden shine, and his hand seemed involuntarily to close, as if he saw and seized some invisible delight. "What will happen then, John?" asked Nan, with a wondering glance. "I'll tell you in a year, Nan. Wait till then," and John's strong hand unclosed, as if the desired good were not to be his yet. Di looked at him with a knitting needle stuck into her hair, saying, like a sarcastic unicorn, "I really thought you had a soul above pots and kettles, but I see you haven't, and I beg your pardon for the injustice I have done you." Not a whit disturbed, John smiled, as if at some mighty pleasant fancy of his own, as he replied, "Thank you, Di. And as a further proof of the utter depravity of my nature, let me tell you that I have the greatest possible respect for those articles of ironmongery. Some of the happiest hours of my life have been spent in their society. Some of my pleasantest associations are connected with them. Some of my best lessons have come to me among them, and when my fortune is made, I intend to show my gratitude by taking 3 flat irons rampant for my coat of arms." Nan laughed merrily as she looked at the burns on her hand, but Di elevated the most prominent feature of her brown countenance and sighed despondingly. "Dear, dear, what a disappointing world this is! I no sooner build a nice castle in Spain and settle a smart young knight therein, then down it comes about my ears, and the ungrateful youth, who might fight dragons, if he choose, insists on quenching his energies in a saucepan and making a St. Lawrence of himself by wasting his life on a series of gridirons. Ah, if I were only a man, I would do something better than that, and prove that heroes are not all dead yet. But instead of that, I'm only a woman, and must sit rasping my temper with absurdities like this." And Di wrestled with her knitting as if it were fate, and she were paying off the grudge she owed it. John leaned toward her, saying with a look that made his plain face handsome, "Di, my father began the world as I begin it, and left it the richer for the useful years he spent here, as I hope I may leave it some half-century hence. His memory makes that dingy shop a pleasant place to me, for there he made an honest name, led an honest life, and bequeathed to me his reverence for honest work. That is a sort of hardware, Di, that no rust can corrupt, and which will always prove a better fortune than any your knights can achieve with sword and shield. I think I am not quite a clod, or quite without some aspirations above money-getting, for I sincerely desire that courage that makes daily life heroic by self-denial and cheerfulness of heart. I'm eager to conquer my own rebellious nature and earn the confidence of innocent and upright souls. I have a great ambition to become as good a man and leave as good a memory behind me as old John Lord." Di winked violently and seemed 5 times in perfect silence, but quiet Nan had the gift of knowing when to speak, and by a timely word saved her sister from a thunder shower and her stocking from destruction. "John, have you seen Philip since you wrote about your last meeting with him?" The question was for John, but the soothing tone was for Di, who gratefully accepted it and perked up again with speed. "Yes, and I meant to have told you about it," answered John, plunging into the subject at once. "I saw him a few days before I came home, and found him more disconsolate than ever, just ready to go to the devil, as he forcibly expressed himself. I consoled the poor lad as well as I could, telling him his wisest plan was to defer his proposed expedition and go on as steadily as he had begun, thereby proving the injustice of your father's prediction concerning his want of perseverance, and the sincerity of his affection. I told him the change in Laura's health and spirits was silently working in his favor, and that a few more months of persistent endeavor would conquer your father's prejudice against him, and make him a stronger man for the trial and the pain. I read him bits about Laura from your own and Di's letters, and he went away at last as patient as Jacob, ready to serve another 7 years for his beloved Rachel. "God bless you for it, John," cried a fervent voice, and looking up, they saw the cold, listless Laura transformed into a tender girl, all aglow with love and longing, as she dropped her mask and showed a living countenance eloquent with the first passion and softened by the first grief of her life. John rose involuntarily in the presence of an innocent nature whose sorrow needed no interpreter to him. The girl read sympathy in his brotherly regard, and found comfort in the friendly voice that asked, half playfully, half seriously, "Shall I tell him that he is not forgotten, even for an Apollo, that Laura the artist has not conquered Laura the woman, and predict that the good daughter will yet prove the happy wife?" With a gesture full of energy, Laura tore her Minerva from top to bottom, while 2 great tears rolled down the cheeks grown wan with hope deferred. "Tell him I believe all things, hope all things, and that I never can forget." Nan went to her and held her fast, leaving the prints of 2 loving but grimy hands upon her shoulders. Di looked on approvingly, for though stony-hearted regarding the cause, she fully appreciated the effect, and John, turning to the window, received the commendations of a robin swaying on an elm bough with sunshine on its ruddy breast. The clock struck 5, and John declared that he must go, for, being an old-fashioned soul, he fancied that his mother had a better right to his last hour than any younger woman in the land, always remembering that she was a widow and he her only son. Nan ran away to wash her hands, and came back with the appearance of one who had washed her face also, and so she had, but there was a difference in the water. "Play I'm your father, girls, and remember that it will be 6 months before that John will trouble you again." With which preface the young man kissed his former playfellows as heartily as the boy had been wont to do when stern parents banished him to distant schools and 3 little maids bemoaned his fate. But times were changed now, for Di grew alarmingly rigid during the ceremony. Laura received the salute like a graceful queen, and Nan returned it with heart and eyes and tender lips, making such an improvement on the childish fashion of the thing that John was moved to support his paternal character by softly echoing her father's words, "Take care of yourself, my little Martha." Then they all streamed after him along the garden path, with the endless messages and warnings girls are so prone to give, and the young man, with a great softness at his heart, went away as many another John has gone, feeling better for the companionship of innocent maidenhood, and stronger to wrestle with temptation, to wait and hope and work. "Let's throw a shoe after him for luck, as dear old Mrs. Gummidge did after David, and the Willen Barkis. Quick, Nan, you always have old shoes on. Toss one and shout 'Good luck,'" cried Di with one of her eccentric inspirations. Nan tore off her shoe and threw it far along the dusty road with a sudden longing to become that auspicious article of apparel, that the omen might not fail. Looking backward from the hilltop, John answered the meek shout cheerily, and took in the group with a lingering glance. Laura in the shadow of the elms, Di perched on the fence, and Nan leaning far over the gate with her hand above her eyes and the sunshine touching her brown hair with gold. He waved his hat and turned away, but the music seemed to die out of the blackbird's song, and in all the summer landscape his eye saw nothing but the little figure at the gate. "Bless us and save us! Here's a flock of people coming. My hair is in a toss, and Nan's without her shoe. Run! Fly, girls, or the Philistines will be upon us!" cried Di, tumbling off her perch in sudden alarm. 3 agitated young ladies, with flying draperies and countenances of mingled mirth and dismay, might have been seen precipitating themselves into a respectable mansion with unbecoming haste, but the squirrels were the only witnesses of this vision of sudden flight, and being used to ground and lofty tumbling, didn't mind it. When the pedestrians passed, the door was decorously closed, and no one visible but a young man, who snatched something out of the road and marched away again, whistling with more vigor of tone than accuracy of tune. Only that, and nothing more. End of Part 1. How It Was Lost. Shoes and Stockings, a collection of short stories by Louisa May Alcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. A Modern Cinderella or the Little Old Shoe, Part 2. How It Was Found, by Louisa May Alcott. Summer ripened into autumn, and something fairer than sweet peas and minuet in Annie's garden grew. Her nature was the counterpart of the hillside grove, where as a child she had read her fairy tales, and now, as a woman, turned the first pages of a more wondrous legend still. Lifted above the many-gabled roof, yet not cut off from the echo of human speech, the little grove seemed a green sanctuary, fringed about with violets, and full of summer melody and bloom. Gentle creatures haunted it, and there was none to make afraid. Wood-pigeons cooed, and crickets chirped in their shrill roundelays. Anemones and lady-ferns looked up from the moss that kissed the wanderer's feet. Warm airs were all afloat, full of vernal odors for the grateful sense. Silvery birches shimmered like spirits of the wood. Larches gave their green tassels to the wind, and pines made airy music sweet and solemn, as they stood looking heavenward through veils of summer sunshine or shrouds of wintry snow. Nan never felt alone now in this charmed wood, for when she came into its precincts, once so full of solitude, all things seemed to wear one shape. Familiar eyes looked at her from the violets in the grass. Familiar words sounded in the whisper of the leaves, grew conscious that an unseen influence filled the air with new delights, and touched earth and sky with a beauty never seen before. Slowly these mayflowers budded in her maiden heart. Rosily they bloomed, and silently they waited till some lover of such lowly herbs should catch their fresh aroma, should brush away the fallen leaves and lift them to the sun. Though the eldest of the 3, she had long been overtopped by the more aspiring maids. But though she meekly yielded the reins of government, whenever they chose to drive, they were soon restored to her again, for Di fell into literature and Laura into love. Thus engrossed, these 2 forgot many duties, which even blue stockings and inamoratos were expected to perform, and slowly all the homely humdrum cares that housewives know became Nan's daily life. and she accepted it without a thought of discontent. Noiseless and cheerful as the sunshine, she went to and fro, doing the tasks that mothers do, but without a mother's sweet reward, holding fast the numberless slight threads that bind a household tenderly together, and making each day a beautiful success. Di, being tired of running, riding, climbing, and boating, decided at last to let her body rest and put her equally active mind through what classical collegians term a course of sprouts. Having undertaken to read and know everything, she devoted herself to the task with great energy, going from Sue to Swedenborg with perfect impartiality, and, having different authors, as children have sundry distempers, being fractious while they lasted, but all the better for them when once over. Carlyle appeared like scarlet fever, and raged violently for a time, for, being anything but a passive bucket, Di became prophetic with Mahomet, belligerent with Cromwell, and made the French Revolution a veritable reign of terror to her family. Goethe and Schiller alternated like fever and ague. Mephistopheles became her hero, Joan of Arc her model, and she turned her black eyes red over Egmont and Wallerstein. A mild attack of Emerson followed, during which she was lost in a fog, and her sisters rejoiced inwardly when she emerged informing them that the Sphinx was drowsy, her wings were furled. Poor Di was floundering slowly to her proper place, but she splashed up a good deal of foam by getting out of her depth, and rather exhausted herself by trying to drink the ocean dry. Laura, after the midsummer night's dream that often comes to girls of 17, woke up to find that youth and love were no match for age and common sense. Philip had been flying about the world like a thistledown for 25 years, generous-hearted, frank, and kind, but with never an idea of the serious side of life in his handsome head. Great, therefore, were the wrath and dismay of the enamored thistledown, when the father of his love mildly objected to seeing her begin the world in a balloon with a very tender but very inexperienced aeronaut for a guide. "Laura is too young to play house yet, and you are too unstable to assume the part of lord and master, Philip. Go and prove that you have prudence, patience, energy, and enterprise, and I will give you my girl, but not before. I must seem cruel that I may be truly kind. Believe this, and let a little pain lead you to great happiness, or show you where you would have made a bitter blunder." The lovers listened, owned the truth of the old man's words, bewailed their fate, and yielded. Laura for love of her father, Philip for love of her. He went away to build a firm foundation for his castle in the air, and Laura retired into an invisible convent, where she cast off the world and regarded her sympathizing sisters through a grate of superior knowledge and unshared grief. Like a devout nun, she worshipped Saint Philip, and firmly believed in his miraculous powers. She fancied that her woes set her apart from common cares, and slowly fell into a dreamy state, professing no interest in any mundane matter, but the art that first attracted Philip. Crayons, bread crusts, and gray paper became glorified in Laura's eyes, and her one pleasure was to sit pale and still before her easel, day after day, filling her portfolios with the faces he had once admired. Her sisters observed that every Bacchus, piping faun, or dying gladiator bore some likeness to a comely countenance
that heathen god or hero never owned. And seeing this, they privately rejoiced that she had found such solace for her grief. Mrs. Lord's keen eye had read a certain newly written page in her son's heart. His first chapter of that romance begun in paradise, whose interest never flags, whose beauty never fades, whose end can never come till love lies dead. With womanly skill she divined the secret, with motherly discretion she counseled patience, and her son accepted her advice, feeling that, like many a healthful herb, its worth lay in its bitterness. Love like a man, John, not like a boy, and learn to know yourself before you take a woman's happiness into your keeping. You and Nan have known each other all your lives, yet till this last visit you never thought you loved her more than any other childish friend. It is too soon to say the words so often spoken hastily, so hard to be recalled. Go back to your work, dear, for another year. Think of Nan in the light of this new hope. Compare her with comelier, gayer girls, and by absence prove the truth of your belief. Then, if distance only makes her dearer, if time only strengthens your affection, and no doubt of your own worthiness disturbs you, come back and offer her what any woman should be glad to take, my boy's true heart. John smiled at the motherly pride of her words, but answered with a wistful look. It seems very long to wait, Mother. If I could just ask her for a word of hope, I could be very patient then. Oh, my dear, better bear 1 year of impatience now than a lifetime of regret hereafter. Nan is happy. Why disturb her by a word which will bring the tender cares and troubles that come soon enough to such conscientious creatures as herself? If she loves you, time will prove it. Therefore, let the new affection spring and ripen as your early friendship has done, and it will be all the stronger for a summer's growth. Philip was rash, and has to bear his trial now, and Laura shares it with him. Be more generous, John. Make your trial, bear your doubts alone, and give Nan the happiness without the pain. Promise me this, dear. Promise me to hope and wait. The young man's eye kindled, and in his heart there rose a better chivalry, a truer valor, than any Di's knights had ever known. I'll try, Mother, was all he said, but she was satisfied, for John seldom tried in vain. Oh, girls, how splendid you are! It does my heart good to see my handsome sisters in their best array, cried Nan, one mild October night, as she put the last touches to certain airy raiment fashioned by her own skilful hands, and then fell back to survey the grand effect. Di and Laura were preparing to assist at an event of the season, and Nan, with her own locks fallen on her shoulders, for want of sundry combs promoted to her sisters' heads, and her dress in unwonted disorder, for lack of the many pins extracted in exciting crisis of the toilet, hovered like an affectionate bee about two very full-blown flowers. Laura looks like a cool Undine, with the ivory wreaths in her shining hair, and Di has illuminated herself to such an extent with those scarlet leaves that I don't know what great creature she resembles most, said Nan, beaming with sisterly admiration. Like Juno, Zenobia, and Cleopatra simmered into one, with a touch of Xantippe by way of spice. But to my eye, the finest woman of the three is the disheveled young person embracing the bedpost, for she stays at home herself, and gives her time and taste to making homely people fine, which is a waste of good material and an imposition on the public. As Di spoke, both the fashion plates looked affectionately at the gray-gowned figure, but, being works of art, they were obliged to nip their feelings in the bud and reserve their caresses till they returned to common life. "Put on your bonnet, and we'll leave you at Mrs. Lord's on our way. It will do you good, Nan, and perhaps there may be news from John," added Di, as she bore down upon the door like a man of war under full sail. "Or from Philip," sighed Laura with a wistful look. Whereupon Nan persuaded herself that her strong inclination to sit down was owing to want of exercise, and the heaviness of her eyelids a freak of imagination. So, speedily, smoothing her ruffled plumage, she ran down to tell her father of the new arrangement. "Go, my dear, by all means. I shall be writing, and you will be lonely if you stay. But I must see my girls, for I caught glimpses of certain surprising phantoms flitting by the door." Nan led the way, and the two pyramids revolved before him with the rapidity of lay figures, much to the good man's edification, for with his fatherly pleasure there was mingled much mild wonderment at the amplitude of array. "Yes, I see my geese are really swans, though there is such a cloud between us that I feel a long way off and hardly know them. But this little daughter is always available, always my cricket on the hearth." As he spoke, her father drew Nan closer, kissed her tranquil face, and smiled content. "Well, if I ever see pictures, I see 'em now, and I declare to goodness it's as interestin' as play actin', every bit. Miss Di with all them bows in her head looks like the Queen of Sheby when she went a-visitin' what's-his-name, and if Miss Laura ain't as sweet as a lally-baster figger, I should like to know what is." In her enthusiasm, Sally gamboled about the girls, flourishing her milk-pan like a modern Miriam about to sound her timbrel for excess of joy. Laughing merrily, the two Mont Blancs bestowed themselves in the family ark. Nan hopped up beside Patrick, and Solon, roused from his lawful slumbers, morosely trundled them away. But looking backward, with a last "good night," Nan saw her father still standing at the door with smiling countenance, and the moonlight falling like a benediction on his silvery hair. "Betsy shall go up the hill with you, my dear, and here's a basket of eggs for your father. Give him my love, and be sure you let me know the next time he is poorly," Mrs. Lord said when her guest rose to depart after an hour of pleasant chat. But Nan never got the gift, for, to her great dismay, her hostess dropped the basket with a crash and flew across the room to meet a tall shape pausing in the shadow of the door. There was no need to ask who the newcomer was, for even in his mother's arms John looked over her shoulder with an eager nod to Nan, who stood among the ruins with never a sign of weariness in her face, nor the memory of a care at her heart, for they all went out when John came in. "Now tell us how and why you came. Take off your coat, my dear, and here are the old slippers. Why didn't you let us know you were coming so soon? How have you been, and what makes you so late tonight? Betsy, you needn't put on your bonnet, and, oh, my dear boy, have you been to supper yet?" Mrs. Lord was a quiet soul, and her flood of questions was purred softly in her son's ear, for being a woman she must talk, and being a mother
must pet the one delight of her life and make a little festival when the lord of the manor came home. A whole drove of fatted calves were metaphorically killed, and a banquet appeared with speed. John was not one of those romantic heroes who can go through 3 volumes of hairbreadth escapes without the faintest hint of that blessed institution, dinner. Therefore, like Lady Leatherbridge, he partook copiously of everything, while the 2 women beamed over each mouthful with an interest that enhanced its flavor, and urged upon him cold meat and cheese, pickles and pie, as if dyspepsia and nightmare were among the lost arts. Then he opened his budget of news and fed them. I was coming next month, according to custom, but Philip fell upon and so tempted me that I was driven to sacrifice myself to the cause of friendship, and up we came tonight. He would not let me come here till we had seen your father, Nan, for the poor lad was pining for Laura, and hoped his good behavior for the past year would satisfy his judge and secure his recall. We had a fine talk with your father, and upon my life, Philip seemed to have received the gift of tongues, for he made a most eloquent plea, which I've stored away for future use, I assure you. The dear old gentleman was very kind, told Phil he was satisfied with the success of his probation, that he should see Laura when he liked, and, if all went well, should receive his reward in the spring. It must be a delightful sensation to know you have made a fellow creature as happy as those words made Phil tonight. John paused and looked musingly at the matronly teapot, as if he saw a wondrous future in its shine. Nan twinkled off the drops that rose at the thought of Laura's joy, and said, with grateful warmth, "You say nothing of your own share in the making of that happiness, John, but we know it, for Philip has told Laura in his letters all that you have been to him, and I am sure there was other eloquence beside his own before father granted all you say he has. Oh, John, I thank you very much for this." Mrs. Lord beamed a whole midsummer of delight upon her son, as she saw the pleasure these words gave him, though he answered simply, "I only try to be a brother to him, Nan, for he has been most kind to me. Yes, I said my little say tonight, and gave my testimony in behalf of the prisoner at the bar. A most merciful judge pronounced his sentence, and he rushed straight to Mrs. Lay's to tell Laura the blissful news. Just imagine the scene when he appears, and how Di will open her wicked eyes and enjoy the spectacle of the disheveled lover, the bride-elect's tears, the stir, and the romance of the thing. She'll cry over it tonight, and caricature it tomorrow." And John led the laugh at the picture he had conjured up, to turn the thoughts of Di's dangerous sister from himself. At 10, Nan retired into the depths of her old bonnet with a far different face from the one she brought out of it, and John, resuming his hat, mounted guard. "Don't stay late. Remember, John." And in Mrs. Lord's voice there was a warning tone that her son interpreted aright. "I'll not forget, mother." And he kept his word, for though Philip's happiness floated temptingly before him, and the little figure at his side had never seemed so dear, he ignored the bland winds and tender night, and set a seal upon his lips, thinking manfully within himself, "I see many signs of promise in her happy face, but I will wait and hope a little longer for her sake." "Where is father, Sally?" asked Nan, as the functionary appeared, blinking owlishly, but utterly repudiating the idea of sleep. "He went down the garden, miss, when the gentleman cleared, being a little flustered by the goings on. Shall I fetch him in?" asked Sally, as irreverently as if her master were a bag of meal. "No, we will go ourselves," and slowly the two paced down the leaf-strewn walk. Fields of yellow grain were waving on the hillside, and sere corn blades rustled in the wind. From the orchard came the scent of ripening fruit, and all the garden plots lay ready to yield up their humble offerings to their master's hand. But in the silence of the night, a greater reaper had passed by, gathering in the harvest of a righteous life, and leaving only tender memories for the gleaners who had come so late. The old man sat in the shadow of the tree his own hands planted. Its fruit boughs shone ruddily, and its leaves still whispered the low lullaby that hushed him to his rest. "How fast he sleeps! Poor father! I should have come before and made it pleasant for him." As she spoke, Nan lifted up the head bent down upon his breast and kissed his pallid cheek. "Oh, John, this is not sleep." "Yes, dear, the happiest he will ever know." For a moment the shadows flickered over 3 white faces, and the silence deepened solemnly. Then John reverently bore the pale shape in, and Nan dropped down beside it, saying, with a rain of grateful tears, "He kissed me when I went, and said a last good night." For an hour steps went to and fro about her, many voices whispered near her, and skillful hands touched the beloved clay she held so fast. But one by one the busy feet passed out, one by one the voices died away, and human skill proved vain. Then Mrs. Lord drew the orphan to the shelter of her arms, soothing her with the mute solace of that motherly embrace. "Nan, Nan! Here's Philip! Come and see!" The happy call re-echoed through the house, and Nan sprang up as if her time for grief were past. "I must tell them. Oh, my poor girls, how will they bear it? They have known so little sorrow." But there was no need for her to speak. Other lips had spared her the hard task. For as she stirred to meet them, a sharp cry rent the air, steps rang upon the stairs, and 2 wild-eyed creatures came into the hush of that familiar room, for the first time meeting with no welcome from their father's voice. With one impulse, Di and Laura fled to Nan, and the sisters clung together in a silent embrace, more eloquent than words. John took his mother by the hand and led her from the room, closing the door upon the sacredness of grief. "Yes, we are poorer than we thought, but when everything is settled we shall get on very well. We can let a part of this great house and live quietly together until spring. Then Laura will be married, and Di can go on her travels with them, as Philip wishes her to do. We shall be cared for, so never fear for us, John." Nan said this as her friend parted from her a week later, after the saddest holiday he had ever known. "And what becomes of you, Nan?" he asked, watching the patient eyes that smiled when others would have wept. "I shall stay in the dear old house, for no other place would seem like home to me. I shall find some little child to love and care for, and be quite happy till the girls come back and want me." John nodded wisely as he listened, and went away prophesying within himself, "She shall find something more than a child to love, and God willing, shall be very happy till the girls come home, and
cannot have her. Nan's plan was carried into effect. Slowly the divided waters closed again, and the three fell back into their old life. But the touch of sorrow drew them closer, and though invisible, a beloved presence still moved among them. A familiar voice still spoke to them in the silence of their softened hearts. Thus the soil was made ready, and in the depth of winter the good seed was sown, was watered with many tears, and soon sprang up green with a promise of a harvest for their after years. Di and Laura consoled themselves with their favorite employments, unconscious that Nan was growing paler, thinner, and more silent as the weeks went by, till one day she dropped quietly before them, and it suddenly became manifest that she was utterly worn out with many cares and the secret suffering of a tender heart bereft of the parental love which had been its strength and stay. "I'm only tired, dear girls. Don't be troubled, for I shall be up tomorrow," she said cheerily as she looked into the anxious faces bending over her. But the weariness was of many months' growth, and it was weeks before that tomorrow came. Laura installed herself as nurse, and her devotion was repaid fourfold, for sitting at her sister's bedside she learned a finer art than that she had left. Her eye grew clear to see the beauty of a self-denying life, and in the depths of Nan's meek nature she found the strong, sweet virtues that made her what she was. Then, remembering that these womanly attributes were a bride's best dowry, Laura gave herself to that attainment, that she might become to another household the blessing Nan had been to her own. And turning from the worship of the goddess Beauty, she gave her hand to that humbler and more human teacher, Duty, learning her lessons with a willing heart for Philip's sake. Di corked her inkstand, locked her bookcase, and went at housework as if it were a 5-barred gate. Of course, she missed the leap, but scrambled bravely through, and appeared much sobered by the exercise. Sally had departed to sit under a vine and fig tree of her own, so Di had undisputed sway. But if dishpans and dusters had tongues, direful would have been the history of that crusade against frost and fire, indolence and inexperience. But they were dumb, and Di scorned to complain, though her struggles were pathetic to behold, and her sisters went through a series of messes equal to a course of Prince Benridden's peppery tarts. Reality turned romance out of doors, for unlike her favorite heroines in Satin and Tears, or Helmet and Shield, Di met her fate in a big checkered apron and dust cap, wonderful to see. Yet she wielded her broom as stoutly as Moll Pitcher shouldered her gun, and marched to her daily martyrdom in the kitchen with as heroic a heart as the Maid of Orleans took to her stake. Mind won the victory over matter in the end, and Di was better all her days for the tribulations and the triumphs of that time, for she drowned her idle fancies in her wash-tub, made burnt offerings of selfishness and pride, and learned the worth of self-denial as she sang with happy voice among the pots and kettles of her conquered realm. Nan thought of John, and in the stillness of her sleepless nights prayed heaven to keep him safe, and make her worthy to receive and strong enough to bear the blessedness or pain of love. Snow fell without, and keen winds howled among the leafless elms, but herbs of grace were blooming beautifully in the sunshine of sincere endeavor, and this dreariest season
proved the most fruitful of the year. For love taught Laura, labor chastened Di, and patience fitted Nan for the blessing of her life. Nature, that stillest yet most diligent of housewives, began at last that spring cleaning which she makes so pleasant that none find the heart to grumble as they do when other matrons set their premises adust. Her handmaids, Wind and Rain and Sun, swept, washed, and garnished busily. Green carpets were unrolled, apple boughs were hung with draperies of bloom, and dandelions, pet nurslings of the year, came out to play upon the sward. From the south returned that opera troupe whose manager is never in despair, whose tenor never sulks, whose prima donna never fails, and in the orchard bona fide matinees were held, to which buttercups and clovers crowded in their prettiest spring hats, and verdant young blades twinkled their dewy lorgnettes as they bowed and made way for the floral bells. May was bidding June good morrow, and the roses were just dreaming that it was almost time to wake, when John came again into the quiet room which now seemed the Eden that contained his Eve. Of course, there was a jubilee, but something seemed to have befallen the whole group, for never had they appeared in such odd frames of mind. John was restless and wore an excited look, most unlike his usual serenity of aspect. Nan, the cheerful, had fallen into a well of silence, and was not to be extracted by any hydraulic power, though she smiled like the June sky over her head. Di's peculiarities were out in full force, and she looked as if she would go off like a torpedo at a touch. But through all her moods there was a half-triumphant, half-remorseful expression in the glance she fixed on John. And Laura, once so silent, now sang like a blackbird as she flitted to and fro, but her fitful song was always, "Philip, my king." John felt that there had come a change upon the three, and silently divined whose unconscious influence had wrought the miracle. The embargo was off his tongue, and he was in a fever to ask that question which brings a flutter to the stoutest heart. But though the man had come, the hour had not. So, by way of steadying his nerves, he paced the room, pausing often to take notes of his companions, and each pause seemed to increase his wonder and content. He looked at Nan. She was in her usual place, the rigid little chair she loved, because it once was large enough to hold a curly-headed playmate and herself. The old work-basket was at her side, and the battered thimble busily at work, but her lips wore a smile they had never worn before. The color of the unblown roses touched her cheek, and her downcast eyes were full of light. He looked at Di. The inevitable book was on her knee, but its leaves were uncut. The strong-minded knob of hair still asserted its supremacy aloft upon her head, and the triangular jacket still adorned her shoulders in defiance of all fashions, past, present, or to come. But the expression of her brown countenance had grown softer, her tongue had found a curb, and in her hand lay a card with Pots, Kettles, and Company inscribed thereon, which she regarded with never a scornful word for the company. He looked at Laura. She was before her easel as of old, but the pale nun had given place to a blooming girl, who sang at her work, which was no prim Pallas, but a Clytie turning her human face to meet the sun. "John, what are you thinking of?"
He stirred as if Di's voice had disturbed his fancy at some pleasant pastime, but answered with his usual sincerity. "I was thinking of a certain dear old fairy tale called Cinderella." "Oh," said Di, and her "oh" was a most impressive monosyllable. "I see the meaning of your smile now, and though the application of the story is not very complimentary to all parties concerned, it is very just and very true." She paused a moment, then went on with softened voice and earnest mien. "You think I am a blind and selfish creature. So I am, but not so blind and selfish as I have been, for many tears have cleared my eyes, and much sincere regret has made me humbler than I was. I have found a better book than any father's library can give me, and I have read it with a love and admiration that grew stronger as I turned the leaves. Henceforth I take it for my guide and gospel, and looking back upon the selfish and neglectful past, can only say, Heaven bless your dear heart, Nan." Lara echoed Di's last words, for with eyes as full of tenderness she looked down upon the sister she had lately learned to know, saying warmly, "Yes, Heaven bless you, dear heart, Nan. I never can forget all you have been to me, and when I am far away with Philip, there will always be one countenance more beautiful to me than any pictured face I may discover. There will be one place more dear to me than Rome. The face will be yours, Nan, always so patient, always so serene. And the dearer place will be this home of ours, which you have made so pleasant to me all these years by kindnesses as numberless and noiseless as drops of dew." "Dear girls, what have I ever done that you should love me so?" cried Nan, with happy wonderment as the tall heads, black and golden, bent to meet the lowly brown one, and her sister's mute lips answered her. Then Laura looked up, saying playfully, "Here are the good and wicked sisters. Where shall we find the prince?" "There!" cried Di, pointing to John, and then her secret went off like a rocket, for with her old impetuosity she said, "I have found you out, John, and am ashamed to look you in the face remembering the past. Girls, you know when Father died, John sent us money, which he said Mr. Owen had long owed us and had paid at last? It was a kind lie, John, and a generous thing to do, for we needed it, but never would have taken it as a gift. I know you meant that we should never find this out, but yesterday I met Mr. Owen returning from the West, and when I thanked him for a piece of justice we had not expected of him, he gruffly told me he had never paid the debt, never meant to pay it, for it was outlawed, and we could not claim a farthing. John, I have laughed at you, thought you stupid, treated you unkindly, but I know you now, and never shall forget the lesson you have taught me. I am proud as Lucifer, but I ask you to forgive me, and I seal my real repentance so and so." With tragic countenance, Di rushed across the room, threw both arms about the astonished young man's neck, and dropped an energetic kiss upon his cheek. There was a momentary silence, for Di finally illustrated her strong-minded theories by crying like the weakest of her sex. Lara, with the ruling passion strong in death, still tried to draw, but broke her pet crayon and endowed her Clytie with a supplementary orb, owing to the dimness of her own. And Nan,
sat with drooping eyes that shone upon her work, thinking with tender pride, "They know him now and love him for his generous heart." Di spoke first, rallying to her colors, though a little daunted by her loss of self-control. "Don't laugh, John. I couldn't help it. And don't think I'm not sincere, for I am. I am. And I will prove it by growing good enough to be your friend. That debt must all be paid, and I shall do it, for I'll work my books and pen to some account, and write stories full of clear old souls like you and Nan, and someone I know will like and buy them, though they are not works of Shakespeare. I've thought of this before, have felt I had the power in me. Now I have the motive, and now I'll do it." If Di had proposed to translate the Koran or build a new St. Paul's, there would have been many chances of success, for once moved, her will, like a battering ram, would knock down the obstacles her wits could not surmount. John believed in her most heartily and showed it as he answered, looking into her resolute face, "I know you will, and yet make us very proud of our chaos, Di. Let the money lie, and when you have a fortune, I'll claim it with enormous interest. But believe me, I feel already doubly repaid by the esteem so generously confessed, so cordially bestowed, and can only say, as we used 2 years ago, 'Now let's forgive and so forget.'" But proud Di would not let him add to her obligation, even by returning her impetuous salute. She slipped away, and shaking off the last drops, answered with a curious mixture of old freedom and new respect, "No more sentiment, please, John. We know each other now, and when I find a friend I never let him go. We have smoked the pipe of peace, so let us go back to our wigwams and bury the feud. Where were we when I lost my head, and what were we talking about?" "Cinderella and the prince." As she spoke, John's eye kindled, and turning, he looked down at Nan, who sat diligently ornamenting with microscopic stitches a great patch going on the wrong side out. "Yes, so we were. And now, taking Pussy for the godmother, the characters of the story are well personated. All but the slipper," said Di, laughing, as she thought of the many times they had played it together years ago. A sudden movement stirred John's frame. A sudden purpose shone in his countenance, and a sudden change befell his voice as he said, producing from some hiding place a little worn-out shoe, "I can supply the slipper. Who will try it first?" Di's black eyes opened wide as they fell on the familiar object. Then her romance-loving nature saw the whole plot of that drama which needs but two to act it. A great delight flushed up into her face as she promptly took her cue, saying, "No need for us to try it, Laura, for it wouldn't fit us if our feet were as small as Chinese dolls. Our parts are played out. Therefore, exeunt wicked sisters to the music of the wedding bells." And pouncing upon the dismayed artist, she swept her out and closed the door with a triumphant bang. John went to Nan, and, dropping on his knee as reverently as the herald of the fairy tale, he asked, still smiling, but with lips grown tremulous, "Will Cinderella try the little shoe and, if it fits, go with the prince?" But Nan only covered up her face, weeping happy tears,
while all the weary work strayed down upon the floor as if it knew her holiday had come. John drew the hidden face still closer, and while she listened to his eager words, Nan heard the beating of the strong man's heart and knew it spoke the truth. "Nan, I promised Mother to be silent till I was sure I loved you wholly, sure that the knowledge would give no pain when I should tell it, as I am trying to tell it now. This little shoe has been my comforter through this long year, and I have kept it as other lovers keep their fairer favors. It has been a talisman more eloquent to me than flower or ring, for when I saw how worn it was, I always thought of the willing feet that came and went for others' comfort all day long. When I saw the little bow you tied, I always thought of the hands so diligent in serving anyone who knew a want or felt a pain. And when I recalled the gentle creature who had worn it last, I always saw her patient, tender, and devout, and tried to grow more worthy of her, that I might one day dare to ask if she would walk beside me all my life and be my angel in the house. Will you, dear? Believe me, you shall never know a weariness or grief I have the power to shield you from." Then Nan, as simple in her love as in her life, laid her arms about his neck, her happy face against his own, and answered softly, "Oh, John, I never can be sad or tired any more." End of Part 2. How It Was Found. End of A Modern Cinderella, or the Shoes and Stockings, a collection of short stories by Louisa May Alcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. Aunt Kipp, Part 1 by Louisa May Alcott. Children and fools speak the truth. "What's that sigh for, Polly dear?" "I'm tired, Mother, tired of working and waiting. If I'm ever going to have any fun, I want it now, while I can enjoy it." "You shouldn't wait another hour if I could have my way, but you know how helpless I am." And poor Mrs. Snow sighed dolefully as she glanced about the dingy room, and pretty Mary turning her faded gown for the second time. "If Aunt Kipp would give us the money she's always talking about, instead of waiting till she dies, we should be so comfortable. She is a dreadful bore, for she lives in such terror of dropping dead with her heart complaint that she doesn't take any pleasure in life herself, or let anyone else. So the sooner she goes the better for all of us," said Polly in a desperate tone, for things looked very black to her just then. "My dear, don't say that," began her mother, mildly shocked. But a bluff little voice broke in with the forcible remark, "She's everlastingly telling me never to put off till tomorrow what can be done today. Next time she comes, I'll remind her of that and ask her, if she is going to die, why she doesn't do it." "Toady, you're a wicked, disrespectful boy. Never let me hear you say such a thing again about your dear Aunt Kipp." "She isn't dear. You know we all hate her, and you are more afraid of her than you are of spiders. So now." The young personage, whose proper name had been corrupted into Toady, was a small boy of 10 or 11, apple-cheeked, round-eyed, and curly-headed, arrayed in well-worn gray knickerbockers, profusely adorned with paint, glue, and shreds of cotton. Perched on a high stool at an isolated table in a state of chaos, he was absorbed in making a boat, entirely oblivious of the racking toothache which had been his excuse for staying home from school. As cool, saucy, hard-headed, and soft-hearted a little specimen of young America was Toady as you would care to see, a tyrant at home, a rebel at school, a sworn foe to law, order, and Aunt Kipp. This young person was regarded as a reprobate by all but his mother, sister, and sister's sweetheart, Van Bar Lamb. Having been, through much anguish of flesh and spirit, taught that lying was a deadly sin, Toady rushed to the other extreme and bolted out the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, at all times and places, with a startling abruptness that brought wrath and dismay upon his friends and relatives. "It's wicked to fib. You've whipped that into me, and you can't rub it out," he was wont to say, with vivid recollection of the past tingling in the chubby portions of his frame. "Mind your chips, Toady, and take care what you say to Aunt Kipp, or you'll be as poor as a little rat all the days of your life," said Polly warningly. "I don't want her old money, and I'll tell her so if she bothers me about it. I shall go into business with Van and take care of the whole lot, so don't you preach, Polly," returned Toady with as much dignity as was compatible with a great dab of glue on the end of his snub nose. "Mother, did Aunt say anything about coming this week?" asked Polly after a pause of intense thought over a breath with 3 darns, 2 spots, and a burn. "Yes, she wrote that she was too feeble to come at present, as she had such dreadful palpitations she didn't dare stir from her room. So we are quite safe for the next week at least, and, bless my soul, there she is now!" Mrs. Snow clasped her hands with a gesture of dismay, and sat as if transfixed by the spectacle of a ponderous lady in an awe-inspiring bonnet who came walking slowly down the street. Polly gave a groan and pulled a bright ribbon from her hair. Toady muttered, "Oh, bother!" and vainly attempted to polish up his countenance with a fragmentary pocket handkerchief. "Nothing but salt fish for dinner," wailed Mrs. Snow, as the shadow of the coming event fell upon her. "Van will make a fool of himself and ruin everything," sighed Polly, glancing at the ring on her finger. "I know she'll kiss me. She never will let a fellow alone," growled Toady, scowling darkly. The garden gate clashed, dust flew from the doormat, a heavy step echoed in the hall, an imperious voice called, "Sophie!" and Aunt Kipp entered with a flourish of trumpets, for Toady blew a blast through his fingers, which made the bows totter on her bonnet. "My dear aunt, I'm very glad to see you," murmured Mrs. Snow, advancing with a smile of welcome, for though as weak as water gruel, she was as kind-hearted a little woman as ever lived. "What a fib that was," said Toady sotto voce. "We were just saying we were afraid you wouldn't," began Mary, when a warning "Mind now, Polly," caused her to stop short and busy herself with the newcomer's bag and umbrella. "I changed my mind. Theodore, come and kiss me," answered Aunt Kipp briefly. "Yes'm," was the plaintive reply, and closing his eyes, Toady awaited his fate with fortitude. But the dreaded salute did not come, for Aunt Kipp exclaimed in alarm, "Mercy on us! Has the boy got the plague?" "No'm, it's paint and dirt and glue, and it won't come off," said Toady, stroking his variegated countenance with grateful admiration for the stains that saved him. "Go and wash this moment, sir." "Thank heaven I've got no boys," cried Aunt Kipp, as if boys were some virulent disease which she had narrowly escaped. With a hasty peck at the lips of her two elder relatives, the old lady seated herself and slowly removed the awful bonnet, which in shape and hue much resembled a hearse hung with black crape. "I'm glad you are better," said Mary, reverently receiving the funeral headgear. "I'm not better," cut in Aunt Kipp. "I'm worse, much worse. My days are numbered. I stand on the brink of the tomb, and may drop at any moment." Toady's face was a study, and he glanced up at the old lady's florid countenance, down at the floor, as if in search of the above-mentioned brink, and looked unaffectedly anxious to see her drop. "Why don't you, then?" was on his lips, but a frown from Polly restrained him, and he sat himself down on the rug to contemplate the corpulent victim. "Have a cup of tea, Aunt?" asked Mrs. Snow. "I will." "Lie down and rest a little?" suggested Polly. "I won't." "Can we do anything for you?" said both. "Take my things away and have dinner early." Both departed to perform these behests, and leaning back in her chair, Aunt Kipp reposed. "I say, what's a bore?" asked Toady from the rug, where he sat rocking meditatively to and fro, holding on by his shoestrings. "It's a kind of pig, very fierce, and folks are afraid of 'em," said Aunt Kipp, whose knowledge of natural history was limited. "Good for Polly, so you are," sang out the boy, with the hearty child's laugh so pleasant to most ears. "What do you mean, sir?" demanded the old lady, irefully poking at him with her umbrella. "Why, Polly said you were a bore," explained Toady with artless frankness. "You are fat, you know, and fierce sometimes, and folks are afraid of you. Good, wasn't it?" "Very. Mary is a nice, grateful, respectful, loving niece, and I shan't forget her, she may depend on that." And Aunt Kipp laughed grimly. "May she? Well, that's jolly now. She was afraid you wouldn't give her the money, so I'll tell her it's all right." And innocent Toady nodded approvingly. "Oh, she expects some of my money, does she?" "'Course she does. Ain't you always saying you'll remember us in your will, because father was your favorite nephew and all that? I'll tell you a secret, if you won't let Polly know I spoke first. You'll find it out tonight, for you'd see Van and she were sweethearts in a minute." "Sweethearts!" cried Aunt Kipp, turning red in the face. "Yes'm, Van settled it last week, and Polly's been so happy ever since. Mother likes it, and I like it, for I'm fond of Van, though I do call him Baa, because he looks like a sheep. We all like it, and we'd all say so if we were not afraid of you. Mother and Polly, I mean. Of course, we men don't mind, but we don't want to fuss. You won't make one, will you now?" Anything more expressive of brotherly goodwill, persuasive frankness, and a placid consciousness of having fixed it, than Toady's dirty little face, it would be hard to find. Aunt Kipp eyed him so fiercely that even before she spoke, a dim suspicion that something was wrong began to dawn on his too confiding soul. "I don't like it, and I'll put a stop to it. I won't have any ridiculous baa-baas in my family. If Mary counts on my money to begin housekeeping with, she'll find herself mistaken, for not 1 penny shall she have, married or single, and you may tell her so." Toady was so taken aback by this explosion that he let go his shoestrings, fell over with a crash, and lay flat, with shovel and tongs spread upon him like a pall. In rushed Mrs. Snow and Polly, to find the boy's spirits quite quenched for once, and Aunt Kipp in a towering passion. It all came out in one overwhelming flood of words, and Toady fled from the storm to wander round the house, a prey to the deepest remorse. The meekness of that boy at dinner-time was so angelic that Mrs. Snow would have feared speedy translation for him if she had not been very angry. Polly's red eyes and Aunt Kipp's Griffinesque expression of countenance weighed upon his soul so heavily that even roly-poly pudding failed to assuage his trouble, and taking his mother into the china closet, he anxiously inquired if it was all up with Polly. "I'm afraid so, for Aunt vows she will make a new will tomorrow, and leave every penny to the charitable Rag-Bag Society," sighed Mrs. Snow. "I didn't mean to do it, I truly didn't. I thought I'd just give her a hint, as you say. She looked all right, and laughed when I told her about being a bore, and I thought she liked it. If she was a man, I'd thrash her for making Polly cry." And Toady shook his fist at Aunt Kipp's umbrella, which was an immense relief to his perturbed spirit. "Bless the boy, I do believe he would," cried Mrs. Snow, watching the little turkey cock with maternal pride. "You can't do that, so just be careful and not make any more mischief, dear." "I'll try, Mother, but I'm always getting into scrapes with Aunt Kipp. She's worse than measles any day. Such an old aggrawater. Van's coming this afternoon. Won't he make her pleasant again?" "Oh dear, no. He will probably make things 10 times worse. He's so bashful and queer. I'm afraid our last chance is gone, dearie, and we must rub along as we have done." One sniff of emotion burst from Toady, and for a moment he laid his head in the knife-tray, overcome with disappointment and regret. But scorning to yield to unmanly tears, he was soon himself again. Thrusting his beloved jackknife with 3 blades and a file into Polly's hand, he whispered brokenly, "Keep it forever and ever. I'm awfully sorry." Then, feeling that the magnitude of this sacrifice atoned for everything, he went to watch Shoes and Stockings, a collection of short stories by Louisa May Alcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. Aunt Kipp, Part 2, by Louisa May Alcott.
Sophie, I'm surprised at your want of judgment. Do you really mean to let your girl marry this lamb? Why, the man's a fool, began Aunt Kipp after dinner, by way of opening a pleasant conversation with her relatives.
Dear me, Aunt, how can you know that when you never saw him? Mildly returned Mrs. Snow.
I've heard of him, and that's enough for me. I've a deal of penetration in judging character, and I tell you, Van Bar Lamb is a fool. The amiable old lady thought this would rouse Polly, against whom her anger still burned hotly. But Polly also possessed penetration, and well knowing that contradiction would delight Aunt Kipp, she completely took the wind out of her sails by coolly remarking, "I like fools."
"Bless my heart! What does the girl mean?" ejaculated Aunt Kipp.
"Just what I say. If Van is a fool, I prefer simpletons to wiseacres. I know he is shy and awkward, and does absurd things now and then, but I also know that he has the kindest heart that ever was, is unselfish, faithful, and loving, that he took good care of his old parents till they died, and never thought of himself while they needed him. He loves me dearly, will wait for me a dozen years if I say so, and work all his days to make me happy. He's a help and a comfort to Mother, a good friend to Toady, and I love and respect and am proud of him, though you do say he is a fool," cried Polly heartily. "And you insist on marrying him?" demanded Aunt Kipp. "Yes, I do." "Then I wish a carriage immediately," was the somewhat irrelevant reply. "Why, Aunt, you don't mean to go so soon?" cried Mrs. Snow, with a reproachful glance at the rebellious Polly. "Far from it. I wish to see Judge Banks about altering my will," was the awful answer. Polly's face fell. Her mother gave a despairing sigh. Toady, who had hovered about the door, uttered a suppressed whistle of dismay, and Mrs. Kipp looked about her with vengeful satisfaction. "Get the big carryall and old Bob, so the boy can drive, and all of you come, the trip will do you good." It was like Aunt Kipp to invite her poor relations to go and nip their own noses off, as she elegantly expressed it. It was a party of pleasure that just suited her, for all the fun was on her side. She grew affable at once, was quite pressing in her invitation, regretted that Sophie was too busy to go, praised Polly's hat, and professed herself quite satisfied with "that dear boy" for a driver. The dear boy distorted his young countenance frightfully behind her back, but found a balm for every wound in the delight of being commander of the expedition. The big carryall appeared, and with much creaking and swaying, Mrs. Kipp was got into the back seat, where the big bonnet gloomed like a thundercloud. Polly, in a high state of indignation, which only made her look 10 times prettier, sat in front with Toady, who was a sight to see as he drove off with his short legs planted against the boot, his elbows squared, and the big whip scientifically cracking now and then. Away they went, leaving poor Mrs. Snow to bewail herself dismally after she had smiled and nodded them out of sight.
Don't go over any bridges or railroad crossings or by any sawmills," said the old lady, as if the town could be suddenly remodeled to suit her taste. "Yes'm," returned Toady with a crack which would have done honor to a French postilion. It was a fine day, and the young people would have enjoyed the ride in spite of the breakers ahead, if Aunt Kipp hadn't entertained the girl with a glowing account of the splendors of her own wedding, and aggravated the boy by frequent pokes and directions in the art of driving, of which she was, of course, profoundly ignorant. Polly couldn't restrain a tear or two in thinking of her own poor little prospects, and Toady was goaded to desperation. "I'll give her a regular shaking up. It'll make her hold her tongue and do her good," he said to himself, as a stony hill sloped temptingly before him. A sly chuck and some mysterious maneuver with the reins, and Bob started off at a brisk trot, as if he objected to the old lady as much as her mischievous little nephew. "Hold him in! Keep a taut rein! Mercy, he's running away!" shrieked Aunt Kipp, or tried to shriek, for the bouncing and bumping jerked the words out of her mouth with ludicrous incoherency. "I'm holding him, but he will go," said Toady, with a wicked triumph in his eye, as he glanced back at Polly. The next minute the words were quite true, for as he spoke, 2 or 3 distracted hens flew squalling over the wall and scattered about, under, over, and before the horse, as only distracted hens could do. It was too much for Bob's nerves, and taking matters into his own hands, or feet, rather, he broke into a run, and rattled the old lady over the stones with a velocity which left her speechless. Polly laughed, and Toady chuckled, as they caught glimpses of the awful bonnet vibrating wildly in the background, and felt the frantic clutchings of the old lady's hands. But both grew sober, as a shrill car whistle sounded not far off, and Bob, as if possessed by an evil spirit, turned suddenly into the road that led to the railroad crossing. "That will do, Toady. Now pull up, for we can't get over in time," said Polly, glancing anxiously toward the rapidly approaching puffs of white smoke. "I can't, Polly. I really can't," cried the boy, tugging with all his might and beginning to look scared. Polly lent her aid, but Bob scarcely seemed to feel it, for he had been a racer once, and when his blood was up he was hard to handle. His own good sense might have checked him if Aunt Kipp hadn't unfortunately recovered her voice at this crisis, and uttered a succession of the shrillest screams that ever saluted mortal ears. With a snort and a bound, Bob dashed straight on toward the crossing, as the train appeared round the bend. "Let me out! Let me out! Jump! Jump!" shrieked Aunt Kipp, thrusting her head out the window, while she fumbled madly for the door handle. "Oh, Toady, save us, save us!" gasped Polly, losing her presence of mind, and dropping the reins to cling to her brother, with a woman's instinctive faith in the stronger sex. But Toady held on manfully, though his arms were nearly pulled off, for "Never say die" was his motto, and the plucky little lad wouldn't show fear before the women. "Don't howl! We'll do it! Hi, Bob!" And with a savage slash of the whip, an exciting cry, a terrible reeling and rattling, they did do it, for Bob cleared the track at a breakneck pace, just in time for the train to sweep swiftly by behind them. Aunt Kipp dropped in a heap. Polly looked up at her brother with a look which he never forgot, and Toady tried to say stoutly, "It's all right," with lips that were white and dry in spite of himself. "We shall smash up at the bridge," he muttered, as they tore through the town, where everyone obligingly shouted, waved their hats, and danced about on the sidewalks, doing nothing but add to Bob's fright and the party's danger. But Toady was wrong. They did not smash up at the bridge, for before they reached the perilous spot, one man had the sense to fly straight at the horse's head and hold on till the momentary check enabled others to lend a hand. The instant they were safe, Polly, like a regular heroine, threw herself into the arms of her disheveled preserver, who of course was Van, and would have refreshed herself with hysterics if the sight of Toady hadn't steadied her. The boy sat as stiff and rigid as a wooden figure till they took the reins from him. Then all the strength seemed to go out of him, and he leaned against his sister, as white and trembling as she, whispering with an irresistible sob, "Oh, Polly, wasn't it horrid? Tell mother I stood by you like a man. Do tell her that." If anyone had had time or heart to laugh, they certainly would have done it when, after much groping, heaving, and hoisting, Mrs. Kipp was extracted and restored to consciousness, for a more ludicrously deplorable spectacle was seldom seen. Quite unhurt, though much shaken, the old lady insisted on believing herself to be dying, and kept the town in a ferment till 3 doctors had pronounced her perfectly well able to go home. Then the perversity of her nature induced her to comply, that she might have the satisfaction of dying on the way and proving herself in the right. Unfortunately, she did not expire, but having safely arrived, went to bed in high dudgeon, and led Polly and her mother a sad life of it for 2 weary days. Having heard of Toady's gallant behavior, she solemnly ordered him up to receive her blessing. But the sight of Aunt Kipp's rubicund visage, surrounded by the stiff frills of an immense nightcap, caused the irreverent boy to explode with laughter in his handkerchief, and to be hustled away by his mother, before Aunt Kipp discovered the true cause of his convulsed appearance. "Ah, poor dear, his feelings are too much for him. He sees my doom in my face, and is overcome by what you refuse to believe. I shan't forget that boy's devotion. Now leave me to the meditations befitting these solemn hours." Mrs. Snow retired, and Aunt Kipp tried to sleep, but the murmur of voices and the sound of stifled laughter in the next room disturbed her repose. "They are rejoicing over my approaching end, knowing that I haven't changed my will. Mercenary creatures, don't exult too soon. There's time yet," she muttered, and presently, unable to control her curiosity, she crept out of bed to listen and peep through the keyhole. Van Lamb did look rather like a sheep. He had a blonde curly head, a long face, pale, mild eyes, a plaintive voice, and a general expression of innocent timidity strongly suggestive of animated mutton. But Baba was a trump, as Toady emphatically declared, and though everyone laughed at him, everyone liked him, and that is more than can be said of many saints and sages. He adored Polly, was dutifully kind to her mother, and had stood by T. Snow Jr. in many an hour of tribulation with fraternal fidelity. Though he had long blushed, sighed, and cast sheep eyes at the idol of his affections, only till lately had he dared to bleat forth his passion. Polly loved him because she couldn't help it, but she was proud, and wouldn't marry till Aunt Kipp's money was hers, or at least a sure prospect of it. And now, even the prospect of a prospect was destroyed by the irrepressible Toady. They were talking of this as the old lady suspected, and of course the following conversation afforded her intense satisfaction. "It's a shame to torment us as she does, knowing how poor we are and how happy a little of her money would make us. I'm tired of being a slave to a cruel old woman just because she's rich. If it was not for mother, I declare I'd wash my hands of her entirely and do the best I could for myself." "Hooray for Polly! I always said let her money go and be jolly without it," cried Toady, who, in his character of wounded hero, reposed with a lordly air on the sofa, enjoying the fragrance of the Oakdale dock with which his strained wrists were bandaged. "It's on your account, children, that I bear with Aunt's temper, as I do. I don't want anything for myself, but I really think she does owe it to your dear father, who was devoted to her while he lived, to provide for his children when he couldn't." After which remarkably spirited speech for her, Mrs. Snow dropped a tear, and stitched away on a small trouser leg, which was suffering from a complicated compound fracture. "Don't you worry about me, Mother. I'll take care of myself and you too," remarked Toady, with the cheery belief in impossibilities which makes youth so charming. "Now, Van, tell us what to do, for things have come to such a pass that we must either break away altogether or be galley slaves as long as Aunt Kipp lives," said Polly, who was a good deal excited about the matter. "Well, really, my dear, I don't know," hesitated Van, who did know what he wanted, but thought it might be selfish to urge it. "Have you tried to soften your aunt's heart?" he asked after a moment's meditation. "Good gracious, Van, she hasn't got any," cried Polly, who firmly believed it. "It's hossified," thoughtfully remarked Toady, quite unconscious of any approach to a joke till everyone giggled. "You've had hossification enough for a while, my lad," laughed Van. "Well, Polly, if the old lady has no heart, you'd better let her go, for people without hearts are not worth much." "That's a beautiful remark, Van, and a wise one. I just wish she could hear you make it, for she called you a fool," said Polly irefully. "Did she? Well, I don't mind, I'm used to it," returned Van placidly. And so he was, for Polly called him a goose every day of her life, and he enjoyed it immensely. "Then you think, dear, if we stopped worrying about Aunt and her money, and worked instead of waiting, that we shouldn't be any poorer and might be a great deal happier than we are now?" asked Polly, making a pretty little tableau as she put her hand through Van's arm and looked up at him with as much love, respect, and reliance as if he had been 6 feet tall, with the face of an Apollo and the manners of a Chesterfield. "Yes, my dear, I do, for it has troubled me a good deal to see you so badgered by that very uncomfortable old lady. Independence is a very nice thing, and poverty isn't half as bad as this sort of slavery. But you are not going to be poor, nor worry about anything. We'll just be married and take Mother and Toady home and be as jolly as grigs and never think of Mrs. K again, unless she loses her fortune or gets sick or comes to grief in any way. We'd lend her a hand then, wouldn't we, Polly?" And Van's mild face was pleasant to behold as he made the kindly proposition. "Well, we'd think of it," said Polly, trying not to relent, but feeling that she was going very fast. "Let's do it!" cried Toady, fired with the thought of privy conspiracy and rebellion. "Mother would be so comfortable with Polly, and I'd help Van in the store when I've learned that confounded multiplication table," he added with a groan. "And if Aunt Kipp comes a-visiting, we'll just say, 'Not at home,' and let her trot off again." "It sounds very nice, but Aunt will be dreadfully offended, and I don't wish to be ungrateful," said Mrs. Snow, brightening visibly. "There's no ingratitude about it," cried Van. "She might have done everything to make you love and respect and admire her, and been a happy, useful, motherly old soul, but she didn't choose to, and now she must take the consequences. No one cares for her, because she cares for nobody. Her money's the plague of her life, and not a single heart will ache when she dies." "Poor Aunt Kipp," said Polly softly. Mrs. Snow echoed the words, and for a moment all thought pitifully of the woman whose life had given so little happiness, whose age had won so little reverence, and whose death would cause so little regret. Even Toady had a kind thought for her as he broke the silence, saying soberly, "You'd better put tails on my jackets, Mother. Then the next time we get run away with, Aunt Kipp will have something to hold on by." It was impossible to help laughing at the recollection of the old lady clutching at the boy till he had hardly a button left, and at the paternal air with which he now proposed a much-desired change of costume, as if intent on Aunt Kipp's future accommodation. Under cover of the laugh, the old lady stole back to bed wide awake, and with subjects enough to meditate upon now. The shaking up had certainly done her good, for somehow the few virtues she possessed came to the surface, and the mental shower bath just received had produced a salutary change. Polly wouldn't have doubted her aunt's possession of a heart if she could have known the pain and loneliness that made it ache as the old woman crept away. And Toady wouldn't have laughed if he had seen the tears on the face between the big frills as Aunt Kipp laid it on the pillow, muttering drearily, "I might have been a happy, useful woman, but I didn't choose to, and now it's too late." It was too late to be all she might have been, for the work of 70 selfish years couldn't be undone in a minute. But with regret rose the sincere wish to earn a little love before the end came, and the old perversity gave a relish to the reformation, for even while she resolved to do the just and generous thing, she said to herself, "They say I've got no heart. I'll show 'em that I have. They don't want my money. I'll make 'em take it. They turn their backs on me. I'll Shoes and Stockings, a collection of short stories by Louisa May Alcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. Aunt Kipp, Part 3, by Louisa May Alcott. Aunt Kipp sat bolt upright in the parlor, hemming a small handkerchief adorned with a red ship surrounded by a border of green monkeys. Toady suspected that this elegant article of dress was intended for him, and yearned to possess it. So, taking advantage of his mother's and Polly's absence, he strolled into the room, and, seating himself on a high, hard chair, folded his hands, crossed his legs, and asked for a story with a thirsting-for-knowledge air which little boys wear in the moral storybooks. Now Aunt Kipp had one soft place in her heart, though it was partially ossified, as she very truly declared, and Toady was enshrined therein. She thought there never was such a child, and loved him as she had done his father before him, though the rack wouldn't have forced her to confess it. She scolded, snubbed, and predicted he'd come to a bad end in public, but she forgave his naughtiest pranks, always brought him something when she came, and privately intended to make his future comfortable with half of her fortune. There was a dash and daring, a generosity and integrity about the little fellow that charmed her. Sophie was weak and low-spirited, Polly pretty and headstrong, and Aunt Kipp didn't think much of either of them. But Toady defied, distracted, and delighted her, and to Toady she clung, as the one sunshiny thing in her sour, selfish old age. When he made his demure request, she looked at him, and her eyes began to twinkle, for the child's purpose was plainly seen in the loving glances cast upon the pictorial pocket-handkerchief. "A story? Yes, I'll tell you one about a little boy who had a kind old, grandma. She was rich and hadn't made up her mind who she'd leave her money to. She was fond of the boy, a deal fonder than he deserved, for he was as mischievous a monkey as any that ever lived in a tree, with a curly tail. He put pepper in her snuff-box." Here Toady turned scarlet. "He cut up her best frisette to make a mane for his rocking-horse." Toady opened his mouth impulsively, but shut it again without betraying himself. He repeated rude things to her, and called her an old agar-water. Here Toady wriggled in his chair, and gave a little gasp. "If you are tired, I won't go on," observed Aunt Kipp mildly. "I'm not tired, 'm. It's a very interesting story," replied Toady, with a gravity that nearly upset the old lady. "Well, in spite of all this, that kind, good, forgiving grandma left that bad boy $20,000 when she died. What do you think of that?" asked Aunt Kipp, pausing suddenly with her sharp eye on him. I think she was a regular dear," cried Toady, holding on to the chair with both hands, as if that climax rather took him off his legs. "And what did the boy do about it?" continued Aunt Kipp curiously. "He bought a velocipede, and gave his sister half, and paid his mother's rent, and put a splendid marble cherakin over the old lady, and had a jolly good time, and—" "What in the world is a cherakin?" laughed Aunt Kipp, as Toady paused for breath. "Why, don't you know? It's an angel crying, or pointing up, or flapping his wings. They have them over graves, and I'll give you the biggest one I can find when you die, but I'm not in a very great hurry to have you." "Thank ye, dear. I'm in no hurry myself. But, Toady,
The boy did wrong in giving his sister half. She didn't deserve any. And the grandma left word she wasn't to have a penny of it." "Really?" cried the boy with a troubled face. "Yes, really. If he gave her any, he lost it all. The old lady said so. Now what do you think?" asked Aunt Kipp, who found it impossible to pardon Polly, perhaps because she was young and pretty and much beloved. Toady's eyes kindled, and his red cheeks grew redder still as he cried out defiantly, "I think she was a selfish pig. Don't you?" "No, I don't, sir. And I'm sure that little boy wasn't such a fool as to lose the money. He minded his grandma's wishes and kept it all." "No, he didn't," roared Toady, tumbling off his chair in great excitement. "He just threw it out the winder and smashed the old cherakin all to bits." Aunt Kipp dropped her work with a shrill squeak, for she thought the boy was dangerous as he stood before her, sparring away at nothing as the only vent for his indignation. "It isn't an interesting story," he cried, "and I won't hear any more, and I won't have your money if I mayn't go halves with Polly. And I'll work to earn more than that, and we'll all be jolly together, and you may give your 20,000 to the old ragbags, and so I tell you, Aunt Kipp." "Why, Toady, my boy, what's the matter?" cried a mild voice at the door as young Lamb came trotting up to the rescue. "Never you mind, Baba. I shan't do it. And it's a mean shame Polly can't have half. Then she could marry you and be so happy," blubbered Toady, running to try to hide his tears of disappointment in the coat skirts of his friend. "Mr. Lamb, I suppose you are that misguided young man?" asked Aunt Kipp, as if it was a personal insult to herself. "Van Bar Lamb, ma'am, if you please. Yes, thank you," murmured Baba, bowing, blushing, and rumpling his curly fleece in bashful trepidation. "Don't thank me," cried the old lady. "I'm not going to give you anything. Far from it. I object to you altogether. What business have you to come courting my niece?" "Because I love her, ma'am," returned Van with unexpected spirit. "No, you don't. You want her money, or rather my money. She depends on it. But you'll both be disappointed, for she won't have a penny of it," cried Aunt Kipp, who, in spite of her good resolutions, found it impossible to be amiable all at once. "I'm glad of it," burst out Van, indignant at her accusation. "I didn't want Polly for the money. I always doubted if she got it, and I never wished her to make herself a slave to anybody. I've got enough for all if we're careful, and when my share of the Van Bar property comes, we shall live in clover." "What's that? What property are you talking of?" demanded Aunt Kipp, pricking up her ears. "The great Van Bar estate, ma'am. There has been a long lawsuit about it, but it's nearly settled, and there isn't much doubt that we shall get it. I am the last of our branch, and my share will be a large one." "Oh, indeed! I wish you joy," said Aunt Kipp with sudden affability, for she adored wealth, like a few other persons in the world. "But suppose you don't get it, how then?" "Then I shall try to be contented with my salary of 2,000, and make Polly as happy as I can. Money doesn't always make people happy or agreeable, I find." And Van looked at Aunt Kipp in a way that would have made her hair stand erect if she had possessed any. She stared at him a moment, then, obeying one of the odd whims that made an irascible weathercock of her, she said abruptly, "If you had capital, should you go into business for yourself, Mr. Lambkin?" "Yes, ma'am, at once," replied Van promptly. Suppose you lost the Van Bar money, and someone offered you a tidy little sum to start with. Would you take it?" "It would depend upon who made the offer, ma'am," said Van, looking more like a sheep than ever, as he stood staring in blank surprise. "Suppose it was me, wouldn't you take it?" asked Aunt Kipp blandly, for the new fancy pleased her. "No, thank you, ma'am," said Van decidedly. "And why not, pray?" cried the old lady with a shrillness that made him jump, and Toady backed to the door precipitately. "Because, if you'll excuse my speaking plainly, I think you owe anything you may have to spare to your niece, Mrs. Snow." And having freed his mind, Van joined Toady, ready to fly if necessary. "You're an idiot, sir," began Aunt Kipp in a rage again. "Thank you, ma'am." And Van actually laughed and bowed in return for the compliment. "Hold your tongue, sir," snapped the old lady. "You're a fool, and Sophie is another. She's no strength of mind, no sense about anything, and would make ducks and drakes of my money in less than no time if I gave it to her, as I've thought of doing." "Mrs. Kipp, you forget who you are speaking to. Mrs. Snow's sons love and respect her if you don't, and they won't hear anything untrue or unkind said of a good woman, a devoted mother, and an almost friendless widow." Van wasn't a dignified man at all, but as he said that with a sudden flash of his mild eyes, there was something in his face and manner that daunted Aunt Kipp more than the small fist belligerently shaken at her from behind the sofa. The poor old soul was cross and worried and ashamed of herself, and being as feeble-minded as Sophie in many respects, she suddenly burst into tears, and, covering her face with the gay handkerchief, cried as if bent on flooding the red ship in a sea of salt water without delay. "I'm a poor, lonely, abused old woman," she moaned, with a green monkey at each eye. "No one loves me, or minds me, or thanks me when I want to help 'em. My money's only a worryman and a burden, and I don't know what to do with it, for people I don't want to leave it to ought to have it, and people I do like won't take it. Oh, dearie me, what shall I do? What shall I do?" "Shall I tell you, ma'am?" asked Van gently, for though she was a very provoking old lady, he pitied and wished to help her. A nod and a gurgle seemed to give consent, and boldly advancing, Van said with blush and a stammer, but a very hearty voice, "I think, ma'am, if you'd do the right thing with your money, you'd be at ease and find it saved a deal of worry all round. Give it to Mrs. Snow. She deserves it, poor lady, for she's had a hard time, and done her duty faithfully. Don't wait till you are, that is, till you in point of fact die, ma'am. Give it now, and enjoy the happiness it will make. Give it kindly. Let them see you're glad to do it, and I am sure you'll find them grateful. I'm sure you won't be lonely any more, or feel that you are not loved and thanked. Try it, ma'am, just try it," cried Van, getting excited by the picture he drew. "And I give you my word I'll do my best to respect and love you like a son, ma'am." He knew that he was promising a great deal, but for Polly's sake he felt that he could make even that Herculean effort. Aunt Kipp was surprised and touched, but the contrary old lady couldn't make up her mind to yield so soon, and wouldn't have done it if Toady hadn't taken her by storm. Having a truly masculine horror of tears, a very tender heart under his tailless jacket, and being much tumbled up and down in his own mind by the events of the week, the poor little lad felt nerved to attempt any novel enterprise, even that of voluntarily embracing Aunt Kipp. First, a grimy little hand came on her shoulder as she sat sniffing behind the handkerchief. Then, peeping out, she saw an apple-cheeked face very near her own, with eyes full of pity, penitence, and affection. And then she heard a choky little voice say earnestly, "Don't cry, Auntie. I'm sorry I was rude. Please be good to Mother and Polly, and I'll love and take care of you and stand by you all my life. Yes, I'll kiss you. I will, by George." And with one promiscuous plunge, the Spartan boy cast himself into her arms. That finished Aunt Kipp. She hugged him close and cried out with a salute that went off like a pistol shot. "Oh, my dear, this is better than a dozen cherikins." When Toady emerged, somewhat flushed and tumbled, Mrs. Snow, Polly, and Van were looking on with faces full of wonder, doubt, and satisfaction. To be an object of interest was agreeable to Aunt Kipp, and as her old heart was really softened, she met them with a gracious smile and extended the olive branch generally. "Sophie, I shall give my money to you at once and entirely, only asking that you'll let me stay with you when Polly's gone. I'll do my best to be agreeable, and you'll bear with me because I'm a cranky, solitary old woman, and I loved your husband." Mrs. Snow hugged her on the spot, and gushed, of course, murmuring thanks, welcomes, and promises in one grateful burst. "Polly, I forgive you. I consent to your marriage, and will provide your wedding finery. Mr. Lamb, you are not a fool, but a very excellent young man. I thank you for saving my life, and I wish you well with all my heart. You needn't say anything. I'm far from strong, and all this agitation is shortening my life." Polly and Van shook her hand heartily, and beamed upon each other like a pair of infatuated turtle-doves with good prospects. "Toady, you are as near an angel as a boy can be. Put a name to whatever you most wish for in the world, and it's yours," said Aunt Kipp, dramatically waving the rest away. With his short legs wide apart, his hands behind him, and his rosy face as round and radiant as a rising sun, Toady stood before the fire, surveying the scene with the air of a man who had successfully carried through a difficult and dangerous undertaking, and wasn't proud. His face brightened, then fell, as he heaved a sigh and answered with a shake of his curly head, "You can't give me what I want most. There are 3 things, and I've got to wait for them all." "Gracious me, what are they?" cried the old lady good-naturedly, for she felt better already. "A mustache, a beaver, and a sweetheart," answered Toady, with his eyes fixed wistfully on Baa, who possessed all these blessings, and was particularly enjoying the latter at that moment. How Aunt Kipp did laugh at this early budding of romance in her pet, and all the rest joined her, for Toady's sentimental air was irresistible. "You precocious chick! I dare say you will have them all before we know where we are. Never mind, dearie. You shall have my little watch, and the silver-headed cane with a boar's head on it," answered the old lady, in high good humor. "You needn't blush, dear. I don't bear malice, so let's forget and forgive. I shall settle things to-morrow and have a free mind. You are welcome to my money, and I hope I shall live to see you all enjoy it." So she did, for she lived to see Sophie plump, cheery, and carefree, Polly surrounded by a flock of lambkins, Van in possession of a generous slice of the Van Bar fortune, Toady reveling in the objects of his desire, and best of all, she lived to find that it is never too late to make oneself useful, happy, and Shoes and Stockings, a collection of short stories by Louisa May Alcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. Kitty's Class Day by Louisa May Alcott. A stitch in time saves 9. "Oh, Pris, I'm really going. Here's the invitation, rough paper, chapel spreads, Lyceum Hall, everything splendid, and Jack to take care of me." As Kitty burst into the room and performed a rapturous pas seul, waving the cards over her head, Sister Priscilla looked up from her work with a smile of satisfaction on her quiet face. "Who invites you, dear?" "Why, Jack, of course. Dear old cousin Jack. Nobody else ever thinks of me or cares whether I have a bit of pleasure now and then. Isn't he kind? Mayn't I go? And, oh, Pris, what shall I wear?" Kitty paused suddenly, as if the last all-important question had a solemnizing effect upon both mind and body. "Why, your white muslin, silk sack, and new hat, of course," began Pris with an air of surprise. But Kitty broke in impetuously. "I'll never wear that old muslin again. It's full of darns, up to my knees, and all out of fashion. So is my sack. And as for my hat, though it does well enough here, it would be absurd for Class Day." "You don't expect an entirely new suit for this occasion, do you?" asked Pris anxiously. "Yes, I do, and I'll tell you how I mean to get it. I've planned everything, for though I hardly dreamed of going, I amused myself by thinking how I could manage if I did get invited." "Let us hear," and Pris took up her work with an air of resignation. "First, my dress," began Kitty, perching herself on the arm of the sofa and entering into the subject with enthusiasm. "I've got the $10 Grandpa sent me, and with 8 of it I'm going to buy Lizzie King's organdy muslin. She got it in Paris, but her aunt unfortunately, died, so she can't wear it, and wants to get rid of it. She is bigger than I am, you know, so there is enough for a little mantle or sack, for it isn't made up. The skirt is cut off and gored, with a splendid train. My dear, you don't mean you're going to wear one of those absurd new-fashioned dresses?" exclaimed Pris, lifting hands and eyes. "I do. Nothing would induce me to go to Class Day without a train. It's been the desire of my heart to have one, and now I will, if I never have another gown to my back," returned Kitty with immense decision. Pris shook her head and said, "Go on," as if prepared for any extravagance after that. "We can make it ourselves," continued Kitty, "and trim it with the same. It's white with blue stripes and daisies in the stripes. The loveliest thing you ever saw, and can't be got here. So simple,
yet distingué. I know you'll like it. Next, my bonnet." Here the solemnity of Kitty's face and manner was charming to behold. "I shall make it out of one of my new illusion undersleeves. I've never worn them, and the puffed part will be a plenty for a little flyaway bonnet of the latest style. I've got blue ribbons to tie it with, and have only to look up some daisies for the inside. With my extra $2 I shall buy my gloves and pay my fares. And there I am, all complete." She looked so happy, so pretty, and full of girlish satisfaction, that Sister Priss couldn't bear to disturb the little plan, much as she disapproved of it. They were poor, and every penny had to be counted. There were plenty of neighbors to gossip and criticize, and plenty of friends to make disagreeable remarks on any unusual extravagance. Priss saw things with the prudent eyes of 30, but Kitty with the romantic eyes of 17, and the elder sister, in the kindness of her heart, had no wish to sadden life to those bright young eyes, or deny the child a harmless pleasure. She sewed thoughtfully for a minute, then looked up, saying, with a smile that always assured Kitty the day was won, "Get your things together, and we will see what can be done. But remember, dear, that it is both bad taste and bad economy for poor people to try to ape the rich." "You're a perfect angel, Priss, so don't moralize. I'll run and get the dress, and we'll begin at once, for there is much to do and only 2 days to do it in." And Kitty skipped away singing Lauriger Horatius at the top of her voice. Priscilla soon found that the girl's head was completely turned by the advice and example of certain fashionable young neighbors. It was in vain for Priss to remonstrate and warn. "Just this once let me do as others do, and thoroughly enjoy myself," pleaded Kitty. And Priss yielded, saying to herself, "She shall have her wish, and if she learns the lesson, neither time nor money will be lost." So they snipped and sewed and planned and pieced, going through all the alternations of despair and triumph, worry and satisfaction, which women undergo when a new suit is under way. Company kept coming, for news of Kitty's expedition had flown abroad, and her young friends must just run in to hear about it, and ask what she was going to wear, while Kitty was so glad and proud to tell and show and enjoy her little triumph that many half-hours were wasted, and the second day found much still to do. The lovely muslin didn't hold out, and Kitty sacrificed the waist to the train, for a train she must have, or the whole thing would be an utter failure. A little sack was eked out, however, and when the frills were on, it was ravishing, as Kitty said, with a sigh of mingled delight and fatigue. The gored skirt was a fearful job, as anyone who has ever plunged into the mysteries will testify, and before the facing even experienced Priss quailed. The bonnet also was a trial, for when the lace was on, it was discovered that the ribbons didn't match the dress. Here was a catastrophe. Kitty frantically rummaged the house, the shops, the stores of her friends, and rummaged in vain. There was no time to send to the city, and despair was about to fall on Kitty when Priss rescued her by quietly making one of the small sacrifices which were easy to her because her life was spent for others. Someone suggested a strip of blue illusion, and that could be got. But alas, Kitty had no money, for the gloves were already bought. Priss heard the lamentations, and giving up fresh ribbons for herself, pulled her sister out of a slough of despond with 2 yards of heavenly tulle. Now the daisies, and oh, dear me, not one can I find in this poverty-stricken town," sighed Kitty, prinking at the glass and fervently hoping that nothing would happen to her complexion overnight. "I see plenty just like those on your dress," answered Pris, nodding toward the meadow full of young whiteweed. "Pris, you're a treasure! I'll wear real ones. They keep well, I know, and are so common I can refresh my bonnet anywhere. It's a splendid idea." Away rushed Kitty to return with an apron full of American daisies. A pretty cluster was soon fastened just over the left-hand frizzle of bright hair, and the little bonnet was complete. "Now, Pris, tell me how I look," cried Kitty, as she swept into the room late that afternoon in full gala costume. It would have been impossible for the primmest, the sourest, or the most sensible creature in the world to say that it wasn't a pretty sight. The long train, the big chignon, the apology for a bonnet, were all ridiculous. No one could deny that. But youth, beauty, and a happy heart made even those absurdities charming. The erect young figure gave an air to the crisp folds of the delicate dress. The bright eyes and fresh cheeks under the lace rosette made one forget its size, and the rippling brown hair won admiration in spite of the ugly bunch which disfigured the girl's head. The little jacket set divinely. The new gloves were as immaculate as white kids could be, and to crown all, Lizzie King, in a burst of generosity, lent Kitty the blue and white Paris sunshade which she couldn't use herself. "Now I could die content. I'm perfect in all respects, and I know Jack won't be ashamed of me. I really owe it to him to look my best, you know, and that's why I'm so particular," said Kitty in an apologetic tone, as she began to lay away her finery. "I hope you will enjoy every minute of the time, dearie. Don't forget to finish running up the facing. I've basted it carefully, and would do it if my head didn't ache so. I really can't hold it up any longer," answered Pris, who had worked like a disinterested bee while Kitty had flown about like a distracted butterfly. "Go and lie down, you dear, kind soul, and don't think of my nonsense again," said Kitty, feeling remorseful, till Pris was completely asleep, when she went to her room and revelled in her finery till bedtime. So absorbed was she in learning to manage her train gracefully that she forgot the facing till very late. Then, being worn out with work and worry, she did what girls are too apt to do, stuck a pin here and there, and, trusting to Priscilla's careful bastings, left it as it was, retiring to dream of a certain Horace Fletcher, whose aristocratic elegance had made a deep impression upon her during the few evenings she had seen him. Nothing could have been lovelier than the morning, and few hearts happier than Kitty's, as she arrayed herself with the utmost care and waited in solemn state for the carriage, for muslin trains and dewy roads were incompatible, and one luxury brought another. "My goodness, where did she get that stylish suit?" whispered Miss Smith to Miss Jones, as Kitty floated into the station with all sail set, finding it impossible to resist the temptation to astonish certain young ladies who had snubbed her in times past, which snubs had rankled, and were now avenged. "I looked everywhere for a muslin for today and couldn't find any I liked, so I was forced to wear my mauve silk," observed Miss Smith, complacently settling the silvery folds of her dress. "It's very pretty, but one ruins a silk at class day, you know. I thought this organdy would be more comfortable and appropriate this warm day. A friend brought it from Paris, and it's like one the Princess of Wales wore at the great flower show this year," returned Kitty, with the air of a young lady who had all her dresses from Paris, and was intimately acquainted with the royal family. Those girls were entirely extinguished by this stroke, and hadn't a word to say for themselves, while Kitty casually mentioned Horace Fletcher, Lyceum Hall, and Cousin Jack, for they had only a little freshman brother to boast of, and were not going to Lyceum Hall. As she stepped out of the cars at Cambridge, Jack opened his honest blue eyes and indulged in a low whistle of astonishment. For if there was anything he especially hated, it was the trains, chignons, and tiny bonnets then in fashion. He was very fond of Kitty, and prided himself on being able to show his friends a girl who was charming and yet not overdressed. "She has made a regular guy of herself. I won't tell her so, and the dear little soul shall have a jolly time in spite of her fuss and feathers. But I do wish she had let her hair alone and worn that pretty hat of hers." As this thought passed through Jack's mind, he smiled and bowed, and made his way among the crowd, whispering as he drew his cousin's arm through his own, "Why, Kitty, you're got up regardless of expense, aren't you? I'm so glad you came. We'll have a rousing good time, and you shall see all the fun." "Oh, thank you, Jack. Do I look nice, really? I tried to be a credit to you and Pris, and I did have such a job of it. I'll make you laugh over it some time. A carriage for me? Bless us, how fine we are!" And Kitty stepped in, feeling that only one thing more was needed to make her cup overflow. That one thing was speedily vouchsafed, for before her skirts were smoothly settled, Jack called out in his hearty way, "How are you, Fletcher? If you are bound for chapel, I'll take you up." "Thanks. Good morning, Miss Heath." It was all done in an instant, and the next thing Kitty knew, she was rolling away with the elegant Horace sitting opposite. How little it takes to make a young girl happy! A pretty dress, sunshine, and somebody opposite, and they are blessed. Kitty's face glowed and dimpled with pleasure as she glanced about her, especially when she, sitting in state with two gentlemen all to herself, passed those girls walking in the dust with a beardless boy. She felt that she could forgive past slights, and did so with a magnanimous smile and bow. Both Jack and Fletcher had graduated the year before, but still took an interest in their old haunts and patronized the fellows who were not yet through the mill, at least the seniors and juniors. Of softs and freshs they were sublimely unconscious. Greeted by frequent slaps on the shoulder and hearty "How are you, old fellows?" they piloted Kitty to a seat in the chapel. An excellent place, but the girl's satisfaction was marred by Fletcher's desertion, and she could not see anything attractive about the dashing young lady in the pink bonnet, to whom he devoted himself, because she was a stranger, Kitty said. Everybody knows what goes on in the chapel. After the fight and scramble are over, the rustle and buzz, the music, the oratory, and the poem, during which the men cheer and the girls simper, the professors yawn, and the poet's friends pronounce him a second Longfellow. Then the closing flourishes, the grand crush, and general scattering. Then the fun really begins as far as the young folks are concerned. They don't mind swarming up and down stairs in a solid phalanx. They can enjoy half a dozen courses of salad, ice and strawberries, with stout gentlemen crushing their feet, anxious mammas sticking sharp elbows into their sides, and absent-minded tutors walking over them. They can flirt vigorously in a torrid atmosphere of dinner, dust, and din, can smile with hot coffee running down their backs,
small avalanches of ice cream descending upon their best bonnets, and sandwiches, butter side down, reposing on their delicate silks. They know that it is a costly rapture, but they carefully refrain from thinking of the morrow, and energetically illustrate the Yankee maxim which bids us enjoy ourselves in our early bloom. Kitty did have a rousing good time, for Jack was devoted, taking her everywhere, showing her everything, feeding and fanning her and festooning her train with untiring patience. How many forcible expressions he mentally indulged in as he walked on that unlucky train we will not record. He smiled, and skipped and talked of treading on flowers in a way that would have charmed Kitty, if someone else had not been hovering about the daisy, as Fletcher called her. After he returned, she neglected Jack, who took it coolly, and was never in the way unless she wanted him. For the first time in her life, Kitty deliberately flirted. The little coquetries, which are as natural to a gay young girl as her laughter, were all in full play, and had she gone no further, no harm would have been done. But, excited by the example of those about her, Kitty tried to enact the fashionable young lady, and, like most novices, she overdid the part. Quite forgetting her cousin, she tossed her head, twirled her fan, gave affected little shrieks at college jokes, and talked college slang in a way that convulsed Fletcher, who enjoyed the fun immensely. Jack saw it all, shook his head, and said nothing, but his face grew rather sober as he watched Kitty, flushed, dishevelled, and breathless, whirling round Lyceum Hall on the arm of Fletcher, who danced divinely, as all the girls agreed. Jack had proposed going, but Kitty had frowned, so he fell back, leaving her to listen and laugh, blush and shrink a little at her partner's flowery compliments and admiring glances. "If she stands that long, she's not the girl I took her for," thought Jack, beginning to lose patience. "She doesn't look like my little Kitty, and somehow I don't feel half so fond and proud of her as usual. I know one thing, my daughters shall never be seen knocking about in that style." As if the thought suggested the act, Jack suddenly assumed an air of parental authority, and, arresting his cousin as she was about to begin again, he said, in a tone she had never heard before, "I promised Pris to take care of you, so I shall carry you off to rest and put yourself to rights after this game of romps. I advise you to do the same, Fletcher, or give your friend in the pink bonnet a turn." Kitty took Jack's arm pettishly, but glanced over her shoulder with such an inviting smile that Fletcher followed, feeling very much like a top in danger of tumbling down the instant he stopped spinning. As she came out, Kitty's face cleared, and, assuming her sprightliest air, she spread her plumage and prepared to descend with effect, for a party of uninvited Paris stood at the gate of this paradise, casting longing glances at the forbidden splendors within. Slowly, that all might see her, Kitty sailed down with Horace, the debonair, in her wake, and was just thinking to herself, "Those girls won't get over this very soon, I fancy," when all in one moment she heard Fletcher exclaim wrathfully, "Hang the flounces!" She saw a very glossy black hat come skipping down the steps, felt a violent twitch backward, and, to save herself from a fall, sat down on the lower step with most undignified haste. It was impossible for the bystanders to help laughing, for there was Fletcher hopping wildly about, with one foot nicely caught in a muslin loop, and there sat Kitty longing to run away and hide herself, yet perfectly helpless, while everyone tittered. Miss Jones and Miss Smith laughed shrilly, and the despised little freshman completed her mortification by a feeble joke about Kitty Heath's new man-trap. It was only an instant, but it seemed an hour before Fletcher freed her, and snatching up the dusty beaver, left her with a flushed countenance and an abrupt bow. If it hadn't been for Jack, Kitty would have burst into tears then and there, so terrible was the sense of humiliation which oppressed her. For his sake she controlled herself, and bundling up her torn train, set her teeth, stared straight before her, and let him lead her in dead silence to a friend's room near by. There he locked the door, and began to comfort her by making light of the little mishap. But Kitty cried so tragically that he was at his wit's end, till the ludicrous side of the affair struck her, and she began to laugh hysterically. With a vague idea that vigorous treatment was best for that feminine ailment, Jack was about to empty the contents of an ice pitcher over her, when she arrested him by exclaiming incoherently, "Oh, don't! It was so funny! How can you laugh, you cruel boy? I'm disgraced forever! Take me home to Pris! Oh, take me home to Pris!" "I will, my dear, I will. But first let me write you up a bit. You look as if you had been hazed, upon my life you do." And Jack laughed, in spite of himself, at the wretched little object before him, for dust, dancing, and the downfall produced a ruinous spectacle. That broke Kitty's heart, and spreading her hands before her face, she was about to cry again, when the sad sight which met her eyes dispelled the gathering tears. The new gloves were both split up the middle, and very dirty with clutching at the steps as she went down. "Never mind, you can wash them," said Jack soothingly. "I paid $1.50 for them, and they can't be washed," groaned Kitty. "Oh, hang the gloves! I meant your hands," cried Jack, trying to keep sober. "No matter for my hands. I mourn my gloves. But I won't cry any more, for my head aches now so I can hardly see." And Kitty threw off her bonnet, as if even that airy trifle hurt her. Seeing how pale she looked, Jack tenderly suggested a rest on the old sofa, and a wet handkerchief on her hot forehead, while he got the good landlady to send her up a cup of tea. As Kitty rose to comply, she glanced at her dress, and clasping her hands exclaimed tragically, "The facing! The fatal facing! That made all the mischief, for if I'd sewed it up last night it wouldn't have ripped today. If it hadn't ripped, Fletcher wouldn't have got his foot in it. I shouldn't have made an object of myself, and he wouldn't have gone off in a rage, and who knows what might have happened." "Bless the what's-its-name if it has settled him," cried Jack. "He is a contemptible fellow not to stay and help you out of the scrape he got you into. Follow his lead and don't trouble yourself about him." "Well, he was rather absurd today, I allow, but he has got handsome eyes and hands, and he does dance like an angel," sighed Kitty, as she pinned up the treacherous loop which had brought destruction to her little castle in the air. "Handsome eyes, white hands, and angelic feet don't make a man. Wait till you can do better, Kit." With an odd, grave look that rather startled Kitty, Jack vanished, to return presently with a comfortable cup of tea and a motherly old lady to help repair damages and soothe her by the foolish little purrings and pattings so grateful to female nerves after a flurry. "I'll come back and take you out to see the dance round the tree when you've had a bit of a rest," said Jack, vibrating between door and sofa, as if it wasn't easy to get away. "Oh, I couldn't," cried Kitty, with a shudder at the bare idea of meeting anyone. "I can't be seen again tonight. Let me stay here till my train goes." "I thought it had gone already," said Jack, with an irrepressible twinkle of the eye that glanced at the draggled dress sweeping the floor. "How can you joke about it?" and the girl's reproachful eyes filled with tears of shame. "I know I've been very silly, Jack, but I've had my punishment, and I don't need any more. To feel that you despise me is worse than all the rest." She ended with a little sob and turned her face away to hide the trembling of her lips. At that, Jack flushed up, his eyes shone, and he stooped suddenly as if to make some impetuous reply. But, remembering the old lady, who by the by was discreetly looking out of the window, he put his hands in his pockets and strolled out of the room. "I've lost them both by this day's folly," thought Kitty, and Mrs. Brown departed with the teacup. "I don't care for Fletcher, for I dare say he didn't mean half he said, and I was only flattered because he is rich and handsome, and the girls glorify him. But I shall miss Jack, for I've known and loved him all my life. How good he's been to me today, so patient, careful, and kind, though he must have been ashamed of me. I know he didn't like my dress, but he never said a word and stood by me through everything. Oh, I wish I'd minded Pris. Then he would have respected me at least. I wonder if he ever will again." Following a sudden impulse, Kitty sprang up, locked the door, and then proceeded to destroy all her little vanities as far as possible. She smoothed out her crimps with a wet and ruthless hand, fastened up her pretty hair in the simple way Jack liked, gave her once cherished bonnet a spiteful shake as she put it on, and utterly extinguished it with a big blue veil. She looped up her dress, leaving no vestige of the now hateful train, and did herself up uncompromisingly in the Quakerish gray shawl Pris had insisted on her taking for the evening. Then she surveyed herself with pensive satisfaction, saying, in the tone of one bent on resolutely mortifying the flesh, "Neat, but not gaudy. I'm a fright, but I deserve it, and it's better than being a peacock." Kitty had time to feel a little friendless and forlorn, sitting there alone as twilight fell, and amused herself by wondering if Fletcher would come to inquire about her or show any further interest in her. Yet, when the sound of a manly tramp approached, she trembled lest it should be the victim of the fatal facing. The door opened, and with a sigh of relief she saw Jack come in, bearing a pair of new gloves in one hand and a great bouquet of June roses in the other. "How good of you to bring me these! They are more refreshing than oceans of tea. You know what I like, Jack. Thank you very much," cried Kitty, sniffing at her roses with grateful rapture. "And you know what I like," returned Jack, with an approving glance at the altered figure before him. "I'll never do so any more," murmured Kitty, wondering why she felt bashful all of a sudden, when it was only Cousin Jack. "Now put on your gloves, dear, and come out and hear the music. Your train doesn't go for 2 hours yet, and you mustn't mope here all that time," said Jack, offering his second gift. "How did you know my size?" asked Kitty, putting on the gloves in a hurry, for though Jack had called her dear for years, the little word had a new sound tonight. "I guessed. No, I didn't. I had the old ones with me. They are no good now, are they?" And too honest to lie, Jack tried to speak carelessly, though he turned red in the dusk, well knowing that the dirty little gloves were folded away in his left breast pocket at that identical moment. "Oh, dear, no! These fit nicely. I'm ready if you don't mind going with such a fright," said Kitty, forgetting her dread of seeing people in her desire to get away from that room, because for the first time in her life she wasn't at ease with Jack. "I think I like the little gray moth better than the fine butterfly," returned Jack, who, in spite of his invitation, seemed to find moping rather pleasant. "You are a rainy-day friend, and he isn't," said Kitty softly, as she drew him away. Jack's only answer was to lay his hand on the little white glove resting so confidingly on his arm, and, keeping it there, they roamed away into the summer twilight. Something had happened to the evening and the place, for both seemed suddenly endowed with uncommon beauty and interest. The dingy old houses might have been fairy palaces for anything they saw to the contrary. The dusty walks, the trampled grass, were regular Elysian fields to them, and the music was the music of the spheres, though they found themselves right in the middle of the boom-jing-jing. For both had made a little discovery. No, not a little one. The greatest and sweetest man and woman can make. In the sharp twinge of jealousy which the sight of Kitty's flirtation with Fletcher gave him, and the delight he found in her after-conduct, Jack discovered how much he loved her. In the shame, gratitude, and half-sweet, half-bitter emotion that filled her heart, Kitty felt that to her Jack would never be only Cousin Jack any more. All the vanity, coquetry, selfishness, and ill-temper of the day seemed magnified to heinous sins. For now her only thought was, "Seeing these faults, he can't care for me. Oh, I wish I was a better girl." She did not say for his sake, but in the new humility, the ardent wish to be all that a woman should be, little Kitty proved how true her love was, and might have said with Portia, "For myself alone, I would not be ambitious in my wish, but for you I would be treble 20 times myself, 1,000 times more fair, 10,000 times more rich." All about them, other pairs were wandering under the patriarchal elms, enjoying music, starlight, balmy winds, and all the luxuries of the season. If the band had played, "Oh, there's nothing half so sweet in life as love's young dream," it is my private opinion that it would have suited the audience to a T. Being principally composed of elderly gentlemen with large families, they had not that fine sense of the fitness of things so charming to see, and tooted and banged away with waltzes and marches, quite regardless of the flocks of Romeos and Juliets philandering all about them. Under cover of a popular medley, Kitty overheard Fletcher quizzing her for the amusement of Miss Pinkbonnet, who was evidently making up for lost time. It was feeble wit, but it put the finishing stroke to Kitty's vanity, and she dropped a tear in her blue tissue retreat and clung to Jack, feeling that she had never valued him half enough. She hoped he didn't hear the gossip going on at the other side of the tree near which they stood, but he did, for his hand involuntarily doubled itself up into a very dangerous-looking fist, and he darted such fiery glances at the speaker that, if the thing had been possible, Fletcher's ambrosial curls would have been scorched off his head. "Never mind, and don't get angry, Jack. They are right about one thing. The daisies in my bonnet were real, and I couldn't afford any others. I don't care much, only Pris works so hard to get me ready, I hate to have my things made fun of." "He isn't worth a thrashing, so we'll let it pass this time," said Jack, irefully, yet privately resolving to have it out with Fletcher by and by. "Why, Kitty, I thought the real daisies the prettiest things about your dress. Don't throw them away. I'll wear them just to show that noodle
that I prefer nature to art." And Jack gallantly stuck the faded posy in his buttonhole, while Kitty treasured up the hint so kindly given for future use. If a clock with great want of tact hadn't insisted on telling them that it was getting late, Kitty never would have got home, for both the young people felt inclined to loiter about arm in arm through the sweet summer night forever. Jack had meant to say something before she went, and was immensely surprised to find the chance lost for the present. He wanted to go home with her and free his mind, but a neighborly old gentleman having been engaged as escort, there would have been very little satisfaction in traveling trio, so he gave it up. He was very silent as they walked to the station with Mr. Dodd trudging behind them. Kitty thought he was tired, perhaps glad to be rid of her, and meekly accepted her fate. But as the train approached, she gave his hand an impulsive squeeze and said very gratefully, "Jack, I can't thank you enough for your kindness to your silly little cousin, but I never shall forget it, and if I can ever return it in any way, I will, with all my heart." Jack looked down at the young face, almost pathetic now, with weariness, humility, and pain, yet very sweet, with that new shyness in the loving eyes, and stooping suddenly, he kissed it, whispering in a tone that made the girl's heart flutter, "I'll tell you how you may return it, with all your heart, by and by. Good night, my Kitty." "Have you had a good time, dear?" asked Pris, as her sister appeared an hour later. "Don't I look as if I had?" And throwing off her wraps, Kitty revolved slowly before her that she might behold every portion of the wreck. "My gown is all dust, crumple, and rags, my bonnet perfectly limp and flat, and my gloves are ruined. I've broken Lizzie's parasol and made a spectacle of myself, and wasted money, time, and temper. Yet my class day isn't a failure, for Jack is the dearest boy in the world, and I'm very, very happy." Pris looked at her a minute, then opened her arms without a word, and Kitty forgot all her little troubles in one great joy. When Miss Smith and Miss Jones called a few days after to tell her that Mr. Fletcher was going abroad, the amiable creatures were entirely routed by finding Jack there in a most unmistakable situation. He blandly wished Horace bon voyage, and regretted that he wouldn't be there to the wedding in October. Kitty devoted herself to blushing beautifully, and darning many rents in a short daisy muslin skirt, "which I intend to wear a great deal, because Jack likes it, and so do I," she said, with a demure look at her lover, who laughed as if that was the best joke of the season. End of Shoes and Stockings, a collection of short stories by Louisa May Alcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. A Country Christmas, Part 1, by Louisa May Alcott. A handful of good life is worth a bushel of learning. Dear Emily, I have a brilliant idea, and at once hasten to share it with you. 3 weeks ago I came up here to the wilds of Vermont to visit my old aunt, also to get a little quiet and distance in which to survey certain new prospects which have opened before me, and to decide whether I will marry a millionaire, or become a queen of society, or remain the charming Miss Vaughn, and wait till the conquering hero comes. Aunt Plummy begs me to stay over Christmas, and I've consented, as I always dread the formal dinner with which my guardian celebrates the day. My brilliant idea is this. I'm going to make it a real old-fashioned frolic, and won't you come and help me? You will enjoy it immensely, I am sure, for Aunt is a character, Cousin Saul worth seeing, and Ruth a far prettier girl than any of the city rosebuds coming out this season. Bring Leonard Randall along with you to take notes for his new books. Then it will be fresher and truer than the last, clever as it was. The air is delicious up here, society amusing, this old farmhouse full of treasures, and your bosom friend pining to embrace you. Just telegraph yes or no, and we will expect you on Tuesday. Ever yours, Sophie Vaughn. They will both come, for they are as tired of city life and as fond of change as I am, said the writer of the above, as she folded her letter and went to get it posted without delay. Aunt Plummy was in the great kitchen making pies, a jolly old soul with a face as ruddy as a winter apple, a cheery voice, and the kindest heart that ever beat under a gingham gown. Pretty Ruth was chopping the mince and singing so gaily as she worked that the 24 immortal blackbirds could not have put more music into a pie than she did. Saul was piling wood into the big oven, and Sophie paused a moment on the threshold to look at him, for she always enjoyed the sight of this stalwart cousin, whom she likened to a Norse Viking, with his fair hair and beard, keen blue eyes, and 6 feet of manly height, with shoulders that looked broad and strong enough to bear any burden. His back was toward her, but he saw her first, and turned his flushed face to meet her, with the sudden lighting up it always showed when she approached. "I've done it, Aunt, and now I want Saul to post the letter, so we can get a speedy answer." "Just as soon as I can hitch up, cousin," and Saul pitched in his last log, looking ready to put a girdle round the earth in less than 40 minutes. "Well, dear, I ain't the least mite of objection, as long as it pleases you. I guess we can stand it if your city folk can. I presume to say things will look kind of sing'lar to 'em, but I s'pose that's what they come for. Idle folks do dreadful queer things to amuse 'em." And Aunt Plummy leaned on the rolling pin to smile and nod with a shrewd twinkle of her eye, as if she enjoyed the prospect as much as Sophie did. "I shall be afraid of 'em, but I'll try not to make you ashamed of me," said Ruth, who loved her charming cousin even more than she admired her. "No fear of that, dear. They will be the awkward ones, and you must set them at ease by just being your simple selves, and treating them as if they were everyday people. Nell is very nice and jolly when she drops her city ways, as she must here. She will enter into the spirit of the fun at once, and I know you'll all like her. Mr. Randall is rather the worse for too much praise and petting, as successful people are apt to be, so a little plain talk and rough work will do him good. He is a true gentleman in spite of his airs and elegance, and he will take it all in good part if you treat him like a man and not a lion." "I'll see to him," said Saul, who had listened with great interest to the latter part of Sophie's speech, evidently suspecting a lover, and enjoying the idea of supplying him with a liberal amount of plain talk and rough work. "I'll keep 'em busy if that's what they need, for there will be a sight to do, and we can't get help easy up here, for darters don't hire out much, Work to home till they marry, and don't go gaddin' round gettin' their heads full of foolish notions, and forgettin' all the useful things their mothers taught 'em." Aunt Plumy glanced at Ruth as she spoke, and a sudden color in the girl's cheeks proved that the words hit certain ambitious fancies of this pretty daughter of the house of Bassett. "They shall do their parts and not be a trouble. I'll see to that, for you certainly are the dearest aunt in the world to let me take possession of you and yours in this way," cried Sophie, embracing the old lady with warmth. Saul wished the embrace could be returned by proxy, as his mother's hands were too flowery to do more than hover affectionately round the delicate face that looked so fresh and young beside her wrinkled one. As it could not be done, he fled temptation and hitched up without delay. The three women laid their heads together in his absence, and Sophie's plan grew apace, for Ruth longed to see a real novelist and a fine lady, and Aunt Plumy, having plans of her own to further, said, "Yes, dear," to every suggestion. Great was the arranging and adorning that went on that day in the old farmhouse, for Sophie wanted her friends to enjoy this taste of country pleasures, and knew just what additions would be indispensable to their comfort, what simple ornaments would be in keeping with the rustic stage on which she meant to play the part of prima donna. Next day a telegram arrived accepting the invitation for both the lady and the lion. They would arrive that afternoon, as little preparation was needed for this impromptu journey, the novelty of which was its chief charm to these blasé people. Saul wanted to get out the double sleigh and span, for he prided himself on his horses, and a fall of snow came most opportunely to beautify the landscape and add a new pleasure to Christmas festivities. But Sophie declared that the old yellow sleigh with Punch, the farm horse, must be used, as she wished everything to be in keeping, and Saul obeyed, thinking he had never seen anything prettier than his cousin when she appeared in his mother's old-fashioned camlet cloak and blue silk pumpkin hood. He looked remarkably well himself in his fur coat, with hair and beard brushed till they shone like spun gold, a fresh color in his cheek, and the sparkle of amusement in his eyes, while excitement gave his usually grave face the animation it needed to be handsome. Away they jogged in the creaking old sleigh, leaving Ruth to make herself pretty with a fluttering heart, and Aunt Plumy to dish up a late dinner fit to tempt the most fastidious appetite. "She has not come for us, and there is not even a stage to take us up. There must be some mistake," said Emily Herrick, as she looked about the shabby little station where they were set down. "That is the never-to-be-forgotten face of our fair friend, but the bonnet of her grandmother, if my eyes do not deceive me," answered Randall, turning to survey the couple approaching in the rear. "Sophie Vaughan, what do you mean by making such a guy of yourself?" exclaimed Emily, as she kissed the smiling face in the hood and stared at the quaint cloak. "I'm dressed for my part, and I intend to keep it up. This is our host, my cousin, Saul Bassett. Come to the sleigh at once. He will see to your luggage," said Sophie, painfully conscious of the antiquity of her array as her eyes rested on Emily's pretty hat and mantle, and the masculine elegance of Randall's wraps. They were hardly tucked in when Saul appeared with a valise in one hand and a large trunk on his shoulder, swinging both on to a wood sled that stood nearby as easily as if they had been handbags. "That is your hero, is it? Well, he looks it, calm and comely, taciturn and tall," said Emily, in a tone of approbation. He should have been named Samson or Goliath, though I believe it was the small man who slung things about and turned out the hero in the end," added Randall, surveying the performance with interest and a touch of envy, for much penwork had made his own hands as delicate as a woman's. "Saul doesn't live in a glass house, so stones won't hurt him. Remember, sarcasm is forbidden, and sincerity the order of the day. You are country folks now, and it will do you good to try their simple, honest ways for a few days." Sophie had no time to say more, for Saul came up and drove off with the brief remark that the baggage would be along right away. Being hungry, cold, and tired, the guests were rather silent during the short drive, but Aunt Plummy's hospitable welcome and the savory fumes of the dinner awaiting them thawed the ice and won their hearts at once. "Isn't it nice? Aren't you glad you came?" asked Sophie, as she led her friends into the parlor, which she had redeemed from its primness by putting bright chintz curtains to the windows, hemlock boughs over the old portraits, a china bowl of flowers on the table, and a splendid fire on the wide hearth. "It is perfectly jolly, and this is the way I begin to enjoy myself," answered Emily, sitting down upon the homemade rug, whose red flannel roses bloomed in a blue list basket. "If I may add a little smoke to your glorious fire, it will be quite perfect. Won't Samson join me?" asked Randall, waiting for permission, cigar case in hand. "He has no small vices, but you may indulge yours," answered Sophie from the depths of a grandmotherly chair. Emily glanced up at her friend as if she caught a new tone in her voice, then turned to the fire again with a wise little nod, as if confiding some secret to the reflection of herself in the bright brass andiron. "His Delilah does not take this form. I wait with interest to discover if he has one. What a daisy the sister is! Does she ever speak?" asked Randall, trying to lounge on the haircloth sofa, where he was slipping uncomfortably about. "Oh, yes, and sings like a bird. You shall hear her when she gets over her shyness. But no trifling, mind you, for it is a jealously guarded daisy, and not to be picked by any idle hand," said Sophie warningly, as she recalled Ruth's blushes and Randall's compliments at dinner. "I should expect to be annihilated by the big brother if I attempted any but the sincerest admiration and respect. Have no fears on that score. But tell us what is to follow this superb dinner. An Appleby, spinning match, husking party, or primitive pastime of some sort, I have no doubt. As you are new to our ways, I am going to let you rest this evening. We will sit about the fire and tell stories. Aunt is a master hand at that, and Saul has reminiscences of the war that are well worth hearing, if we can only get him to tell them." "Ah, he was there, was he?" "Yes, all through it, and is Major Bassett, though he likes his plain name best. He fought splendidly and had several wounds, though only a mere boy when he earned his scars and bars. I'm very proud of him for that." And Sophie looked so as she glanced at the photograph of a stripling in uniform set in the place of honor on the high mantelpiece. "We must stir him up and hear these martial memories. I want some new incidents, and shall book all I can get if I may." Here Randall was interrupted by Saul himself, who came in with an armful of wood for the fire. "Anything more I can do for you, cousin?" he asked, surveying the scene with a rather wistful look. "Only come and sit with us, and talk over war times with Mr. Randall. When I've foddered the cattle and done my chores, I'd be pleased to. What regiment were you in? Asked Saul, looking down from his lofty height upon the slender gentleman, who answered briefly, In none. I was abroad at the time. Sick? No, busy with a novel. Took 4 years to write it? I was obliged to travel and study before I could finish it. These things take more time to work up than outsiders would believe. Seems to me our war was a finer story than any you could find in Europe, and the best way to study it would be to fight it out. If you want heroes and heroines, you'd have found plenty of 'em there. I have no doubt of it, and shall be glad to atone for my seeming neglect of them by hearing about your own exploits, Major. Randall hoped to turn the conversation gracefully, but Saul was not to be caught, and left the room saying with a gleam of fun in his eye, I can't stop now. Heroes can wait, pigs can't. The girls laughed at this sudden descent from the sublime to the ridiculous, and Randall joined them. Shoes and Stockings, a collection of short stories by Louisa May Alcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. A Country Christmas, Part 2, by Louisa May Alcott. As if drawn by the merry sound, Aunt Plummy appeared, and being established in the rocking chair, fell to talking as easily as if she had known her guests for years. Laugh away, young folks. That's better for digestion than any of the messes people use. Are you troubled with dyspepsy, dear? You didn't seem to take your victuals very hearty, so I mistrusted you was delicate, she said, looking at Emily, whose pale cheeks and weary eyes told the story of late hours and a gay life. I haven't eaten so much for years, I assure you, Mrs. Bassett. But it was impossible to taste all your good things. I'm not dyspeptic, thank you, but a little seedy and tired, for I've been working rather hard lately. Be you a teacher? Or have you a profession, as they call a trade nowadays? Asked the old lady in a tone of kindly interest, which prevented a laugh at the idea of Emily's being anything but a beauty and a belle. The others kept their countenances with difficulty, and she answered demurely, I have no trade as yet, but I dare say I should be happier if I had. Not a doubt on it, my dear. What would you recommend, ma'am? I should say dressmaking was rather in your line, ain't it? Your clothes is dreadful tasty, and do you credit if you made 'em yourself. And Aunt Plummy surveyed with feminine interest the simple elegance of the traveling dress which was the masterpiece of a French modiste. No, ma'am, I don't make my own things. I'm too lazy. It takes so much time and trouble to select them that I have only strength left to wear them. Housekeeping used to be the favorite profession in my day. It ain't fashionable now, but it needs a sight of training to be perfect in all that's required, and I've an idea it would be a sight healthier and usefuller than the paintin' and music and fancy work young women do nowadays. But everyone wants some beauty in their lives,
and each one has a different sphere to fill, if one can only find it. 'Pears to me there's no call for so much art when natter is full of beauty for them that can see and love it. As for spears and so on, I've a notion if each of us did up our own little chore smart and thorough, we needn't go wanderin' round to set the world to rights. That's the Lord's job, and I presume to say he can do it without any advice of ourn." Something in the homely but true words seemed to rebuke the three listeners for wasted lives, and for a moment there was no sound but the crackle of the fire, the brisk click of the old lady's knitting needles, and Ruth's voice singing overhead as she made ready to join the party below. "To judge by that sweet sound, you have done one of your chores very beautifully, Mrs. Bassett, and in spite of the follies of our day, succeeded in keeping one girl healthy, happy, and unspoiled," said Emily, looking up into the peaceful old face with her own lovely one full of respect and envy. "I do hope so, for she's my ewe lamb, the last of 4 dear little girls. All the rest are in the burying ground side of father. I don't expect to keep her long, and don't ought to regret when I lose her, for Saul is the best of sons, but daughters is more to mothers somehow, and I always yearn over girls that is left without a broodin' wing to keep 'em safe and warm in this world of tribulation." Aunt Plummy laid her hand on Sophie's head as she spoke, with such a motherly look that both girls drew nearer, and Randall resolved to put her in a book without delay. Presently Saul returned with little Ruth hanging on his arm and shyly nestling near him as he took the 3-cornered leathern chair in the chimney nook, while she sat on a stool close by. "Now the circle is complete and the picture perfect. Don't light the lamps yet, please, but talk away and let me make a mental study of you. I seldom find so charming a scene to paint," said Randall, beginning to enjoy himself immensely, with a true artist's taste for novelty and effect. "Tell us about your book, for we have been reading it as it comes out in the magazine, and are much exercised about how it's going to end," began Saul, gallantly throwing himself into the breach, for a momentary embarrassment fell upon the women at the idea of sitting for their portraits before they were ready. "Do you really read my poor serial up here, and do me the honor to like it?" asked the novelist, both flattered and amused, for his work was of the aesthetic sort, microscopic studies of character and careful pictures of modern life. "Sakes alive, why shouldn't we?" cried Aunt Plummy. "We have some education, though we ain't very genteel. We've got a town library, kep' up by the women mostly, with fairs and tea parties and so on. We have all the magazines reg'lar, and Saul reads out the pieces while Ruth sews and I knit, my eyes being poor. Our winter is long, and evenin's would be kinder lonesome if we didn't have novels and newspapers to cheer 'em up." "I'm very glad I can help to beguile them for you. Now tell me what you honestly think of my work. Criticism is always valuable, and I should really like yours, Mrs. Bassett," said Randall, wondering what the good woman would make of the delicate analysis and worldly wisdom on which he prided himself. Short work, as Aunt Plummy soon showed him, for she rather enjoyed freeing her mind at all times, and decidedly resented the insinuation that country folk could not appreciate light literature as well as city people. "I ain't no great of a jedge
about anything but naturalness of books, and it really does seem as if some of your men and women was dreadful uncomfortable critters. 'Pears to me it ain't wise to be always picking ourselves to pieces and prying into things that ought to come gradual by way of experience and the visitations of Providence. Flowers won't blow worth a cent if you pull 'em open. Better wait and see what they can do alone. I do relish the smart sayin's, the odd ways of furrin parts, and the sarcastic slaps at folks's weak spots. But, massy knows, we can't live on spice cake and Charlotte Ruche, and I do feel as if books was more sustainin' if they was full of everyday people and things, like good bread and butter. Them that goes to the heart and ain't soon forgotten is the kind I hanker for. Miss Terry's books now, and Miss Stowe's, and Dickens' Christmas pieces. Them is real sweet and cheerin' to my mind." As the blunt old lady paused, it was evident she had produced a sensation, for Saul smiled at the fire, Ruth looked dismayed at this assault upon one of her idols, and the young ladies were both astonished and amused at the keenness of the new critic who dared express what they had often felt. Randall, however, was quite composed and laughed good-naturedly, though secretly feeling as if a pail of cold water had been poured over him. "Many thanks, madam. You have discovered my weak point with surprising accuracy. But you see I cannot help picking folks to pieces, as you have expressed it. That is my gift, and it has its attractions, as the sale of my books will testify. People like the spice bread, and as that is the only sort my oven will bake, I must keep on in order to make my living." "So rumsellers say, but it ain't a good trade to foller, and I'd chop wood 'fore I'd earn my livin' harmin' my feller man. 'Pears to me I'd let my oven cool a spell and hunt up some homely, happy folks to write about. Folks that don't borrow trouble and go lookin' for holes in their neighbors' coats, but take their lives brave and cheerful. And rememberin' we are all human, have pity on the weak, and try to be as full of mercy, patience, and lovin'-kindness as Him who made us. That sort of a book would do a heap of good, be real warmin' and strengthenin', and make them that read it love the man that wrote it, and remember him when he was dead and gone." "I wish I could," and Randall meant what he said, for he was as tired of his own style as a watchmaker might be of the magnifying glass through which he strains his eyes all day. He knew that the heart was left out of his work, and that both mind and soul were growing morbid with dwelling on the faulty, absurd, and metaphysical phases of life and character. He often threw down his pen and vowed he would write no more. But he loved ease, and the books brought money readily. He was accustomed to the stimulant of praise and missed it as a toper misses his wine. So that which had once been a pleasure to himself and others was fast becoming a burden and a disappointment. The brief pause which followed his involuntary betrayal of discontent was broken by Ruth, who exclaimed, with a girlish enthusiasm that overpowered girlish bashfulness, "I think all the novels are splendid. I hope you will write hundreds more, and I shall live to read 'em." "Bravo, my gentle champion. I promise that I will write one more at least, and have a heroine in it whom your mother will both admire and love," answered Randall, surprised to find how grateful he was for the girl's approval, and how rapidly his trained fancy began to paint the background on which he hoped to copy this fresh human daisy. Abashed by her involuntary outburst, Ruth tried to face herself behind Saul's broad shoulder, and he brought the conversation back to its starting point by saying in a tone of the most sincere interest, "Speaking of the serial, I am very anxious to know how your hero comes out. He's a fine fellow, and I can't decide whether he is going to spoil his life marrying that silly woman, or do something grand and generous, and not be made a fool of. Upon my soul, I don't know myself. It is very hard to find new finales. Can't you suggest something, Major, and then I shall not be obliged to leave my story without an end, as people complained I am rather fond of doing." "Well, no, I don't think I've anything to offer. Seems to me it isn't the sensational exploits that show the hero best, but some great sacrifice quietly made by a common sort of man who is noble without knowing it. I saw a good many such during the war, and often wish I could write them down, for it is surprising how much courage, goodness, and real piety is stowed away in common folks, ready to show when the right time comes." "Tell us of them, and I'll bless you for a hint. No one knows the anguish of an author's spirit when he can't ring down the curtain on an effective tableau," said Randall, with a glance at his friends to ask their aid in eliciting an anecdote or reminiscence. "Tell about the splendid fellow who had the bridge, like Horatius, till help came. That was a thrilling story, I assure you," answered Sophie, with an inviting smile. But Saul would not be his own hero, and said briefly, "Any man can be brave when the battle fever is on him, and it only takes a little physical courage to dash ahead." He paused a moment, with his eyes on the snowy landscape without, where twilight was deepening. Then, as if constrained by the memory that winter scene evoked, he slowly continued, "One of the bravest things I ever knew was done by a poor fellow who had been a hero to me ever since, though I only met him that night. It was after one of the big battles of that last winter, and I was knocked over with a broken leg and 2 or 3 bullets here and there. Night was coming on, snow falling, and a sharp wind blew over the field where a lot of us lay, dead and alive, waiting for the ambulance to come and pick us up. There was a skirmishing going on not far off, and our prospects were rather poor between frost and fire. I was calculating how I'd manage, when I found 2 poor chaps close by who were worse off, so I braced up and did what I could for them. One had an arm blown away, and kept up a dreadful groaning. The other was shot bad, and bleeding to death for want of help, but never complained. He was nearest, and I liked his pluck, for he spoke cheerful and made me ashamed to growl. Sometimes make dreadful brutes of men, if they haven't something to hold on to, and all 3 of us were most wild with pain and cold and hunger, for we'd fought all day fasting, when we heard a rumble in the road below, and saw lanterns bobbing round. That meant life to us, and we all tried to holler. 2 of us were pretty faint, but I managed a good yell, and they heard it. Room for 1 more. Hard luck, old boys, but we are full and must save the worst wounded first. Take a drink and hold on till we come back, says one of them, with the stretcher. Here's the one to go, I says,
pointing out my man, for I saw by the light that he was hard hit. "No, that one. He's got more chances than I, or this one. He's young and got a mother. I'll wait," said the good feller, touching my arm, for he'd heard me mutterin' to myself about this dear old lady. We always want mother when we are down, you know. Saul's eyes turned to the beloved face with a glance of tenderest affection, and Aunt Plummy answered with a dismal groan at the recollection of his need that night and her absence. Well, to be short, the groaning chap was taken and my man left. I was mad, but there was no time for talk, and the selfish one went off and left that poor feller to run his one chance. I had my rifle, and guessed I could hobble up to use it if need be. So we settled back to wait without much hope of help, everything being in a muddle. And wait we did till morning, for that ambulance did not come back till next day, when most of us were past needing it. I'll never forget that night. I dream it all over again as plain as if it was real. Snow, cold, darkness, hunger, thirst, pain, and all round us cries and cursing, growing less and less, till at last only the wind went moaning over that meadow. It was awful. So lonesome, helpless, and seemingly God-forsaken. Hour after hour we lay there, side by side under one coat, waiting to be saved or die, for the wind grew strong and we grew weak. Saul drew a long breath and held his hands to the fire as if he felt again the sharp suffering of that night. "And the man?" asked Emily, softly, as if reluctant to break the silence. "He was a man. In times like that, men talk like brothers and show what they are. Lying there, slowly freezing, Joe Cummings told me about his wife and babies, his old folks waiting for him, all depending on him, yet all ready to give him up when he was needed. A plain man, but honest and true and loving as a woman. I soon saw that he went on talking, half to me and half to himself, for sometimes he wandered a little toward the end. I've read books, heard sermons, and seen good folks, but nothing ever came so close or did me so much good as seeing this man die. He had one chance, and gave it cheerfully. He longed for those he loved, and let 'em go with a good-bye they couldn't hear. He suffered all the pains we most shrink from, without a murmur, and kept my heart warm while his own was growing cold. It's no use trying to tell that part of it, but I heard prayers that night that meant something, and I saw how faith could hold a soul up when everything was gone but God." Saul stopped there with a sudden huskiness in his deep voice, and when he went on, it was in the tone of one who speaks of a dear friend. Joe grew still by and by, and I thought he was asleep, for I felt his breath when I tucked him up and his hand held on to mine. The cold sort of numbed me, and I dropped off, too weak and stupid to think or feel. I never should have waked up if it hadn't been for Joe. When I came to, it was morning, and I thought I was dead, for all I could see was that great field of white mounds like graves, and a splendid sky above. Then I looked for Joe, remembering, but he had put my coat back over me, and lay stiff and still under the snow that covered him like a shroud. all except his face. A bit of my cape had blown over it, and when I took it off and the sun shone on his dead face, I declare to you it was so full of heavenly peace, I felt as if that common man had been glorified by God's light and rewarded by God's well done. That's all. No one spoke for a moment, while the women wiped their eyes and Saul dropped his as if to hide something softer than tears. It was very noble, very touching. And you? How did you get off at last? Asked Randall, with real admiration and respect in his usually languid face. Crawled off, answered Saul, relapsing into his former brevity of speech. Why not before and save yourself all that misery? Couldn't leave Joe. Ah, I see. There were 2 heroes that night. Dozens, I've no doubt. Those were times that made heroes of men and women too.
Tell us more, begged Emily, looking up with an expression none of her admirers ever brought to her face by their softest compliments or wiliest gossip.
I've done my part. It's Mr. Randall's turn now.
And Saul drew himself out of the ruddy circle of firelight, as if ashamed of the prominent part he was playing. Sophie and her friend had often heard Randall talk, for he was an accomplished raconteur, but that night he exerted himself and was unusually brilliant and entertaining, as if upon his mettle. The Basts were charmed. They sat late and were very merry, for Aunt Plummy got up a little supper for them, and her cider was as exhilarating as champagne. When they parted for the night and Sophie kissed her aunt, Emily did the same, saying heartily, "It seems as if I'd known you all my life, and this is certainly the most enchanting old place that ever was." "Glad you like it, dear, but it ain't all fun, as you'll find out tomorrow when you go to work, for Sophie says you must," answered Mrs. Bassett, as her guest Shoes and Stockings, a collection of short stories by Louisa May Alcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. A Country Christmas, Part 3, by Louisa May Alcott. They found it difficult to keep their word when they were called at 6:30 next morning. Their rooms were warm, however, and they managed to scramble down in time for breakfast, guided by the fragrance of coffee and Aunt Plummy's shrill voice singing the good old hymn, "Lord, in the morning thou shalt hear my voice ascending high." An open fire blazed on the hearth, for the cooking was done in the lean-to, and the spacious, sunny kitchen was kept in all its old-fashioned perfection, with the wooden settle in a warm nook, the tall clock behind the door, copper and pewter utensils shining on the dresser, old china in the corner closet, and a little spinning-wheel rescued from the garret by Sophie, to adorn the deep window full of scarlet geraniums, Christmas roses, and white chrysanthemums. The young lady, in a checkered apron and mob cap, greeted her friends with a dish of buckwheats in one hand and a pair of cheeks
that proved she had been learning to fry these delicate cakes. "You do keep it up in earnest, upon my word, and very becoming it is, dear. But won't you ruin your complexion and roughen your hands if you do so much of this new fancy work?" asked Emily, much amazed at this novel freak. "I like it, and really believe I've found my proper sphere at last. Domestic life seems so pleasant to me that I feel as if I'd better keep it up for the rest of my life," answered Sophie, making a pretty picture of herself as she cut great slices of brown bread, with the early sunshine touching her happy face. "The charming Miss Vaughn in the role of a farmer's wife. I find it difficult to imagine, and shrink from the thought of the widespread dismay such a fate will produce among her adorers," added Randall, as he basked in the glow of the hospitable fire. "She might do worse, but come to breakfast and do honor to my handiwork," said Sophie, thinking of her worn-out millionaire, and rather nettled by the satiric smile on Randall's lips. "What an appetite early rising gives one! I feel equal to almost anything, so let me help wash cups," said Emily, with unusual energy when the hearty meal was over and Sophie began to pick up the dishes as if it was her usual work. Ruth went to the window to water the flowers, and Randall followed to make himself agreeable, remembering her defense of him last night. He was used to admiration from feminine eyes and flattery from soft lips, but found something new and charming in the innocent delight which showed itself at his approach, in blushes more eloquent than words, and shy glances from eyes full of hero worship. "I hope you are going to spare me a posy for tomorrow night, since I can be fine in no other way to do honor to the dance Miss Sophie proposes for us," he said, leaning in the bay window to look down on the little girl with the devoted air he usually wore for pretty women. "Anything you like. I should be so glad to have you wear my flowers. There will be enough for all, and I've nothing else to give to people who have made me as happy as Cousin Sophie and you," answered Ruth, half drowning her great calla as she spoke with grateful warmth. "You must make her happy by accepting the invitation to go home with her, which I heard given last night. A peep at the world would do you good, and be a pleasant change, I think." "Oh, very pleasant. But would it do me good?" And Ruth looked up with sudden seriousness in her blue eyes, as a child questions an elder, eager, yet wistful. "Why not?" asked Randall, wondering at the hesitation. "I might grow discontented with things here if I saw splendid houses and fine people. I am very happy now, and it would break my heart to lose that happiness, or ever learn to be ashamed of home." "But don't you long for more pleasure, new scenes, and other friends than these?" asked the man, touched by the little creature's loyalty to the things she knew and loved. "Very often, but Mother says when I'm ready they will come, so I wait, and try not to be impatient." But Ruth's eyes looked out over the green leaves as if the longing was very strong within her to see more of the unknown world lying beyond the mountains that hemmed her in. "It is natural for birds to hop out of the nest, so I shall expect to see you over there before long, and ask you how you enjoy your first flight," said Randall, in a paternal tone that had a curious effect on Ruth. To his surprise, she laughed, then blushed like one of her own roses, and answered with a demure dignity that was very pretty to see. "I intend to hop soon, But it won't be a very long flight, or very far from Mother. She can't spare me, and nobody in the world can fill her place to me."
"Bless the child, does she think I'm going to make love to her?" thought Randall, much amused, but quite mistaken. Wiser women had thought so when he assumed the caressing air with which he beguiled them into the little revelations of character he liked to use, as the south wind makes flowers open their hearts to give up their odor, then leaves them to carry it elsewhere, the more welcome for the stolen sweetness. "Perhaps you are right. The maternal wing is a safe shelter for confiding little souls like you, Miss Ruth. You will be as comfortable here as your flowers in this sunny window," he said, carelessly pinching geranium leaves and ruffling the roses till the pink petals of the largest fluttered to the floor. As if she instinctively felt and resented something in the man which his act symbolized, the girl answered quietly, as she went on with her work, "Yes, if the frost does not touch me, or careless people spoil me too soon." Before Randall could reply, Aunt Plummy approached like a maternal hen who sees her chicken in danger. "Saul is going to haul wood after he's done his chores. Maybe you'd like to go along? The view is good, the road's well broke, and the day uncommon fine." "Thanks. It will be delightful, I dare say," politely responded the lion, with a secret shudder at the idea of a rural promenade at 8 a.m. in the winter. "Come on, then. We'll feed the stock, and then I'll show you how to yoke oxen," said Saul, with a twinkle in his eye as he led the way, when his new aide had muffled himself up, as if for a polar voyage.
"Now that's too bad of Saul. He did it on purpose, just to please you, Sophie," cried Ruth presently, and the girls ran to the window to behold Randall bravely following his host with a pail of pig's food in each hand, and an expression of resigned disgust upon his aristocratic face. "To what base use may we come?" quoted Emily, as they all nodded and smiled upon the victim as he looked back from the barnyard, where he was clamorously welcomed by his new charges. "It is rather a shock at first, but it will do him good, and Saul won't be too hard upon him, I'm sure," said Sophie, going back to her work while Ruth turned her best buds to the sun, that they might be ready for a peace offering tomorrow. There was a merry clatter in the big kitchen for an hour. Then Aunt Plummy and her daughter shut themselves up in the pantry to perform some culinary rites, and the young ladies went to inspect certain antique costumes laid forth in Sophie's room. "You see, Em, I thought it would be appropriate to the house and season to have an old-fashioned dance. Aunt has quantities of ancient finery stowed away, for great-grandfather Bassett was a fine old gentleman, and his family lived in state. Take your choice of the crimson, blue, or silver-gray damask. Ruth is to wear the worked muslin and quilted white satin skirt, with that coquettish hat. Being dark, I'll take the red and trim it up with this fine lace. You must wear the blue and primrose, with the distracting high-heeled shoes. Have you any suits for the men?" asked Emily, throwing herself at once into the all-absorbing matter of costume. "A claret velvet coat and vest, silk stockings, cocked hat, and snuff-box for Randall. Nothing large enough for Saul, so he must wear his uniform. Won't Aunt Plummy be superb in this plum-colored satin and immense cap?"
A delightful morning was spent in adapting the faded finery of the past to the blooming beauty of the present, and time and tongues flew till the toot of a horn called them down to dinner. The girls were amazed to see Randall come whistling up the road with his trousers tucked into his boots, blue mittens on his hands, and an unusual amount of energy in his whole figure as he drove the oxen, while Saul laughed at his vain attempts to guide the bewildered beasts. "It's immense. The view from the hill is well worth seeing, for the snow glorifies the landscape and reminds one of Switzerland. I'm going to make a sketch of it this afternoon. Better come and enjoy the delicious freshness, young ladies." Randall was eating with such an appetite that he did not see the glances the girls exchanged as they promised to go.
"Bring home some more wintergreen. I want things to be real nice, and we haven't enough for the kitchen," said Ruth, dimpling with girlish delight as she imagined herself dancing under the green garlands in her grandmother's wedding gown. It was very lovely on the hill, for far as the eye could reach lay the wintry landscape, sparkling with the brief beauty of sunshine on virgin snow. Pines sighed overhead, hardy birds flitted to and fro, and in all the trodden spots rose the little spires of evergreen, ready for its Christmas duty. Deeper in the wood sounded the measured ring of axes, the crash of falling trees, while the red shirts of the men added color to the scene, and a fresh wind brought the aromatic breath of newly cloven hemlock and pine. "How beautiful it is! I never knew before what winter woods were like. Did you, Sophie?" asked Emily, sitting on a stump to enjoy the novel pleasure at her ease. "I found out lately. Saul lets me come as often as I like, and this fine air seems to make a new creature of me," answered Sophie, looking about her with sparkling eyes as if this was a kingdom where she reigned supreme. "Something is making a new creature of you. That is very evident. I haven't yet discovered whether it is the air or some magic herb among that green stuff you are gathering so diligently." And Emily laughed to see the color deepen beautifully in her friend's half-averted face. "Scarlet is the only wear just now, I find. If we are lost like babes in the woods, there are plenty of redbreasts to cover us with leaves." And Randall joined Emily's laugh with a glance at Saul, who had just pulled his coat off. "You wanted to see this tree go down, so stand from under, and I'll show you how it's done," said the farmer, taking up his axe, not unwilling to gratify his guests and display his manly accomplishments at the same time. It was a fine sight, the stalwart man swinging his axe with magnificent strength and skill, each blow sending a thrill through the stately tree, till its heart was reached and it tottered to its fall. Now, pausing for breath, Saul shook his yellow mane out of his eyes and hewed away, while the drops stood on his forehead and his arm ached, as bent on distinguishing himself as if he had been a knight tilting against his rival for his lady's favor. "I don't know which to admire most, the man or his muscle. One doesn't often see such vigor, size, and comeliness in these degenerate days," said Randall, mentally booking the fine figure in the red shirt. "I think we have discovered a rough diamond. I only wonder if Sophie is going to try and polish it," answered Emily, glancing at her friend, who stood a little apart, watching the rise and fall of the axe as intently as if her fate depended on it. Down rushed the tree at last, and, leaving them to examine a crow's nest in its branches, Saul went off to his men, as if he found the praises of his prowess rather too much for him. Randall fell to sketching, the girls to their garland making, and for a little while the sunny woodland nook was full of lively chat and pleasant laughter, for the air exhilarated them all like wine. Suddenly a man came running from the wood, pale and anxious, saying as he hastened by for help, "Blasted tree fell on him. Bleed to death before the doctor comes." "Who? Who?" cried the startled trio. But the man ran on, with some breathless reply in which only a name was audible. "Bassett." "The deuce it is!" And Randall dropped his pencil while the girls sprang up in dismay. Then, with one impulse, they hastened to the distant group, half visible behind the fallen trees and corded wood. Sophie was there first, and forcing her way through the little crowd of men, saw a red-shirted figure on the ground, crushed and bleeding, and threw herself down beside it with a cry that pierced the hearts of those who heard it. In the act she saw it was not Saul, and covered her bewildered face as if to hide its joy. A strong arm lifted her, and the familiar voice said cheeringly, "I'm all right, dear. Poor Bruce is hurt, but we've sent for help. Better go right home and forget all about it." "Yes, I will, if I can do nothing." And Sophie meekly returned to her friends, who stood outside the circle over which Saul's head towered, assuring them of his safety. Hoping they had not seen her agitation, she led Emily away, leaving Randall to give what aid he could and bring them news of the poor woodchopper's state. Aunt Plummy produced the camphor the moment she saw Sophie's pale face, and made her lie down, while the brave old lady trudged briskly off with bandages and brandy to the scene of action. On her return, she brought comfortable news of the man, so the little flurry blew over and was forgotten by all but Sophie, who remained pale and quiet all the evening, tying evergreen as if her life depended on it. "A good night's sleep will set her up. She ain't used to such things, dear child, and needs cussedin'," said Aunt Plummy, purring over her until she was in her bed, with a hot stone at her feet and a bowl of herb tea to quiet her nerves. An hour later, when Emily went up, she peeped in to see if Sophie was sleeping nicely, and was surprised to find the invalid, wrapped in a dressing-gown, writing busily. "Last will and testament, or sudden inspiration, dear? How are you? Faint or feverish, delirious, or in the dumps? Saul looks so anxious, and Mrs. Bassett hushes us all up so. I came to bed, leaving Randall to entertain Ruth." As she spoke, Emily saw the papers disappear in a portfolio, and Sophie rose with a yawn. "I was writing letters, but I'm sleepy now. Quite over my foolish fright, thank you. Go and get your beauty sleep that you may dazzle the natives tomorrow." "So glad. Good night." And Emily went away, saying to herself, "Something is going on, and I must find out what it is before I leave. Sophie can't blind me." But Sophie did all the next day, being delightfully gay at the dinner, and devoting herself to the young minister who was invited to meet the distinguished novelist, and evidently, being afraid of him, gladly basked in the smiles of his charming neighbor. a dashing sleigh ride occupied the afternoon, and then great was the fun and excitement over the costumes. Aunt Plumy laughed till the tears rolled down her cheeks as the girls compressed her into the plum-colored gown with its short waist, leg of mutton sleeves, and narrow skirt. But a worked scarf hid all the deficiencies, and the towering cap struck awe into the soul of the most frivolous observer. "Keep an eye on me, girls, for I shall certainly split somewhere or lose my headpiece off when I'm trottin' round. What would my blessed mother say if she could see me rigged out in her best things?" And with a smile and a sigh, the old lady Shoes and Stockings, a collection of short stories by Louisa May Alcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. A Country Christmas, Part 4, by Louisa May Alcott. 3 prettier damsels never tripped down the wide staircase than the brilliant brunette in crimson brocade, the pensive blonde in blue, or the rosy little bride in old muslin and white satin. A gallant court gentleman met them in the hall with a superb bow, and escorted them to the parlor, where Grandma Bassett's ghost was discovered dancing with a modern major in full uniform. Mutual admiration and many compliments followed, till other ancient ladies and gentlemen arrived in all manner of queer costumes, and the old house seemed to wake from its humdrum quietude to sudden music and merriment, as if a past generation had returned to keep its Christmas there. The village fiddler soon struck up the good old tunes, and then the strangers saw dancing that filled them with mingled mirth and envy. It was so droll, yet so hearty. The young men, unusually awkward in their grandfathers' knee-breeches, flapping vests, and swallow-tail coats, footed it bravely with the buxom girls, who were the prettier for their quaintness, and danced with such vigor that their high combs stood awry, their furbelows waved wildly, and their cheeks were as red as their breast-knots or hose. It was impossible to stand still, and one after the other the city folk yielded to the spell, Randall leading off with Ruth, Sophie swept away by Saul, and Emily being taken possession of by a young giant of 18, who spun her around with a boyish impetuosity that took her breath away. Even Aunt Plumy was discovered jigging it alone in the pantry, as if the music was too much for her, and the plates and glasses jingled gaily on the shelves in time to Monkey Musk and Fisher's hornpipe. A pause came at last, however, and fans fluttered, heated brows were wiped, jokes were made, lovers exchanged confidences, and every nook and corner held a man and maid carrying on the sweet game which is never out of fashion. There was a glitter of gold lace in the back entry, and a train of blue and primrose shone in the dim light. There was a richer crimson than that of the geraniums in the deep window, and a dainty shoes tapped the bare floor impatiently as the brilliant black eyes looked everywhere for the court gentleman, while their owner listened to the gruff prattle of an enamored boy. But in the upper hall walked a little white ghost, as if waiting for some shadowy companion, and when a dark form appeared, ran to take its arm, saying in a tone of soft satisfaction, "I was so afraid you wouldn't come."
"Why did you leave me, Ruth?"
answered a manly voice in a tone of surprise, though the small hand slipping from the velvet coat sleeve was replaced, as if it was pleasant to feel it there. A pause, and then the other voice answered demurely, "Because I was afraid my head would be turned by the fine things you were saying."
"It is impossible to help saying what one feels to such an artless little creature as you are. It does me good to admire anything so fresh and sweet, and won't harm you."
"It might if—"
"If what, my daisy?"
"I believed it." And a laugh seemed to finish the broken sentence better than the words.
"You may, Ruth, for I do sincerely admire the most genuine girl I have seen for a long time. And walking here with you in your bridal white, I was just asking myself if I should not be a happier man, with a home of my own and a little wife hanging on my arm, than drifting about the world as I do now, with only myself to care for."
"I know you would!" And Ruth spoke so earnestly that Randall was both touched and startled, fearing he had ventured too far in a mood of unwonted sentiment, born of the romance of the hour and the sweet frankness of his companion.
"Then you don't think it would be rash for some sweet woman to take me in hand and make me happy, since fame is a failure?"
"Oh, no. It would be easy work if she loved you. I know someone, if I only dared to tell her name."
"Upon my soul, this is cool."
And Randall looked down, wondering if the audacious lady on his arm could be shy Ruth. If he had seen the malicious merriment in her eyes, he would have been more humiliated still, but they were modestly averted, and the face under the little hat was full of a soft agitation rather dangerous even to a man of the world.
"She is a captivating little creature, but it is too soon for anything but a mild flirtation. I must delay further innocent revelations, or I shall do something rash."
While making this excellent resolution, Randall had been pressing the hand upon his arm and gently pacing down the dimly lighted hall with the sound of music in his ears, Ruth's sweetest roses in his buttonhole, and a loving little girl beside him, as he thought,
"You shall tell me by and by when we are in town. I'm sure you will come, and meanwhile don't forget me."
"I'm going in the spring, but I shall not be with Sophie," answered Ruth in a whisper.
"With whom, then? I shall long to see you."
"With my husband. I am to be married in May."
"The deuce you are!"
escaped Randall, as he stopped short to stare at his companion, sure she was not in earnest. But she was, for as he looked, the sound of steps coming up the back stairs made her whole face flush and brighten with the unmistakable glow of happy love, and she completed Randall's astonishment by running into the arms of the young minister, saying with an irrepressible laugh, "Oh, John, why didn't you come before?" The court gentleman was all right in a moment, and the coolest of the three as he offered his congratulations and gracefully retired, leaving the lovers to enjoy the tryst he had delayed. but as he went downstairs his brows were knit, and he slapped the broad railing smartly with his cocked hat, as if some irritation must find vent in a more energetic way than merely saying, "Confound the little baggage," under his breath. Such an amazing supper came from Aunt Plummy's big pantry that the city guests could not eat for laughing at the queer dishes circulating through the rooms and copiously partaken of by the hearty young folks. Doughnuts and cheese, pie and pickles, cider and tea, baked beans and custards, cake and cold turkey, bread and butter, plum pudding and French bonbons. Sophie's contribution. "May I offer you the native delicacies and share your plate? Both are very good, but the china has run short, and after such vigorous exercise as you have had, you must need refreshment." "I'm sure I do," said Randall, bowing before Emily with a great blue platter laden with 2 doughnuts, 2 wedges of pumpkin pie, and 2 spoons. The smile with which she welcomed him, the alacrity with which she made room beside her, and seemed to enjoy the supper he brought, was so soothing to his ruffled spirit that he soon began to feel that there is no friend like an old friend, that it would not be difficult to name a sweet woman who would take him in hand and would make him happy if he cared to ask her, and he began to think he would by and by. It was so pleasant to sit in that green corner with waves of crimson brocade flowing over his feet, and a fine face softening beautifully under his eyes. The supper was not romantic, but the situation was, and Emily found that pie ambrosial food eaten with the man she loved, whose eyes talked more eloquently than the tongue, just then busy with a doughnut. Ruth kept away, but glanced at them as she served her company, and her own happy experience helped her to see that all was going well in that quarter. Saul and Sophie emerged from the back entry with shining countenances, but carefully avoided each other for the rest of the evening. No one observed this but Aunt Plummy from the recesses of her pantry, and she folded her hands as if well content, as she murmured fervently over a pan full of crullers, "Bless the dears, now I can die happy." Everyone thought Sophie's old-fashioned dress immensely becoming, and several of his former men said to Saul with blunt admiration, "Major, you look tonight as you used to after we'd gained a big battle." "I feel as if I had," answered the splendid Major, with eyes much brighter than his buttons, and a heart under them infinitely prouder than when he was promoted on the field of honor, for his Waterloo was won. There was more dancing, followed by games, in which Aunt Plummy shone preeminent, for the supper was off her mind, and she could enjoy herself. There were shouts of merriment as the blithe old lady twirled the platter, hunted the squirrel, and went to Jerusalem like a girl of 16. Her cap in a ruinous condition, and every seam of the purple dress straining like sails in a gale. It was great fun, but at midnight it came to an end, and the young folks, still bubbling over with innocent jollity, went jingling away along the snowy hills, unanimously pronouncing Mrs. Bassett's party the best of the season. "Never had such a good time in my life," exclaimed Sophie, as the family stood together in the kitchen where the candles among the wreaths were going out, and the floor was strewn with wrecks of past joy. "I'm proper glad, dear. Now you all go to bed, and lay as late as you like tomorrow. I'm so kinder worked up I couldn't sleep. So Saul and me will put things to rights without a mite of noise to disturb you." And Aunt Plummy sent them off with a smile that was a benediction, Sophie thought. "That dear old soul speaks as if midnight was an unheard-of hour for Christians to be up. What would she say if she knew how we seldom go to bed till dawn in the ball season? I'm so wide awake I've half a mind to pack a little. Randall must go at 2, he says, and we shall want his escort," said Emily, as the girls laid away their brocades in the press in Sophie's room. "I'm not going. Aunt can't spare me, and there is nothing to go for yet," answered Sophie, beginning to take the white chrysanthemums out of her pretty hair. "My dear child, you will die of ennui up here. Very nice for a week or so, but frightful for a winter. We are going to be very gay, and cannot get on without you," cried Emily, dismayed at the suggestion. "You will have to, for I'm not coming. I am very happy here, and so tired of the frivolous life I lead in town that I have decided to try a better one." And Sophie's mirror reflected a face full of the sweetest content. "Have you lost your mind, experienced religion, or any other dreadful thing? You always were odd, but this last freak is the strangest of all. What will your guardians say, and the world?" added Emily, in the awe-stricken tone of one who stood in fear of the omnipotent Mrs. Grundy. "Guardy will be glad to be rid of me, and I don't care that for the world," cried Sophie, snapping her fingers with a joyful sort of recklessness which completed Emily's bewilderment. "But, Mr. Hammond, are you going to throw away millions, lose your chance of making the best match in the city, and driving the girls of our set out of their wits with envy?" Sophie laughed at her friend's despairing cry, and turning round said quietly, "I wrote to Mr. Hammond last night, and this evening received my reward for being an honest girl. Saul and I are to be married in the spring when Ruth is." Emily fell prone upon the bed as if the announcement was too much for her, but was up again in an instant to declare with prophetic solemnity, "I knew something was going on, but hoped to get you away before you were lost. Sophie, you will repent. Be warned and forget this sad delusion." "Too late for that. The pang I suffered yesterday when I thought Saul was dead showed me how well I loved him. Tonight he asked me to stay, and no power in the world can part us. Oh, Emily, it is all so sweet, so beautiful that everything is possible. And I know I shall be happy in this dear old home, full of love and peace and honest hearts. I only hope you may find as true and tender a man to live for as my Saul." Sophie's face was more eloquent than her fervent words, and Emily beautifully illustrated the inconsistency of her sex by suddenly embracing her friend, with the incoherent exclamation, "I think I have, dear.
Your brave Saul is worth 12 old Hammonds, and I do believe you are right." It is unnecessary to tell how, as if drawn by the irresistible magic of sympathy, Ruth and her mother crept in one by one to join the midnight conference and add their smiles and tears, tender hopes and proud delight to the joys of that memorable hour. Nor how Saul, unable to sleep, mounted guard below, and meeting Randall prowling down to soothe his nerves with a surreptitious cigar, found it impossible to help confiding to his attentive ear the happiness that would break bounds and overflow in unusual eloquence. Peace fell upon the old house at last, and all slept as if some magic herb had touched their eyelids, bringing blissful dreams and a glad awakening.
"Can't we persuade you to come with us, Miss Sophie?" asked Randall next day, as they made their adieu.
"I'm under orders now, and dare not disobey my superior officer," answered Sophie, handing her major his driving gloves, with a look which plainly showed that she had joined the great army of devoted women who enlist for life and ask no pay but love.
"I shall depend on being invited to your wedding, then, and yours too, Miss Ruth," added Randall, shaking hands with the little baggage, as if he had quite forgiven her mockery and forgotten his own brief lapse into sentiment. Before she could reply, Aunt Plummy said, in a tone of calm conviction that made them all laugh, and some of them look conscious, "Spring is a good time for weddin's, and I shouldn't wonder ef there was quite a number."
"Nor I," and Saul and Sophie smiled at one another as they saw how carefully Randall arranged Emily's wraps. Then, with kisses, thanks, and all the good wishes that happy hearts could imagine, the guests drove away to remember long and gratefully that pleasant country Christmas. End Shoes and Stockings, a collection of short stories by Louisa May Alcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. My Red Cap, Part 1, by Louisa May Alcott. He who serves well need not fear to ask his wages. It was under a blue cap that I first saw the honest face of Joe Collins. In the 3rd year of the late war, a Maine regiment was passing through Boston on its way to Washington. The common was all alive with troops, and the spectators who clustered round them to say Godspeed, as the brave fellows marched away to meet danger and death for our sakes. Every one was eager to do something, and, as the men stood at ease, the people mingled freely with them, offering gifts, hearty grips of the hand, and hopeful prophecies of victory in the end. Irresistibly attracted, my boy Tom and I drew near, and soon, becoming excited by the scene, ravaged the fruit stands in our neighborhood for tokens of our regard, mingling candy and congratulations, peanuts and prayers, apples and applesauce, in one enthusiastic jumble. While Tom was off on his 3rd raid,
My attention was attracted by a man who stood a little apart, looking as if his thoughts were far away. All the men were fine, stalwart fellows, as Maine men usually are, but this one overtopped his comrades, standing straight and tall as a Norway pine, with a face full of the mingled shrewdness, sobriety, and self-possession of the typical New Englander. I liked the look of him, and seeing that he seemed solitary, even in a crowd, I offered him my last apple with a word of interest. The keen blue eyes met mine gratefully, and the apple began to vanish in vigorous bites as we talked, for no one thought of ceremony at such a time. "Where are you from?" "Woolwich, ma'am." "Are you glad to go?" "Wall, there's two sides to that question. I calculate to do my duty, and do it hearty, but it is rough on a feller leavin' his folks for good, maybe." There was a sudden huskiness in the man's voice that was not Apple-skins, though he tried to make believe that it was. I knew a word about home would comfort him, so I went on with my questions. "Is it very hard? Do you leave a family?" "My old mother, a sick brother, and Lucindy." The last word was uttered in a tone of intense regret, and his brown cheek reddened as he added hastily to hide some embarrassment, "You see, Jim went last year and got pretty well used up, so I felt as if I'd ought to take my turn now. Mother was a regular old hero about it, and I dropped everything and come off. Lucindy didn't think it was my duty, and that made it awful hard, I tell you." "Wives are less patriotic than mothers," I began, but he would not hear Lucindy blamed, and said quickly, "She ain't my wife yet, but we calculated to be married in a month or so, and it was wuss for her than me. Women lot so on not being disappointed. I couldn't shrink, and here I be. When I get to work, I shall be all right. The first wrench is the tryin' part." Here he straightened his broad shoulders and turned his face toward the flags fluttering far in front, as if no backward look should betray the longing of his heart for mother, home, and wife. I liked that little glimpse of character, and when Tom returned with empty hands, reporting that every stall was exhausted, I told him to find out what the man would like best, then run across the street and get it. "I know without asking. Give us your purse and I'll make him as happy as a king," said the boy, laughing as he looked up admiringly at our tall friend, who looked down on him with an elder brotherly air pleasant to see. While Tom was gone, I found out Joe's name and business, promised to write and tell his mother how finely the regiment went off, and was just expressing a hope that we might meet again, for I too was going to the war as a nurse, when the order to fall in came rolling down the ranks, and the talk was over. Fearing Tom would miss our man in the confusion, I kept my eye on him till the boy came rushing up with a packet of tobacco in one hand and a good supply of cigars in the other. Not a romantic offering, certainly, but a very acceptable one, as Joe's face proved, as we scrambled these treasures into his pockets, all laughing at the flurry, while less fortunate comrades helped us, with an eye to a share of these fragrant luxuries by and by. There was just time for this, a hearty shake of the big hand, and a grateful "Good-bye, ma'am." Then the word was given, and they were off. Bent on seeing the last of them, Tom and I took a short cut, and came out on the wide street down which so many troops marched that year, and mounting some high steps, we watched for our man, as we already called him. As the inspiring music, the grand tramp, drew near, the old shrill went through the crowd, the old cheer broke out. But it was a different scene now than in the first enthusiastic, hopeful days. Young men and ardent boys filled the ranks then, brave by instinct, burning with loyal zeal, and blissfully unconscious of all that lay before them. Now the blue coats were worn by mature men, some gray, all grave and resolute, husbands and fathers, with the memories of wives and children tugging at their heartstrings, homes left desolate behind them, and before them the grim certainty of danger, hardship, and perhaps the lifelong helplessness worse than death. Little of the glamour of romance about the war now. They saw it as it was, a long, hard task, and here were the men to do it well. Even the lookers-on were different now. Once all was wild enthusiasm and glad uproar. Now men's lips were set, and women's smileless as they cheered. Fewer handkerchiefs whitened the air, for wet eyes needed them. And sudden lulls, almost solemn in their stillness, followed the acclamations of the crowd. All watched with quickened breath, and brave souls that living wave blew below and bright with a steely glitter above, as it flowed down the street and away to distant battlefields already stained with precious blood. "There he is, the outside man, and tallest of the lot. Give him a cheer, Auntie. He sees us and remembers," cried Tom, nearly tumbling off his perch, as he waved his hat and pointed out Joe Collins. Yes, there he was, looking up with a smile on his brave brown face, my little nosegay in his buttonhole, a suspicious bulge in the pocket close by, and doubtless a comfortable quid in his mouth to cheer the weary march. How like an old friend he looked, though we had only met 15 minutes ago. How glad we were to be there to smile back at him and send him on his way feeling that, even in a strange city, there was someone to say, "God bless you, Joe." We watched the tallest blue cap till it vanished, and then went home in a glow of patriotism, Tom to long for his turn to come, I to sew vigorously on the gray gown the new nurse burned to wear as soon as possible, and both of us to think and speak often of poor Joe Collins and his Lucindy. All this happened long ago, but it is well to recall those stirring times, to keep fresh the memory of sacrifices made for us by men like these, to see to it that the debt we owe them is honestly, gladly paid, and while we decorate the graves of those who died, to remember also Shoes and Stockings, a collection of short stories by Louisa May Alcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. My Red Cap, Part 2, by Louisa May Alcott. I never expected to see Joe again, but 6 months later we did meet in a Washington hospital one winter's night. A train of ambulances had left their sad freight at our door, and we were hurrying to get the poor fellows into much-needed beds, after a week of hunger, cold, and unavoidable neglect. All forms of pain were in my ward that night, and all bore with the pathetic patience which was a daily marvel to those who saw it. Trying to bring order out of chaos, I was rushing up and down the narrow aisle between the rows of rapidly filling beds, and after brushing several times against a pair of the largest and muddiest boots I ever saw, I paused at last to inquire why they were impeding the passageway. I found they belonged to a very tall man who seemed to be already asleep or dead. So white and still and utterly worn out he looked as he lay there, without a coat, a great patch on his forehead, and the right arm rudely bundled up. Stooping to cover him, I saw that he was unconscious, and whipping out my brandy bottle and salts, soon brought him round, for it was only exhaustion. "Can you eat?" I asked, as he said, "Thank you, ma'am," after a long draught of water and a dizzy stare. "Eat? I'm starvin'," he answered, with such a ravenous glance at a fat nurse who happened to be passing, that I trembled for her, and hastened to take a bowl of soup from her tray. As I fed him, his gaunt, weather-beaten face had a familiar look, but so many faces had passed before me that winter, I did not recall this one till the ward-master came to put up the cards with the newcomers' names above their beds. My man seemed absorbed in his food, but I naturally glanced at the card, and there was the name Joseph Collins to give me an additional interest in my new patient. "Why, Joe! Is it really you?" I exclaimed, pouring the last spoonful of soup down his throat so hastily that I choked him. "All that's left of me. Wall, ain't this luck now?" gasped Joe, as gratefully as if that hospital cot was a bed of roses. "What is the matter? A wound in the head and arm?" I asked, feeling sure that no slight affliction had brought Joe there. "Right arm gone. Shot off as slick as a whistle. I tell ye, it's a sing'lar kind of a feelin' to see a piece of your own body go flyin' away, with no prospect of ever comin' back again," said Joe, trying to make light of one of the greatest misfortunes a man can suffer. "That is bad, but it might have been worse. Keep up your spirits, Joe. We will soon have you fitted out with a new arm almost as good as new. I guess it won't do much lumberin', so that trade is done for. I s'pose there's things left-handed fellers can do, and I must learn 'em as soon as possible, since my fightin' days are over." And Joe looked at his one arm with a sigh that was almost a groan. Helplessness is such a trial to a manly man, and he was eminently so. "What can I do to comfort you most, Joe? I'll send my good Ben to help you to bed, and will be here myself when the surgeon goes his rounds. Is there anything else that would make you more easy?" "If you could just drop a line to Mother to let her know I'm alive, it would be a sight of comfort to both of us. I guess I'm in for a long spell of hospital, and I'd lay easier if I knew Mother and Lucindy weren't frettin' about me." He must have been suffering terribly, but he thought of the women who loved him before himself, and, busy as I was,
I snatched a moment to send a few words of hope to the old mother. Then I left him layin' easy, though the prospect of some months of wearing pain would have daunted most men. If I had needed anything to increase my regard for Joe, it would have been the courage with which he bore a very bad quarter of an hour with the surgeons, for his arm was in a dangerous state, the wound in the head feverish for want of care, and a heavy cold on the lungs suggested pneumonia as an added trial to his list of ills. He will have a hard time of it, but I think he will pull through, as he is a temperate fellow with a splendid constitution, was the doctor's verdict as he left us for the next man, who was past help with a bullet through his lungs. I don't know as I hanker to live and be a burden. If Jim was able to do for mother, I feel as if I wouldn't mind steppin' out now I'm so fur along. As he ain't, I s'pose I must brace up and do the best I can, said Joe, as I wiped the drops from his forehead and tried to look as if his prospect was a bright one. You will have Lucindy to help you, you know, and that will make things easier for all. Think so? 'Pears to me I couldn't ask her to take care of 3 invalids for my sake. She ain't no folks of her own, nor much means, and ought to marry a man who can make things easy for her. Guess I'll have to wait a spell longer before I say anything to Lucindy about marryin' now." And a look of resolute resignation settled on Joe's haggard face as he gave up his dearest hope. "I think Lucindy will have something to say, if she is like most women, and you will find the burdens much lighter for sharing them between you. Don't worry about that, but get well, and go home as soon as you can." "All right, ma'am," and Joe proved himself a good soldier by obeying orders and falling asleep like a tired child as the first step toward recovery. For 2 months I saw Joe daily, and learned to like him very much. He was so honest, genuine, and kind-hearted. So did his mates, for he made friends with them all by sharing such small luxuries as came to him, for he was a favorite. And better still, he made sunshine in that sad place by the brave patience with which he bore his own troubles, the cheerful consolation he always gave to others. A droll fellow was Joe at times, for under his sobriety lay much humor, and I soon discovered that a visit from him was more efficacious than other cordials in cases of despondency and discontent. Roars of laughter sometimes greeted me as I went into his ward, and Joe's jokes were passed round as eagerly as the water pitcher. Yes, he had much to try him, not only in the ills that vexed his flesh, but the cares that tried his spirit, and the future that lay before him, full of anxieties and responsibilities which seemed so heavy now when the strong right arm, that had cleared all obstacles away before, was gone. The letters I wrote for him, and those he received, told the little story very plainly, for he read them to me, and found much comfort in talking over his affairs, as most men do when illness makes them dependent on a woman. Jim was evidently sick and selfish. Lucindy, to judge from the photograph cherished so tenderly under Joe's pillow, was a pretty, weak sort of a girl, with little character or courage to help poor Joe with his burdens. The old mother was very like her son and stood by him like a hero, as he said, but was evidently failing, and begged him to come home as soon as he was able, that she might see him comfortably settled before she must leave him. Her courage sustained his, and the longing to see her hastened his departure as soon as it was safe to let him go. For Lucindy's letters were always of a dismal sort, and made him anxious to put his shoulder to the wheel. She always set considerable by me, mother did, bein' the oldest, and I wouldn't miss makin' her last days happy, not if it cost me all the arms and legs I've got, said Joe, as he awkwardly struggled into the big boots an hour after leave to go home was given him. It was pleasant to see his comrades gather round him with such hearty adieus that his one hand must have tingled, to hear the good wishes and the thanks called after him by pale creatures in their beds, and to find tears in many eyes besides my own when he was gone, and nothing was left of him but the empty cot, the old grey wrapper, and the name upon the wall. I kept that card among my other relics, and hoped to meet Joe again somewhere in the world. He sent me 1 or 2 letters, then I went home. The war ended soon after. Time passed, and the little story of my Maine lumberman was laid away with many other Shoes and Stockings, a collection of short stories by Louisa May Alcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. My Red Cap, Part 3, by Louisa May Alcott. Some years later, as I looked out of my window one dull November day, the only cheerful thing I saw was the red cap of a messenger who was examining the slate that hung on a wall opposite my hotel. A tall man with gray hair and beard, one arm, and a blue army coat. I always salute, figuratively at least, when I see that familiar blue, especially if one sleeve of the coat is empty. So I watched the messenger with interest as he trudged away on some new errand, wishing he had a better day and a thicker pair of boots. He was an unusually large, well-made man, and reminded me of a fine building going to ruin before its time. For the broad shoulders were bent, there was a stiffness about the long legs suggestive of wounds or rheumatism, and the curly hair looked as if snow had fallen on it too soon. Sitting at work in my window, I fell into the way of watching my red cap, as I called him, with more interest than I did the fat doves on the roof opposite, or the pert sparrows hopping in the mud below. I liked the steady way in which he plodded on through fair weather or foul, as if intent on doing well the one small service he had found to do. I liked his cheerful whistle as he stood waiting for a job under the porch of the public building where his slate hung, watching the luxurious carriages roll by and the well-to-do gentlemen who daily passed him to their comfortable homes, with a steady, patient sort of face, as if wondering at the inequalities of fortune, yet neither melancholy nor morose over the small share of prosperity which had fallen to his lot. I often planned to give him a job, that I might see him nearer, but I had few errands, and little Bob, the hall boy, depended on doing those. So the winter was nearly over before I found out that my red cap was an old friend. A parcel came for me one day, and bidding the man wait for an answer, I sat down to write it, while the messenger stood just inside the door like a sentinel on duty. When I looked up to give my note and directions, I found the man staring at me with a beaming yet bashful face, as he nodded, saying heartily, "I mistrusted it was you, ma'am. Soon's I see the name on the bundle, and I guess I ain't wrong. It's a number of years since we met, and you don't remember Joe Collins as well as he does you, I reckon." "Why, how you have changed! I've been seeing you every day all winter, and never knew you," I said, shaking hands with my old patient, and very glad to see him. "Nigh on 20 years makes consid'able of a change in folks, 'specially if they have a pretty hard row to hoe." "Sit down and warm yourself while you tell me all about it. There is no hurry for this answer, and I'll pay for your time." Joe laughed as if that was a good joke, and sat down as if the fire was quite as welcome as the friend. "How are they all at home?" I asked, as he sat turning his cap round, not quite knowing where to begin. "I haven't got any home, nor any folks neither," and the melancholy words banished the brightness from his rough face like a cloud. "Mother died soon after I got back. Sudden, but she was ready, and I was there, so she was happy. Jim lived a number of years, and was a sight of care, poor feller, but we managed to rub along, though we had to sell the farm, for I couldn't do much with one arm, and doctor's bills right along stiddy take a heap of money. He was as comfortable as he could be, and when he was gone, it wasn't no great matter, for there was only me, and I don't mind roughing it." "But Lucindy, where was she?" I asked very naturally. "Oh, she married another man long ago. Couldn't expect her to take me and my misfortunes. She's doing well, I hear, and that's a comfort anyway." There was a look on Joe's face, a tone in Joe's voice as he spoke, that plainly showed how much he had needed comfort when left to bear his misfortunes all alone. But he made no complaint, uttered no reproach, and loyally excused Lucindy's desertion with a simple sort of dignity that made it impossible to express pity or condemnation. "How came you here, Joe?" I asked, making a sudden leap from past to present. "I had to scratch for a livin', and can't do much, so after trying a number of things I found this. My old wounds pester me a good deal, and rheumatism is bad winters, but while my legs hold out, I can get on. A man can't set down and starve, so I keep waggin' as long as I can. When I can't do no more, I s'pose there's almshouse and hospital ready for me." "That is a dismal prospect, Joe. There ought to be a comfortable place for such as you to spend your last days in. I am sure you have earned it." "Wall, it does seem ruther hard on us when we've given all we had and gave it free and hearty, to be left to knock about in our old age. But there's so many poor folks to be took care of. We don't get much of a chance, for we ain't the beggin' sort," said Joe with a wistful look at the wintry world outside, as if it would be better to lie quiet under the snow than to drag out his last painful years, friendless and forgotten, in some refuge of the poor. Some kind people have been talking of a home for soldiers, and I hope the plan will be carried out. It will take time, but if it comes to pass, you shall be one of the first men to enter that home, Joe, if I can get you there." "That sounds mighty cheerin' and comfortable. Thank ye, ma'am. Idleness is dreadful tryin' to me, and I'd rather wear out than rust out. So I guess I can weather it a spell longer. But it will be pleasant to look forward to a snug harbor by. I feel a sight better just hearin' tell about it." He certainly looked so, faint as the hope was, for the melancholy eyes brightened as if they already saw a happier refuge in the future than almshouse, hospital, or grave, and when he trudged away upon my errand, he went as briskly as if every step took him nearer to the promised home. After that day, it was all up with Bob, for I told my neighbors Joe's story, and we kept him trotting busily, adding little gifts and taking the sort of interest in him that comforted the lonely fellow, and made him feel that he had not outlived his usefulness. I never looked out when he was at his post that he did not smile back at me. I never passed him in the street that the red cap was not touched with a military flourish, and when any of us beckoned to him, no twinge of rheumatism was too sharp to keep him from hurrying to do our errands, as if he had Mercury's winged feet. Now and then he came in for a chat, and always asked how the soldiers' home was prospering, expressing his opinion that Boston was the charitablest city under the sun, and he was sure he and his mates would be took care of somehow. When we parted in the spring, I told him things looked hopeful, bade him be ready for a good long rest as soon as Shoes and Stockings, a collection of short stories by Louisa May Alcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. My Red Cap, Part 4, by Louisa May Alcott. But in the autumn I looked in vain for Joe. The slate was in its old place, and a messenger came and went on his beat. But a strange face was under the red cap, and this man had 2 arms and 1 eye. I asked for Collins, but the newcomer had only a vague idea that he was dead, and the same answer was given me at headquarters, though none of the busy people seemed to know when or where he died. So I mourned for Joe, and felt that it was very hard he could not have lived to enjoy the promised refuge, for relying upon the charity that never fails, the home was an actual fact now, just beginning its beneficent career. People were waking up to this duty, money was coming in, meetings were being held, and already a few poor fellows were in the refuge, feeling themselves no longer paupers, but invalid soldiers honorably supported by the state they had served. Talking it over one day with a friend who spent her life working for the Associated Charities, she said, "By the way, there is a man boarding with one of my poor women who ought to be got into the home if he will go. I don't know much about him, except that he was in the army, has been very ill with rheumatic fever, and is friendless. I asked Mrs. Flanagan how she managed to keep him, and she said she had help while he was sick, and now he is able to hobble about, he takes care of the children, so she is able to go out to work. He won't go to his own town, because there is nothing for him there but the almshouse, and he dreads a hospital, so struggles along, trying to earn his bread tending babies with his one arm. A sad case, and in your line. I wish you'd look into it." "That sounds like my Joe, one arm and all. I'll go and see him. I've a weakness for soldiers, sick or well." I went, and never shall forget the pathetic little tableau I saw as I opened Mrs. Flanagan's dingy door, for she was out, and no one heard my tap. The room was redolent of suds, and in a grove of damp clothes hung on lines sat a man with a crying baby laid across his lap, while he fed 3 small children standing at his knee with bread and molasses. How he managed with one arm to keep the baby from squirming onto the floor, the plate from upsetting, and to feed the hungry urchins who stood in a row with open mouths, like young birds, was past my comprehension. But he did, trotting baby gently, dealing out sweet morsels patiently, and whistling to himself, as if to beguile his labors cheerfully. The broad back, the long legs, the faded coat, the low whistle were all familiar, and dodging a wet sheet, I faced the man to find it was indeed my Joe, a mere shadow of his former self, after months of suffering that had crippled him for life, but brave and patient still, trying to help himself and not ask aid though brought so low. For an instant I could not speak to him, and encumbered with baby, dish, spoon, and children, he could only stare at me with a sudden brightening of the altered face that made it full of welcome before a word was uttered. "They told me you were dead, and I only heard of you by accident, not knowing I should find my old friend alive, but not well, I'm afraid." "There ain't much left of me but bones and pain, ma'am. I'm powerful glad to see you all the same. Dust off a chair, Patsy, and let the lady set down. You go in the corner and take turns licking the dish while I see company," said Joe, disbanding his small troop and shouldering the baby as if presenting arms in honor of his guest. "Why didn't you let me know how sick you were? And how came they to think you dead?" I asked, as he festooned the wet linen out of the way and prepared to enjoy himself as best he could. "I did send once, when things was at the wust, but you hadn't got back, and then somehow I thought I was goin' to be mustered out for good, and so wouldn't trouble nobody. But my orders ain't come yet, and I'm doin' the fust thing that come along. It ain't much, but the good soul stood by me, and I ain't ashamed to pay my debts this way, since I can't do it in no other." And Joe cradled the chubby baby in his one arm as tenderly as if it had been his own, though little Biddy was not an inviting infant. "That is very beautiful and right, Joe, and I honor you for it. But you are not meant to tend babies, so sing your last lullabies and be ready to go to the home as soon as I can get you there." "Really, ma'am? I used to lay and kind of dream about it when I couldn't stir without yellin' out, but I never thought it would ever come to happen. I see a piece in the paper describin' it, and it sounded dreadful nice. Shouldn't wonder if I found some of my mates there. They were a good lot and deservin' of all that could be done for 'em," said Joe, trotting the baby briskly, as if the prospect excited him, as well it might, for the change from that damp nursery to the comfortable quarters prepared for him would be like going from purgatory to paradise. "I don't wonder you don't get well living in such a place, Joe. You should have gone home to Woolwich and let your friends help you," I said, feeling provoked with him for hiding himself. "No, ma'am," he answered, with a look I never shall forget. It was so full of mingled patience, pride, and pain. "I haven't a relation in the world but a couple of poor old aunts, and they couldn't do anything for me. As for asking help of folks I used to know, I couldn't do it. And if you think I'd go to Lucindy, though she is wall off, you don't know Joe Collins. I'd die first. If she was poor and I rich, I'd do for her like a brother, but I couldn't ask no favors of her, not if I begged my victuals in the street or starved. I forgive, but I don't forget in a hurry, and the woman that stood by me when I was down is the woman I believe in, and can take my bread from without shame. Hooray for Biddy Flanagan! God bless her!" And as if to find a vent for the emotion that filled his eyes with grateful tears, Joe led off the cheer, which the children shrilly echoed, and I joined heartily. "I shall come for you in a few days, so cuddle the baby and make much of the children before you part. It won't take you long to pack up, will it?" I asked as we subsided with a general laugh. "I reckon not, as I don't own any clothes but what I set in, except a couple of old shirts and them socks. My hat's stoppin' up the winder, and my old coat is my bed cover. I'm awful shabby, ma'am, and that's one reason I don't go out more. I can hobble some, but I ain't got used to bein' a scarecrow yet." And Joe glanced from the hose without heels that hung on the line to the ragged suit he wore, with a resigned expression that made me long to rush out and buy up half the contents of Oak Hall on the spot. Curbing this wild impulse, I presently departed with promises of speedy transportation for Joe, and unlimited oranges to assuage the pangs of parting for the young Flanagans, who escorted me to the door, while Joe waved the baby like a triumphal banner till I got round the corner. There was such a beautiful absence of red tape about the new institution that it only needed a word in the right ear to set things going. And then, with a long pull, a strong pull, and a pull all together, Joe Collins was taken up and safely landed in the home he so much needed and so well deserved. A happier man, or a more grateful one, it would be hard to find. And if a visitor wants an enthusiastic guide about the place, Joe is the one to take, for all is comfort, sunshine, and goodwill to him, and he unconsciously shows how great the need of this refuge is, as he hobbles about on his lame feet, pointing out its beauties, conveniences, and delights with his one arm, while his face shines, and his voice quavers a little, as he says gratefully, "The state don't forget us, you see, and this is a home worth havin'. Long life to it." Shoes and Stockings, a collection of short stories by Louisa May Alcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. Nelly's Hospital by Louisa May Alcott. Nelly sat beside her mother picking lint, but while her fingers flew, her eyes often looked wistfully out into the meadow, golden with buttercups and bright with sunshine. Presently she said, rather bashfully, but very earnestly, "Mamma, I want to tell you a little plan I've made, if you'll please not laugh." "I think I can safely promise that, my dear," said her mother, putting down her work that she might listen quite respectfully. Nelly looked pleased and went on confidingly. "Since Brother Will came home with his lame foot, and I've helped you tend him, I've heard a great deal about hospitals and liked it very much. Today I said I wanted to go and be a nurse, like Aunt Mercy, but Will laughed and told me I'd better begin by nursing sick birds and butterflies and pussies before I tried to take care of men. I did not like to be made fun of, but I've been thinking that it would be very pleasant to have a little hospital all my own and be a nurse in it, because if I took pains, so many pretty creatures might be made well, perhaps. Could I, Mamma?" Her mother wanted to smile at the idea, but did not, for Nelly looked up with her heart and eyes so full of tender compassion, both for the unknown men for whom her little hands had done their best, and for the smaller sufferers nearer home, that she stroked the shining head and answered readily, "Yes, Nelly, it will be a proper charity for such a young Samaritan, and you may learn much if you are in earnest. You must study how to feed and nurse your little patients, else your pity will do no good, and your hospital become a prison. I will help you, and Tony shall be your surgeon." "Oh, Mamma, how good you always are to me! Indeed, I am in truly earnest. I will learn, I will be kind, and may I go now and begin?" "You may, but tell me first, where will you have your hospital?" "In my room, Mamma. It is so snug and sunny, and I never should forget it there," said Nelly. "You must not forget it anywhere. I think that plan will not do. How would you like to find caterpillars walking in your bed, to hear sick pussies mewing in the night, to have beetles clinging to your clothes, or see mice, bugs, and birds tumbling downstairs whenever the door was open?" said her mother. Nelly laughed at that thought a minute, then clapped her hands and cried, "Let us have the old summer house. My doves only use the upper part, and it would be so like Frank in the storybook. Please say yes again, Mamma." Her mother did say yes, and snatching up her hat, Nelly ran to find Tony, the gardener's son, a pleasant lad of 12, who was Nelly's favorite playmate. Tony pronounced the plan a jolly one, and leaving his work, followed his young mistress to the summer house, for she could not wait 1 minute. "What must we do first?" she asked, as they stood looking in at the dusty room, full of garden tools, bags of seeds, old flower pots, and watering cans. "Clear out the rubbish, miss," answered Tony. "Here it goes, then," and Nelly began bundling everything out in such haste that she broke 2 flower pots, scattered all the squash seeds, and brought a pile of rakes and hoes clattering down about her ears. "Just wait a bit and let me take the lead, miss. You hand me things, I'll pile 'em in the barrow and wheel 'em off to the barn. Then it will save time and be finished up tidy." Nelly did as he advised, and very soon nothing but dust remained. "What next?" she asked, not knowing in the least.
I'll sweep up while you see if Polly can come and scrub the room out. It ought to be done before you stay here, let alone the patients."
"So it had," said Nelly, looking very wise all of a sudden. "Will says the wards, that means the rooms, Tony, are scrubbed every day or two and kept very clean and well something. I can't say it, but it means having a plenty of air come in. I can clean windows while Polly mops, and then we shall soon be done." Away she ran, feeling very busy and important. Polly came, and very soon the room looked like another place. The 4 latticed windows were set wide open, so the sunshine came dancing through the vines that grew outside, and curious roses peeped in to see what frolic was afoot. The walls shone white again, for not a spider dared to stay. The wide seat which encircled the room was dustless now, the floor as nice as willing hands could make it, and the south wind blew away all musty odors with its fragrant breath. "How fine it looks!" cried Nelly, dancing on the doorstep, lest a footprint should mar the still damp floor.
"I'd almost like to fall sick for the sake of staying here," said Tony admiringly. "Now what sort of beds are you going to have, miss?"
"I suppose it won't do to put butterflies and toads and worms into beds like the real soldiers where Will was," answered Nelly, looking anxious. Tony could hardly help shouting at the idea, but rather than trouble his little mistress, he said very soberly, "I'm afraid they wouldn't lay easy, not being used to it. Tucking up a butterfly would about kill him. The worms would be apt to get lost among the bedclothes, and the toads would tumble out the first thing." "I shall have to ask Mamma about it. What will you do while I'm gone?" said Nelly, unwilling that a moment should be lost.
"I'll make frames for nettings to the windows, else the doves will come in and eat up the sick people."
"I think they will know that it is a hospital, and be too kind to hurt or frighten their neighbors," began Nelly, but as she spoke, a plump white dove walked in, looked about with its red-ringed eyes, and quietly pecked up a tiny bug that had just ventured out from the crack where it had taken refuge when the deluge came. "Yes, we must have nettings. I'll ask Mamma for some lace," said Nelly, when she saw that, and taking her pet dove on her shoulder, told it about her hospital as she went toward the house, for, loving all little creatures as she did, it grieved her to have any harm befall even the least or plainest of them. She had a sweet child fancy that her playmates understood her language as she did theirs, and that birds, flowers, animals, and insects felt for her the same affection which she felt for them. Love always makes friends, and nothing seemed to fear the gentle child, but welcomed her like a little sun who shone alike on all, and never suffered an eclipse. She was gone some time, and when she came back her mind was full of new plans, one hand full of rushes, the other of books, while over her head floated the lace, and a bright green ribbon hung across her arm. "Mamma says that the best beds will be little baskets, boxes, cages, and any sort of thing that suits the patients, for each will need different care and food and medicine. I have not baskets enough, so as I cannot have pretty white beds, I am going to braid pretty green nests for my patients, and while I do it, Mamma thought you'd read to me the pages she has marked, so that we may begin right."
"Yes, miss, I like that. But what is the ribbon for?" asked Tony.
"Oh, that's for you. Will says that, if you are to be an army surgeon, you must have a green band on your arm. So I got this to tie on when we play hospital." Tony let her decorate the sleeve of his gray jacket, and when the nettings were done, the welcome books were opened and enjoyed. It was a happy time, sitting in the sunshine with leaves pleasantly astir all about them, doves cooing overhead, and flowers sweetly gossiping together through the summer afternoon. Nelly wove her smooth green rushes, Tony pored over his pages, and both found something better than fairy legends in the family histories of insects, birds, and beasts. All manner of wonders appeared and were explained to them, till Nelly felt as if a new world had been given her, so full of beauty, interest, and pleasure that she never could be tired of studying it. Many of these things were not strange to Tony, because born among plants, he had grown up with them as if they were brothers and sisters, and the sturdy, brown-faced boy had learned many lessons which no poet or philosopher could have taught him, unless he had become as childlike as himself, and studied from the same great book. When the baskets were done, the marked pages all read, and the sun began to draw his rosy curtains round him before smiling good night, Nelly ranged the green beds round the room, Tony put in the screens, and the hospital was ready. The little nurse was so excited that she could hardly eat her supper, and directly afterwards ran up to tell Will how well she had succeeded with the first part of her enterprise. Now Brother Will was a brave young officer, who had fought stoutly and done his duty like a man. But when lying weak and wounded at home, the cheerful courage which had led him safely through many dangers seemed to have deserted him, and he was often gloomy, sad, or fretful, because he longed to be at his post again, and time passed very slowly. This troubled his mother, and made Nelly wonder why he found lying in a pleasant room so much harder than fighting battles or making weary marches. Anything that interested and amused him was very welcome, and when Nelly, climbing on the arm of his sofa, told her plans, mishaps, and successes, he laughed out more heartily than he had done for many a day, and his thin face began to twinkle with fun as it used to do so long ago. That pleased Nelly, and she chatted like any affectionate little magpie, till Will was really interested, for when one is ill, small things amuse. "Do you expect your patients to come to you, Nelly?" he asked. "No, I shall go and look for them. I often see poor things suffering in the garden and the wood, and always feel as if they ought to be taken care of, as people are." "You wouldn't like to carry insane bugs, lame toads, and convulsive kittens in your hands, and they would not stay on a stretcher if you had one. You should have an ambulance and be a branch of the Sanitary Commission," said Will. Nelly had often heard the words, but did not quite understand what they meant, so Will told her of that great, never-failing charity to which thousands owe their lives, and the child listened with lips apart, eyes often full, and so much love and admiration in her heart that she could find no words in which to tell it. When her brother paused, she said earnestly, "Yes, I will be a sanitary. This little cart of mine shall be my ambulance. And I'll never let my water barrels go empty, never drive too fast, or be rough with my poor passengers, like some of the men you tell about. Does this look like an ambulance, Will?" "Not a bit, but it shall, if you and Mamma like to help me. I want 4 long bits of cane, a square white cloth, some pieces of thin wood, and the gum pot." said Will, sitting up to examine the little cart, feeling like a boy again as he took out his knife and began to whittle. Upstairs and downstairs ran Nelly till all necessary materials were collected, and almost breathlessly she watched her brother arch the canes over the cart, cover them with the cloth, and fit an upper shelf of small compartments, each lined with cotton wool to serve as beds for wounded insects, lest they should hurt one another or jostle out. The lower part was left free for any larger creatures which Nelly might find. Among her toys she had a tiny cask which only needed a peg to be watertight. This was filled and fitted in before, because as the small sufferers needed no seats, there was no place for it behind, and as Nelly was both horse and driver, it was more convenient in front. On each side of it stood a box of stores. In one were minute rollers, as bandages were called, a few bottles not yet filled, and a wee doll's jar of cold cream, because Nelly could not feel that her outfit was complete without a medicine chest. The other box was full of crumbs, bits of sugar, bird seed, and grains of wheat and corn, lest any famished stranger should die for want of food before she got it home. Then Mamma painted U.S. San Com in bright letters on the cover, and Nelly received her charitable plaything with a long sigh of satisfaction. 9 o'clock already! Bless me, what a short evening this has been! Exclaimed Will, as Nelly came to give him her good-night kiss. And such a happy one, she answered. Thank you very much, dear Will. I only wish my little ambulance was big enough for you to go in. I'd so like to give you the first ride. Nothing I should like better if it were possible, though I've a prejudice against ambulances in general. But as I cannot ride, I'll try and hop out to your hospital tomorrow and see how you get on, which was a great deal for Captain Will to say, because he had been too listless to leave his sofa for several days. That promise sent Nelly happily away to bed, only stopping to pop her head out of the window to see if it was likely to be a fair day tomorrow, and to tell Tony about the new plan as he passed below. "Where shall you go to look for your first load of sick folks, miss?" he asked. "All round the garden first, then through the grove and home across the brook. Do you think I can find any patients so?" said Nelly. "I know you will. Good night, miss." And Tony walked away with a merry look on his face that Nelly would not have understood if she had seen it. Up rose the sun bright and early, and up rose Nurse Nelly almost as early and as bright. Breakfast was taken in a great hurry, and before the dew was off the grass this branch of the S.C. was all astir. Papa, Mamma, big brother and baby sister, men and maids, all looked out to see the funny little ambulance depart, and nowhere in all the summer fields was there a happier child than Nelly, as she went smiling down the garden path, where tall flowers kissed her as she passed, and every blithe bird seemed singing a good speed. "How I wonder what I shall find first," she thought, looking sharply on all sides as she went. Crickets chirped, grasshoppers leaped, ants worked busily at their subterranean houses, spiders spun shining webs from twig to twig, bees were coming for their bags of gold, and butterflies had just begun their holiday. A large white one alighted on the top of the ambulance, walked over the inscription as if spelling it letter by letter, then floated away from flower to flower like one carrying the good news far and wide. Now everyone will know about the hospital and be glad to see me coming, thought Nelly. And indeed it seemed so, for just then a blackbird sitting on a garden wall burst out with a song full of musical joy. Nelly's kitten came running after to stare at the wagon and rub her soft side against it. A bright-eyed toad looked out from his cool bower among the lily leaves. And at that minute Nelly found her first patient. In one of the dewy cobwebs hanging from a shrub near by sat a fat black and yellow spider, watching a fly whose delicate wings were just caught in the net. The poor fly buzzed pitifully and struggled so hard that the whole web shook. But the more he struggled, the more he entangled himself, and the fierce spider was preparing to descend that it might weave a shroud about its prey, when a little finger broke the threads and lifted the fly safely into the palm of a hand, where he lay faintly humming his thanks. Nelly had heard much about contrabands, knew who they were, and was very much interested in them. So when she freed the poor black fly, she played he was her contraband, and felt glad that her first patient was one that needed help so much. Carefully brushing away as much of the web as she could, she left small Pompey, as she named him, to free his own legs, lest her clumsy fingers should hurt him. Then she laid him in one of the soft beds with a grain or two of sugar if he needed refreshment, and bade him rest and recover from his fright, remembering that he was at liberty to fly away whenever he liked, because she had no wish to make a slave of him. Feeling very happy over this new friend, Nelly went on singing softly as she walked, and presently she found a pretty caterpillar dressed in brown fur. Although the day was warm, he lay so still she thought him dead, till he rolled himself into a ball as she touched him. "I think you are either faint from the heat of this thick coat of yours, or that you are going to make a cocoon of yourself, Mr. Fuzz," said Nelly. "Now I want to see you turn into a butterfly, so I shall take you, and if you get lively again, I will let you go. I shall play that you have given out on a march, as the soldiers sometimes do, and been left behind for the sanitary people to see to." In went sulky Mr. Fuzz, and on trundled the ambulance, till a golden-green rose-beetle was discovered, laying on his back, kicking as if in a fit. "Dear me, what shall I do for him?" thought Nelly. "He acts as baby did when she was so ill, and Mamma put her in a warm bath. I haven't got my little tub here, or any hot water, and I'm afraid the beetle would not like it if I had. Perhaps he has pain in his stomach? I'll turn him over and pat his back as nurse does babies when she cries for pain like that." She set the beetle on his legs and did her best to comfort him, but he was evidently in great distress, for he could not walk, and instead of lifting his emerald overcoat and spreading the wings that lay underneath, he turned over again and kicked more violently than before. Not knowing what to do, Nelly put him into one of her soft nests for Tony to cure if possible. She found no more patients in the garden, except a dead bee, which she wrapped in a leaf and took home to bury. When she came to the grove, it was so green and cool she longed to sit and listen to the whisper of the pines, and watch the larch tassels wave in the wind. But, recollecting her charitable errand, she went rustling along the pleasant path till she came to another patient, over which she stood considering several minutes before she could decide whether it was best to take it to her hospital, because it was a little gray snake with bruised tail. She knew it would not hurt her, yet she was afraid of it. She thought it pretty, yet could not like it. She pitied its pain, yet shrunk from helping it, for it had a fiery eye and a quivering tongue that looked as if longing to bite. "He is a rebel. I wonder if I ought to be good to him," thought Nelly, watching the reptile writhe with pain. "Will said there were sick rebels in his hospital, and one was very kind to him. It says, too, in my little book, 'Love your enemies.' I think snakes are mine, but I guess I'll try and love him because God made him. Some boy will kill him if I leave him here, and then perhaps his mother will be very sad about it. Come, poor worm, I wish to help you, so be patient and don't frighten me." Then Nelly laid her little handkerchief on the ground, and with a stick gently lifted the wounded snake upon it, and folding it together, laid it in the ambulance. She was thoughtful after that, and so busy puzzling her young head about the duty of loving those who hate us, and being kind to those who are disagreeable or unkind, that she went through the rest of the wood quite forgetful of her work. A soft "queek, queek" made her look up and listen. The sound came from the long meadow grass, and bending it carefully back, she found a half-fledged bird with one wing trailing on the ground, and its eyes dim with pain or hunger. "You darling thing! Did you fall out of your nest and hurt your wing?" cried Nelly, looking up into the single tree that stood nearby. No nest was to be seen, no parent birds hovered overhead, and little Robin could only tell its troubles in that mournful "queek, queek, queek." Nelly ran to get both her chests, and sitting down beside the bird tried to feed it. To her joy it ate crumb after crumb, as if it were half-starved, and soon fluttered nearer, a confiding fearlessness that made her very proud. Soon baby Robin seemed quite comfortable. His eye brightened, he queeked no more, and but for the drooping wing, would have been himself again. With one of her bandages, Nelly bound both wings closely to his sides, for fear he should hurt himself by trying to fly. And though he seemed amazed at her proceedings, he behaved very well, only staring at her and ruffling up his few feathers in a funny way that made her laugh. Then she had to discover some way of accommodating her two larger patients so that neither should hurt nor alarm the other. A bright thought came to her after much pondering. Carefully lifting the handkerchief, she pinned the two ends to the roof of the cart, and there swung little Fork-tongue, while Rob lay easily below. By this time, Nelly began to wonder how it happened that she found so many more injured things than ever before. But it never entered her innocent head that Tony had searched the wood and meadow before she was up, and laid most of these creatures ready to her hands, that she might not be disappointed. She had not yet lost her faith in fairies, so she fancied they too belonged to her small sisterhood, and presently it did really seem impossible to doubt that the good folk had been at work. Coming to the bridge that crossed the brook, she stopped a moment to watch the water ripple over the bright pebbles, the ferns bend down to drink, and the funny tadpoles frolic in quieter nooks where the sun shone, and the dragonfly swung among the rushes. When Nelly turned to go on, her blue eyes opened wide, and the handle of the ambulance dropped with a noise that caused a stout frog to skip into the water heels over head. Directly in the middle of the bridge, was a pretty green tent made of 2 tall burdock leaves. The stems were stuck into cracks between the boards. The tips were pinned together with a thorn, and one great buttercup nodded in the doorway like a sleepy sentinel. Nelly stared and smiled, listened, and looked about on every side. Nothing was seen but the quiet meadow and the shady grove. Nothing was heard but the babble of the brook and the cheery music of the bobolinks. "Yes," said Nelly softly to herself, "that is a fairy tent, and in it I may find a baby elf sick with whooping cough or scarlet fever. How splendid it would be! Only I could never nurse such a dainty thing." Stooping eagerly, she peeped over the buttercup's drowsy head and saw what seemed a tiny cock of hay. She had no time to feel disappointed, for the haycock began to stir, and looking nearer, she beheld 2 silvery gray mites who wagged wee tails and stretched themselves as if they had just waked up. Nelly knew that they were young field mice, and rejoiced over them, feeling rather relieved that no fairy had appeared, though she still believed them to have had a hand in the matter. "I shall call the mice my babes in the wood, because they are lost and covered up with leaves," said Nelly, as she laid them in her snuggest bed, where they nestled close together and fell fast asleep again. Being very anxious to get home, that she might tell her adventures, and show how great was the need of a sanitary commission in that region, Nelly marched proudly up the avenue, and having displayed her load, hurried to the hospital, where another applicant was waiting for her. On the step of the door lay a large turtle with one claw gone, and on his back was pasted a bit of paper with his name, Commodore Waddle, U.S.N. Nelly knew this was a joke of Will's, but welcomed the ancient mariner, and called Tony to help her get him in. All that morning they were very busy settling the newcomers, for both people and books had to be consulted before they could decide what diet and treatment was best for each. The winged contraband had taken Nelly at her word and flown away on the journey home. Little Rob was put in a large cage where he could use his legs, yet not injure his lame wing. Forked Tongue lay under a wire cover on sprigs of fennel, for the gardener said that snakes were fond of it. The babes in the wood were put to bed in one of the rush baskets under a cotton wool coverlet. Greenback, the beetle, found ease for his unknown aches in the warm heart of a rose, where he sunned himself all day. The Commodore was made happy in a tub of water, grass, and stones, and Mr. Fuzz was put in a well-ventilated glass box to decide whether he would be a cocoon or not. Tony had not been idle while his mistress was away, and he showed her the hospital garden he had made close by, in which were cabbage, nettle, and mignonette plants for the butterflies, flowering herbs for the bees, chickweed and hemp for the birds, catnip for the pussies, and plenty of room left for whatever other patients might need. In the afternoon, while Nelly did her task at lint picking, talking busily to Will as she worked, and interesting him in her affairs, Tony cleared a pretty spot in the grove for the burying ground, and made ready some small bits of slate on which to write the names of those who died. He did not have it ready an hour too soon, for at sunset 2 little graves were needed, and Nurse Nelly shed tender tears for her first losses as she laid the motherless mice in one smooth hollow, and the gray-coated rebel in the other. She had learned to care for him already, and when she found him dead, was very glad she had been kind to him, hoping that he knew it, and died happier in her hospital than all alone in the shadowy wood. The rest of Nelly's patients prospered, and of the many aided afterward, few died, because of Tony's skillful treatment and her own faithful care. Every morning, when the day proved fair, the little ambulance went out upon its charitable errand. Every afternoon, Nelly worked for the human sufferers whom she loved, and every evening, Brother Will read aloud to her from useful books, showed her wonders with his microscope, or prescribed remedies for the patients, whom he soon knew by name and took much interest in. It was Nelly's holiday, but, though she studied no lessons, she learned much, and unconsciously made her pretty play both an example and a rebuke for others. At first, it seemed a childish pastime, and people laughed. But there was something in the familiar words sanitary, hospital, and ambulance that made them pleasant sounds to many ears. As reports of Nelly's work went through the neighborhood, other children came to see and copy her design. Rough lads looked ashamed when in her wards they found harmless creatures hurt by them, and going out they said among themselves, "We won't stone birds, chase butterflies, and drown the girls' little cats any more, though we won't tell them so." And most of the lads kept their word so well that people said there never had been so many birds before as all that summer haunted wood and field. Tender-hearted playmates brought their pets to be cured. Even busy farmers had a friendly word for the small charity, which reminded them so sweetly of the Great One, which should never be forgotten. Lonely mothers sometimes looked out with wet eyes as the little ambulance went by, recalling thoughts, or absent sons who might be journeying painfully to some far-off hospital, where brave women waited to tend them with hands as willing, hearts as tender, as those the gentle child gave to her self-appointed task. At home, the charm worked also. No more idle days for Nelly, or fretful ones for Will, because the little sister would not neglect the helpless creatures so dependent upon her, and the big brother was ashamed to complain after watching the patience of these lesser sufferers, and merrily said he would try to bear his own wound as quietly and bravely as the Commodore bore his. Nelly never knew how much good she had done Captain Will, till he went away again in the early autumn. Then he thanked her for it, and though she cried for joy and sorrow, she never forgot it, because he left something behind him which always pleasantly reminded her of the double success her little hospital had won. When Will was gone, and she had prayed softly in her heart that God would keep him safe and bring him home again, she dried her tears and went away to find comfort in the place where he had spent so many happy hours with her. She had not been there before that day, and when she reached the door, she stood quite still and wanted very much to cry again, for something beautiful had happened. She had often asked Will for a motto for her hospital, and he had promised to find her one. She thought he had forgotten it, but even in the hurry of that busy day he had found time to do more than keep his word, while Nelly sat indoors, lovingly brightening the tarnished buttons on his blue coat that had seen so many battles. Above the roof, where the doves cooed in the sun, now rustled a white flag with the golden SC shining on it as the wind tossed it to and fro. Below, on the smooth panel of the door, a skillful pencil had drawn 2 arching ferns, in whose soft shadow, poised upon a mushroom, stood a little figure of Nurse Nelly, and underneath it another of Dr. Tony bottling medicine, with spectacles upon his nose. Both hands of the miniature Nelly were outstretched, as if beckoning to a train of insects, birds, and beasts, which was so long that it not only circled round the lower rim of this fine sketch, but dwindled in the distance to mere dots and lines. Such merry conceits as one found there: a mouse bringing the tail it had lost in some cruel trap, a door-bug with a shade over its eyes, an invalid butterfly carried in a tiny litter by long-legged spiders, a fat frog with gouty feet hopping upon crutches, Jenny Wren sobbing in a nice handkerchief as she brought dear dead Cock Robin to be restored to life. Rabbits, lambs, cats, calves, and turtles all came trooping up to be healed by the benevolent little maid who welcomed them so heartily. Nelly laughed at these comical mites till the tears ran down her cheeks, and thought she never could be tired of looking at them. But presently she saw 4 lines clearly printed underneath her picture, and her childish face grew sweetly serious as she read the words of a great poet, which Will had made both compliment and motto. He prayeth best who loveth best all things both great and small, for the dear God who loveth us, he made them and loveth all. End of
Shoes and Stockings, a collection of short stories by Louisa May Alcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. Scarlet Stockings, Chapter 1, How They Walked into Lennox's Life, by Louisa May Alcott. Come out for a drive, Harry? Too cold. Have a game of billiards? Too tired. Go and call on the Fairchilds? Having an unfortunate prejudice against country girls, I respectfully decline. What will you do, then? Nothing, thank you. And settling himself more luxuriously upon the couch, Lennox closed his eyes and appeared to slumber tranquilly. Kate shook her head and stood regarding her brother despondently, till a sudden idea made her turn toward the window, exclaiming abruptly, "Scarlet stockings, Harry!" "Where?" And as if the words were a spell to break the deepest daydream, Lennox hurried to the window with an unusual expression of interest in his listless face. "I thought that would succeed. She isn't there, but I've got you up, and you are not to go down again," laughed Kate, taking possession of the sofa. "Not a bad maneuver. I don't mind. It's about time for the one interesting event of the day to occur, so I'll watch for myself, thank you." And Lennox took the easy-chair by the window with a shrug and a yawn. "I'm glad anything does interest you," said Kate petulantly, "though I don't think it amounts to much, for though you perch yourself at the window every day to see that girl pass, you don't care enough about it to ask her name." "I've been waiting to be told."
It's Belle Morgan, the doctor's daughter, and my dearest friend."
"Then, of course, she is a bluebell?"
Don't try to be witty or sarcastic with her, for she will beat you at that.
"Not a dumbbell, then?"
Quite the reverse. She talks a good deal, and very well too, when she likes.
"She is very pretty. Has anybody the right to call her Ma Bell?"
Many would be glad to do so, but she won't have anything to say to them.
"A Canterbury belle in every sense of the word, then?"
She might be, for all Canterbury loves her, but she isn't fashionable, and has more friends among the poor than among the rich.
"Ah, I see. A diving belle, who knows how to go down into a sea of troubles and bring up the pearls worth having."
"I'll tell her that. It will please her. You are really waking up, Harry," and Kate smiled approvingly upon him.
"This page of Belle's life is rather amusing, so read away,"
said Lennox, glancing up the street as if he awaited the appearance of the next edition with pleasure. "There isn't much to tell. She is a nice, bright, energetic, warm-hearted dear, the pride of the doctor's heart, and a favorite with everyone, though she is odd."
"How odd?"
"Does and says what she likes, is very blunt and honest, has ideas and principles of her own, goes to parties in high dresses, won't dance round dances, and wears red stockings, though Mrs. Planagent says it's fast."
"Rather a jolly little person, I fancy. Why haven't we met her at some of the tea fights and muffin worries we've been to lately?"
"It may make you angry, but it will do you good, so I'll tell. She didn't care enough about seeing the distinguished stranger to come. That's the truth."
"Sensible girl, to spare herself hours of mortal dullness, gossip, and dyspepsia," was the placid reply.
"She has seen you, though, at church and waddling about town, and she called you Sir Charles Coldstream on the spot. How does that suit?" asked Kate maliciously.
"Not bad. I rather like that. Wish she'd call some day and stir us up."
"She won't. I asked her, but she said she was very busy, and told Jessie Tudor she wasn't fond of peacocks."
"I don't exactly see the connection."
"Stupid boy! She meant you, of course."
"Oh, I'm peacocks, am I?"
"I don't wish to be rude, but I really do think you are vain of your good looks, elegant accomplishments, and the impression you make wherever you go. When it's worth while, you exert yourself and are altogether fascinating. But the I come, see, and conquer air you put on spoils it all for sensible people."
"It strikes me that Miss Morgan has slightly infected you with her oddity as far as bluntness goes. Fire away. It's rather amusing to be abused when one is dying of ennui."
"That's grateful and complimentary to me, when I have devoted myself to you ever since you came. But everything bores you, and the only sign of interest you've shown is in those absurd red hose. I should like to know what the charm is," said Kate sharply.
"Impossible to say. Accept the fact calmly as I do, and be grateful that there is one glimpse of color, life, and spirit in this aristocratic tomb of a town."
"You are not obliged to stay in it," fiercely.
"Begging your pardon, my dove, but I am. I promise to give you my enlivening society for a month,
and a Lennox keeps his word, even at the cost of his life. I'm sorry I asked such a sacrifice, but I innocently thought that after being away for 5 long years, you might care to see your orphaned sister." And the dove produced her handkerchief with a plaintive sniff. "Now, my dear creature, don't be melodramatic, I beg of you," cried her brother imploringly. "I wish to come. I pine to embrace you, and I give you my word I don't blame you for the stupidity of this confounded place." "It never was so gay as since you came, for everyone has tried to make it pleasant for you," cried Kate, ruffled at his indifference to the hospitable efforts of herself and friends. "But you don't care for any of our simple amusements, because you are spoilt by the flattery, gaiety, and nonsense of foreign society. If I didn't know it was half affectation, I should be in despair. You are so blasé and absurd. It's always the way with men. If one happens to be handsome, accomplished, and talented, he puts on as many airs and is as vain as any silly girl." "Don't you think if you took a breath you'd get on faster, my dear?" asked the imperturbable gentleman, as Kate paused with a gasp. "I know it's useless for me to talk, as you don't care a straw what I say, but it's true, and some day you'll wish you had done something worth doing all these years. I was so proud of you, so fond of you, that I can't help being disappointed to find you with no more ambition than to kill time comfortably, no interest in anything but your own pleasures, and only energy enough to amuse yourself with a pair of scarlet stockings." Pathetic as poor Kate's face and voice were, it was impossible to help laughing at the comical conclusion of her lament. Lennox tried to hide the smile on his lips by affecting to curl his mustache with care, and to gaze pensively out, as if touched by her appeal. But he wasn't, oh bless you, no. She was only his sister, and though she might have talked with the wisdom of Solomon and the eloquence of Demosthenes, it wouldn't have done a particle of good. Sisters do very well to work for one, to pet one, and play confidant when one's love affairs need feminine wit to conduct them. But when they begin to reprove, or criticize, or moralize, it won't do, and can't be allowed, of course. Lennox never snubbed anybody, but blandly extinguished them by a polite acquiescence in all their affirmations, for the time being, and then went on in his own way as if nothing had been said. "I dare say you are right. I'll go and think over your very sensible advice," and, as if roused to unwonted exertion by the strings of an accusing conscience, he left the room abruptly. "I do believe I've made an impression at last. He's actually gone out to think over what I've said. Dear Harry, I was sure he had a heart if only one knew how to get at it." And with a sigh of satisfaction, Kate went to the window to behold the dear Harry going briskly down the street after a pair of scarlet stockings. A spark of anger kindled in her eyes as she watched him, and when he vanished, she still stood knitting her brows in deep thought, for a grand idea was dawning upon her. It was a dull town, no one could deny that, for everybody was so intensely proper and well-born that nobody dared to be jolly. All the houses were square aristocratic mansions with revolutionary elms in front and spacious coach-houses behind. The knockers had a supercilious perk to their bronze or brass noses. The dandelions on the lawns had a highly connected air, and the very pigs were evidently descended from our first families. Stately dinner parties, decorous dances, moral picnics, and much teapot gossiping were the social resources of the place. Of course, the young people flirted, for that diversion is apparently ineradicable even in the best society. But it was done with a propriety which was edifying to behold. One can easily imagine that such a starched state of things would not be particularly attractive to a travelled young gentleman like Lennox, who, as Kate very truly said, had been spoilt by the flattery, luxury, and gaiety of foreign society. He did his best, but by the end of the first week ennui claimed him for its own, and passive endurance was all that was left of him. From perfect despair he was rescued by the Scarlet Stockings, which went tripping by one day as he stood at the window planning some means of escape. A brisk, blithe-faced girl passed in a grey walking suit, with a distracting pair of high-heeled boots and glimpses of scarlet at the ankle. Modest, perfectly so, I assure you, were the glimpses, but the feet were so decidedly pretty that one forgot to look at the face appertaining thereunto. It wasn't a remarkably lovely face, but it was a happy, wholesome one, with all sorts of good little dimples in cheek and chin, sunshiny twinkles in the black eyes, and a decided yet lovable look about the mouth that was quite satisfactory. A busy, bustling little body she seemed to be, for sack pockets and muff were full of bundles, and the trim boots tripped briskly over the ground as if the girl's heart were as light as her heels. Somehow, this active, pleasant figure seemed to wake up the whole street and leave a streak of sunshine behind it, for everyone nodded as it passed, and the primmest faces relaxed into smiles which lingered when the girl had gone. "Uncommonly pretty feet. She walks well, which American girls seldom do, all waddle or prance. Nice face, but the boots are French, and it does my heart good to see 'em." Lennox made these observations to himself as the young lady approached, nodded to Kate at another window, gave a quick but comprehensive glance at himself, and trotted round the corner, leaving the impression on his mind that a whiff of fresh spring air had blown through the street in spite of the December snow. He didn't trouble himself to ask who it was, but fell into the way of lounging in the bay window at about 3 p.m., and watching the grey and scarlet figure pass with its blooming cheeks, bright eyes, and elastic step. Having nothing else to do, he took to petting this new whim, and quite depended on the daily stirring up which the sight of the energetic damsel gave him. Kate saw it all, but took no notice till the day of the little tiff above recorded. After that, she was as soft as a summer sea, and by some clever stroke had Belle Morgan to tea that very week. Lennox was one of the best-tempered fellows in the world, but the peacocks did rather nettle him, because there was some truth in the insinuation. So he took care to put on no airs or try to be fascinating in the presence of Miss Belle. In truth, he soon forgot himself entirely, and enjoyed her oddities with a relish after the prim proprieties of the other young ladies who had simpered and sighed before him. For the first time in his life, the crusher, as his male friends called him, got crushed. For Belle, with the subtle skill of a quick-witted, keen-sighted girl, soon saw and condemned the elegant affectations which others called foreign polish. A look, a word, a gesture from a pretty woman is often more eloquent and impressive than moral essays or semi-occasional twinges of conscience. And in the presence of one satirical little person, Sir Charles Coldstream soon ceased to deserve the name. Belle seemed to get over her hurry and to find time for occasional relaxation, but one never knew in what mood he might find her, for the weathercock was not more changeable than she. Lennox liked that, and found the muffin worries quite endurable with this sauce piquante to relieve their insipidity. Presently he discovered that he was suffering for exercise, and formed the wholesome habit of promenading the town about 3 p.m. Kate said,
Shoes and Stockings, a collection of short stories by Louisa May Alcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. Scarlet Stockings, Chapter 2, Where They Led Him, by Louisa May Alcott. "Whither away, Miss Morgan?" asked Lennox as he overtook her one bitter cold day.
"I'm taking my constitutional."
"So am I." "With a difference," and Belle glanced at the blue-nosed, muffled-up gentleman strolling along beside her with an occasional shiver and shrug. "After a winter in the south of France, one doesn't find Arctic weather like this easy to bear," he said, with a disgusted air.
"I like it, and do my 5 or 6 miles a day, which keeps me in what fine ladies call rude health," answered Belle, walking him on at a pace which soon made his furs a burden. She was a famous pedestrian, and a little proud of her powers, but she outdid all former feats that day, and got over the ground in a gallant style. Something in her manner put her escort on his mettle, and his usual lounge was turned into a brisk march which set his blood dancing, face glowing, and spirits effervescing as they had not done for many a day. "There! You look more like your real self now," said Belle, with the first sign of approval she had ever vouchsafed him, as he rejoined her after a race to recover her veil, which the wind whisked away over hedge and ditch. "Are you sure you know what my real self is?" he asked, with a touch of the conquering hero air. "Not a doubt of it. I always know a soldier when I see one," returned Belle decidedly. "A soldier? That's the last thing I should expect to be accused of," and Lennox looked both surprised and gratified. "There's a flash in your eye and a ring to your voice occasionally, which made me suspect that you had fire and energy enough if you only chose to show it, and the spirit with which you have just executed the Morgan quick-step proves that I was right," returned Belle, laughing. "Then I am not altogether a peacock?" said Lennox significantly, for during the chat, which had been as brisk as the walk, Belle had given his besetting sins several sly hits, and he couldn't resist one return shot, much as her unexpected compliment pleased him. Poor Belle blushed up to her forehead, tried to look as if she did not understand, and gladly hid her confusion behind the recovered veil without a word. There was a decided display both of the flash and the ring as Lennox looked at the suddenly subdued young lady, and quite satisfied with his retaliation, gave the order, "Forward, march!"
which brought them to the garden gate breathless, but better friends than before. The next time the young people met, Belle was in such a hurry that she went round the corner with an abstracted expression which was quite a triumph of art. Just then off tumbled the lid of the basket she carried, and Lennox, rescuing it from a puddle, obligingly helped readjust it over a funny collection of bottles, dishes, and tidy little rolls of all sorts. "It's very heavy. Mayn't I carry it for you?" he asked in an insinuating manner. "No, thank you," was on Belle's lips, but observing that he was got up with unusual elegance to pay calls, she couldn't resist the temptation of making a beast of burden of him, and took him at his word. "You may, if you like. I've got more bundles to take from the store, and another pair of hands won't come amiss." Lennox lifted his eyebrows, also the basket, and they went on again, Belle very much absorbed in her business, and her escort wondering where the dickens she was going with all that rubbish. Filling his unoccupied hand with sundry brown paper parcels, much to the detriment of the light kid that covered it, Belle paraded him down the main street before the windows of the most aristocratic mansions, and then dived into a dirty back lane, where the want and misery of the town was decorously kept out of sight. "You don't mind scarlet fever, I suppose," observed Belle, as they approached the unsavory residence of Biddy O'Brien. "Well, I'm not exactly partial to it," said Lennox, rather taken aback. "You needn't go in if you are afraid, or speak to me afterwards, so no harm will be done, except to your gloves." "Why do you come here, if I may ask? It isn't the sort of amusement I should recommend," he began, evidently disapproving of the step. "Oh, I'm used to it, and like to play nurse where father plays doctor. I'm fond of the children, and Mrs. O'Briens are little dears," returned Belle briskly, threading her way between ash heaps and mud puddles as if bound to a festive scene. "Judging from the row in there, I should infer that Mrs. O'Brien had quite a herd of little dears." "Only 9. "And all sick?" "More or less." "By Jove, it's perfectly heroic in you to visit this hole in spite of dirt, noise, fragrance, and infection," cried Lennox, who devoutly wished that the sense of smell, if not of hearing, were temporarily denied him. "Bless you, it's the sort of thing I enjoy, for there's no nonsense here. The work you do is pleasant if you do it heartily, and the thanks you get are worth having, I assure you." She put out her hand to relieve him of the basket, but he gave it an approving little shake and said briefly, "Not yet. I'm coming in." It's all very well to rhapsodize about the exquisite pleasure of doing good, to give carelessly of one's abundance, and enjoy the delusion of having remembered the poor. But it is a cheap charity, and never brings the genuine satisfaction which those know who give their mite with heart as well as hand, and truly love their neighbor as themselves. Lennox had seen much fashionable benevolence, and laughed at it even while he imitated it, giving generously when it wasn't inconvenient. But this was a new sort of thing entirely, and in spite of the dirt, the noise, and the smells, he forgot the fever, and was glad he came when poor Mrs. O'Brien turned from her sick babies, exclaiming with Irish fervour at the sight of Belle, "The Lord love ye, darlin', for rememberin' us when ivery one, barrin' the doctor and the praist, turns the cold shoulder in our trouble. Now, if you really want to help,
"Just keep this child quiet while I see to the sickest ones," said Belle, dumping a stout infant onto his knee, thrusting an orange into his hand, and leaving him aghast, while she unpacked her little messes and comforted the maternal bird. With the calmness of desperation, her aide-de-camp put down his best beaver on the rich soil which covered the floor, pocketed his Paris kids, and making a bib of his cambric handkerchief, gagged young Pat deliciously with bits of orange whenever he opened his mouth to roar. At her first leisure moment, Belle glanced at him to see how he was getting on, and found him so solemnly absorbed in his task that she went off into a burst of such infectious merriment that the O'Briens, sick and well, joined in it to a man. "Good fun, isn't it?" she asked, turning down her cuffs when the last spoonful of gruel was administered. "I've no doubt of it, when one is used to the thing. It comes a little hard at first, you know," returned Lennox, wiping his forehead with a long breath, and seizing his hat as if quite ready to tear himself away. "You've done very well for a beginner, so kiss the baby and come home," said Belle approvingly. "No, thank you," muttered Lennox, trying to detach the bedaubed innocent. But little Pat had a grateful heart, and falling upon his new nurse's neck with a rapturous crow, clung there like a burr. "Take him off! Let me out of this! He's one too many for me!" cried the wretched young man in comic despair. Being freed with much laughter, he turned and fled, followed by a shower of blessings from Mrs. O'Brien. As they came up again into the pleasant highways, Lennox said, awkwardly for him, "The thanks of the poor are excellent things to have, but I think I'd rather receive them by proxy. Will you kindly spend this for me in making that poor soul comfortable?" But Belle wouldn't take what he offered her. She put it back, saying earnestly, "Give it yourself. One can't buy blessings. They must be earned, or they are not worth having. Try it, please, and if you find it a failure, then I'll gladly be your almoner." There was a significance in her words which he could not fail to understand. He neither shrugged, drawled, nor sauntered now, but gave her a look in which respect and self-reproach were mingled, and left her simply saying, "I'll try it, Miss Morgan." "Now isn't that odd?" whispered Kate to her brother, as Belle appeared at a little dance at Mrs. Plantagenet's in a high-necked dress, knitting away on an army sock, as she greeted the friends who crowded round her. "Charmingly so. Why don't you do that sort of thing when you can?" answered her brother, glancing at her thin, bare shoulders and hands, rendered nearly useless by the tightness of the gloves. "Gracious, no! It's natural to her to do so, and she carries it off well. I couldn't. Therefore I don't try, though I admire it in her. Go and ask her to dance before she is engaged." "She doesn't dance round dances, you know." "She is dreadfully prim about some things, and so free and easy about others. I can't understand it. Do you?" "Well, yes, I think I do. Here's Forbes coming for you. I'll go and entertain Belle by a quarrel." He found her in a recess out of the way of the rushing and romping, busy with her work, yet evidently glad to be amused. "I admire your adherence to principles, Miss Belle, but don't you find it a little hard to sit still while your friends are enjoying themselves?" he asked, sinking luxuriously into the lounging chair beside her. "Yes, very," answered Belle with the characteristic candor. But father don't approve of that sort of exercise, so I console myself with something useful till my chance comes."
"Your work can't exactly be called ornamental," said Lennox, looking at the big sock.
"Don't laugh at it, sir. It is for the foot of the brave fellow who is going to fight for me and his country."
"Happy fellow! May I ask who he is?" And Lennox sat up with an air of interest.
"My substitute. I don't know his name, for father has not got him yet, but I'm making socks and towels and a comfort bag for him, so that when found he may be off at once."
"You really mean it?" cried Lennox.
"Of course I do. I can't go myself, but I can buy a pair of strong arms to fight for me, and I intend to do it. I only hope he'll have the right sort of courage and be a credit to me."
"What do you call the right sort of courage?" asked Lennox soberly.
"That which makes a man ready and glad to live or die for a principle. There's a chance for heroes now, if there ever was." "When do you join your regiment?" she asked abruptly.
"Haven't the least idea,"
and Lennox subsided again. "But you intend to do so, of course?"
"Why should I?"
Belle dropped her work. "Why should you? What a question! Because you have health and strength and courage and money to help on the good cause, and every man should give his best and not dare to stay at home when he is needed."
"You forget that I am an Englishman, and we rather prefer to be strictly neutral just now."
"You are only half English, and for your mother's sake you should be proud and glad to fight for the North," cried Belle warmly.
"I don't remember my mother."
"That's evident."
"But I was about to add, I've no objection to lend a hand if it isn't too much trouble to get off," said Lennox indifferently,
for he liked to see Belle's color rise and her eyes kindle while he provoked her. "Do you expect to go south in a bandbox? You'd better join one of the kid glove regiments. They say the dandies fight well when the time comes."
"I've been away so long the patriotic fever hasn't seized me yet, and as the quarrel is none of mine, I think perhaps I'd better take care of Kate and let you fight it out among yourselves. Here's the Lancers. May I have the honor?"
But Belle, being very angry at this lukewarmness, answered in her bluntest manner, "Having reminded me that you are a strictly neutral Englishman, you must excuse me if I decline. I dance only with loyal Americans." And rolling up her work with a defiant flourish, she walked away, leaving him to lament his loss and wonder how he could retrieve it. She did not speak to him again till he stood in the hall waiting for Kate. Then Belle came down in the charming little red hood, and going straight up to him with her hand out, a repentant look, and a friendly smile, said frankly, "I was very rude. I want to beg pardon of the English and shake hands with the American half." So peace was declared, and lasted unbroken for the remaining week of his stay, when he proposed to take Kate to the city for a little gaiety. Miss Morgan openly approved the plan, but secretly felt as if the town was about to be depopulated, and tried to hide her melancholy in her substitute's socks. They were not large enough, however, to absorb it all, and when Lennox went to make his adieu, it was perfectly evident that the doctor's bell was out of tune. The young gentleman basely exulted over this, till she gave him something else to think about, by saying gravely, "Before you go, I feel as if I ought to tell you something, since Kate won't. If you are offended about it, please don't blame her. She meant it kindly, and so did I." Belle paused as if it was not an easy thing to tell, and then went on quickly, with her eyes upon her work. "3 weeks ago, Kate asked me to help her in a little plot, and I consented, for the fun of the thing. She wanted something to amuse and stir you up, and finding that my queer ways diverted you, she begged me to be neighborly and let you do what you liked. I didn't care particularly about amusing you, but I did think you needed rousing, so for her sake I tried to do it, and you very good-naturedly bore my lecturing. I don't like deceit of any kind, so I confess, but I can't say I'm sorry, for I really think you are none the worse for the teasing and teaching you've had." Belle didn't see him flush and frown as she made her confession, and when she looked up, he only said, half gratefully, half reproachfully, "I'm a good deal the better for it, I dare say, and ought to be very thankful for your friendly exertions. But 2 against 1 was hardly fair, now was it?" "No, it was sly and sinful in the highest degree, but we did it for your good, so I know you'll forgive us, and as a proof of it, sing 1 or 2 of my favorites for the last time." "You don't deserve any favor, but I'll do it to show you how much more magnanimous men are than women." Not at all loath to improve his advantages, Lennox warbled his most melting lays con amour, watching, as he sung, for any sign of sentiment in the girlish face opposite. But Belle wouldn't be sentimental, and sat rattling her knitting needles industrially, though the harbor bar was moaning dolefully, though Douglas was touchingly tender and true, and the wind of the summer night sighed romantically through the sitting-room. "Much obliged. Must you go?" she asked without a sign of soft confusion as he rose. "I must, but I shall come again before I leave the country. May I?" he asked, holding her hand. "If you come in a uniform." "Good night, Belle," tenderly. "Good night, Sir Charles," with a wicked twinkle of the eye, which lasted till he closed the hall door, growling irefully, "I thought I'd had some experience, but one never can understand these women." Canterbury did become a desert to Belle after her dear friend had gone. Of course, the dear friend's brother had nothing to do with the desolation, and the weeks dragged slowly. Belle took to reading poetry, practicing plaintive ballads, and dawdling over her work at a certain window which commanded a view of the railway station and hotel. "You're dull, my dear. Run up to town with me tomorrow and see your young man off," said the doctor one evening, as Belle sat musing with a half-mended red stocking in her hand. "My young man?" she ejaculated, turning with a start and a blush. "Your substitute, child. Stephen's attended to the business for me, and he's off tomorrow. I began to tell you about the fellow last week, but you were wool-gathering, so I stopped." "Yes, I remember. It was all very nice. Goes tomorrow, does he? I'd like to see him, but do you think we can both leave home at once? Someone might come, you know, and I fancy it's going to snow," said Belle, putting her face behind the curtain to inspect the weather. "You'd better go. The trip will do you good. You can take your things to Tom Jones and see Kate on the way. She's got back from Philadelphia." "Has she? I'll go then. It will please her, and I do need change. You are an old dear to think of it." and giving her father a hasty glimpse of a suddenly excited countenance, Belle slipped out of the room to prepare her best array with a most reckless disregard of the impending storm. It didn't snow on the morrow, and up they went to see the th Regiment off. Belle did not see her young man, however, for while her father went to carry him her comforts and a patriotic nosegay of red and white flowers, tied up with a smart blue ribbon, she called on Kate. But Miss Lennox was engaged, and sent an urgent request that her friend would call in the afternoon. Much disappointed and a little hurt, Belle then devoted herself to the departing regiment, wishing she was going with it, for she felt in a warlike mood. It was past noon when a burst of martial music, the measured tramp of many feet, and enthusiastic cheers announced that the boys were coming. From the balcony where she stood with her father, Belle looked down upon the living stream that flowed by like a broad river with a steely glitter above the blue. All her petty troubles vanished at the sight. Her heart beat high, her face glowed, her eyes filled, and she waved her hat as zealously as if she had a dozen friends and lovers in the ranks below. "Here comes your man. I told him to stick the posy where it would catch my eye, so I could point him out to you. Look, it's the tall fellow at the end of the front line," said the doctor in an excited tone as he pointed and beckoned. Belle looked and gave a little cry, for there, in a private's uniform, with her nosegay at his buttonhole, and on his face a smile she never forgot, was Lennox. For an instant she stood staring at him as pale and startled as if he were a ghost. Then the color rushed into her face, she kissed both hands to him, and cried bravely, "Good-bye, good-bye! God bless you, Harry!" and immediately laid her head on her father's shoulder, sobbing as if her heart was broken. When she looked up, her substitute was lost in the undulating mass below, and for her the spectacle was over. "Was it really he? Why wasn't I told? What does it all mean?" she demanded, looking bewildered, grieved, and ashamed. "He's really gone, my dear. It's a surprise of his, and I was bound over to silence. Here, this will explain the joke, I suppose." And the doctor handed her a cocked hat note done up like a military order. "A Roland for your Oliver, mademoiselle. I came home for the express purpose of enlisting, and only delayed a month on Kate's account. If I ever return, I will receive my bounty at your hands. Till then, please comfort Kate, think as kindly as you can of Sir Charles, and sometimes pray a little prayer for your unworthy substitute." Belle looked very pale and meek when she put her note in her pocket, but she only said, "I must go and comfort Kate," and the doctor gladly obeyed, feeling that the joke was more serious than he had imagined. The moment her friend appeared, Miss Lennox turned on her tears and played away, pouring forth lamentations, reproaches, and regrets in a steady stream. "I hope you are satisfied now, you cruel girl," she began, refusing to be kissed. "You've sent him off with a broken heart to rush into danger and be shot, or get his arms and legs spoilt. You know he loved you and wanted to tell you so, but you wouldn't let him, and now you've driven him away, and he's gone as an insignificant private, with his head shaved, and a heavy knapsack breaking his back, and a horrid gun that will be sure to explode, and he would wear those immense blue socks you sent, for he adores you, and you only teased and laughed at him, my
poor, deluded, deserted brother." And quite overwhelmed by the afflicting picture, Kate lifted up her voice and wept again. "I am satisfied, for he's done what I hoped he would, and he's none the less a gentleman because he's a private and wears my socks. I pray they will keep him safe and bring him home to us when he has done his duty like a man, as I know he will. I'm proud of my brave substitute, and I'll try to be worthy of him," cried Belle, kindling beautifully, as she looked out into the wintry sunshine with a new softness in the eyes that still seemed watching that blue-coated figure marching away to danger, perhaps death. "It's ill playing with edged tools. We meant to amuse him, and we may have sent him to destruction. I'll never forgive you for your part, never," said Kate, with the charming inconsistency of her sex. But Belle turned away her wrath by a soft answer as she whispered, with a tender choke in her own voice, "We both loved him." Shoes and Stockings, a collection of short stories by Louisa May Alcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. Scarlet Stockings, Chapter 3, What Became of Them, by Louisa May Alcott. Private Lennox certainly had chosen pretty hard work, for the Nth was not a kid-glove regiment by any means. Fighting in midwinter was not exactly festive, and camps do not abound in beds of roses even at the best of times. But Belle was right in saying she knew a soldier when she saw him, for now that he was thoroughly waked up, he proved that there was plenty of courage, energy, and endurance in him. It's my private opinion that he might now and then have slightly regretted the step he had taken, had it not been for certain recollections of a sarcastic tongue and a pair of keen eyes, not to mention the influence of one of the most potent rulers of the human heart, namely, the desire to prove himself worthy of the respect, if nothing more, of somebody at home. Belle's socks did seem to keep him safe, and led him straight in the narrow path of duty. Belle's comfort bag was such in very truth, for not one of the stout needles on the tricolored cushion but what seemed to wink its eye approvingly at him, not one of the tiny balls of thread that did not remind him of the little hand he coveted, and the impracticable scissors were cherished as a good omen, though he felt that the sharpest steel that ever came from Sheffield's couldn't cut his love in twain. And Belle's lessons, short as they had been, were not forgotten, but seemed to have been taken up by a sterner mistress, whose rewards were greater, if not so sweet, as those the girl could give. There was plenty of exercise nowadays, of hard work that left many a tired head asleep forever under the snow. There were many opportunities for diving into the depths and bringing up pearls worth having, by acts of kindness among the weak, the wicked, and the suffering all about him. He learned now how to earn, not buy, the thanks of the poor, and unconsciously proved in the truest way that a private could be a gentleman. But best of all was the steadfast purpose to live and die for a principle, which grew and strengthened with each month of bitter hardship, bloody strife, and dearly bought success. Life grew earnest to him. Time seemed precious. Self was forgotten,
and all that was best and bravest rallied round the flag on which his heart inscribed the motto, Love and Liberty. Praise and honor he could not fail to win, and had he never gone back to claim his bounty, he would have earned the great "Well done," for he kept his oath loyally, did his duty manfully, and loved his lady faithfully, like a knight of the chivalrous times. He knew nothing of her secret, but wore her blue ribbon like an order, never went into battle without first, like many another poor fellow, kissing something which he carried next to his heart, and with each day of absence felt himself a better man, a braver soldier, for the fondly foolish romance he had woven about the scarlet stockings. Belle and Kate did comfort one another, not only with tears and kisses, but with womanly work which kept hearts happy and hands busy. How Belle bribed her to silence will always remain the ninth wonder of the world, but though reams of paper passed between brother and sister during those 12 months, not a hint was dropped on one side in reply to artful inquiries from the other. Belle never told her love in words, but she stowed away an unlimited quantity of the article in the big boxes that went to gladden the eyes and, alas for romance, the stomach of Private Lennox. If pickles could typify passion, cigars prove constancy, and gingerbread reveal the longings of the soul, then would the above-mentioned gentleman have been the happiest of lovers. But camp life had doubtless dulled his finer intuitions, for he failed to understand the new language of love, and gave away these tender tokens with lavish prodigality. Concealment preyed a trifle on Belle's damask cheek, it must be confessed, and the keen eyes grew softer with the secret tears that sometimes dimmed them. The sharp tongue seldom did mischief now, but uttered kindly words to everyone as if doing penance for the past, and a sweet seriousness toned down the lively spirit which was learning many things in the sleepless nights that followed when the little prayer for the beloved substitute was done. "I'll wait and see if he is all I hope he will be before I let him know. I shall read the truth the instant I see him, and if he has stood the test, I'll run into his arms and tell him everything," she said to herself, with delicious thrills at the idea. But you may be sure she did nothing of the sort when the time came. A rumor flew through the town one day that Lennox had arrived, upon receipt of which joyful tidings Belle had a panic and hid herself in the garret. But when she had quaked and cried and peeped and listened for an hour or two, finding that no one came to hunt her up, she composed her nerves and descended to pass the afternoon in the parlor and a high state of dignity. All sorts of reports reached her. He was mortally wounded. He had been made a major or a colonel or a general. No one knew exactly which. He was dead, was going to be married, and hadn't come at all. Belle fully expiated all her small sins by the agonies of suspense she suffered that day, and when at last a note came from Kate begging her to drop over and see Harry, she put her pride in her pocket and went at once. The drawing-room was empty, and in confusion there was a murmur of voices upstairs, a smell of camphor in the air, and an empty wine-glass on the table where a military cap was lying. Belle's heart sunk, and she covertly kissed the faded blue coat as she stood waiting breathlessly, wondering if Harry had any arms for her to run into. She heard the chuckling Biddy lumber up and announce her. Then a laugh and a half fond, half exulting, "Aha! I thought she'd come." That spoilt it all. Belle took out her pride instanter, set her teeth, rubbed a quick color into her white cheeks, and snatching up a newspaper, sat herself down with as expressionless a face as it was possible for an excited young woman to possess. Lennox came running down. "Thank heaven his legs are safe," sighed Belle, with her eyes glued to the price of beef. He entered with both hands extended, which relieved her mind upon another point, and he beamed upon her, looking so vigorous, manly, and martial that she cried within herself, "My beautiful brown soldier," even while she greeted him with an unnecessarily brief, "How do you do, Mr. Lennox?" The sudden eclipse which passed over his joyful countenance would have been ludicrous if it hadn't been pathetic. But he was used to hard knocks now, and bore this, his hardest, like a man. He shook hands heartily, and as Belle sat down again, not to betray that she was trembling a good deal, he stood at ease before her, talking in a way which soon satisfied her that he had borne the test, and that bliss was waiting for her round the corner. But she had made it such a very sharp corner she couldn't turn it gracefully, and while she pondered how to do so, he helped her with a cough. She looked up quickly, discovering all at once that he was very thin, rather pale in spite of the nice tan, and breathed hurriedly as he stood with one hand in his breast. "Are you ill, wounded, in pain?" she asked, forgetting herself entirely. "Yes, all three," he answered, after a curious look at her changing color and anxious eyes. "Sit down. Tell me about it. Can I do anything?" And Belle began to plump up the pillows on the couch with nervous eagerness. "Thank you, I'm past help," was the mournful reply, accompanied by a hollow cough, which made her shiver. "Oh, don't say so. Let me bring father. He is very skillful. Shall I call Kate?" "He can do nothing. Kate doesn't know this, and I beg you won't tell her. I got a shot in the breast and made light of it, but it will finish me sooner or later. I don't mind telling you, for you are one of the strong, cool sort, you know, and are not affected by such things. But Kate is so fond of me, I don't want to shock and trouble her yet a while. Let her enjoy my little visit, and after I'm gone you can tell her the truth." Belle had sat like a statue while he spoke, with frequent pauses and an involuntary clutch or two at the suffering breast. As he stopped and passed his hand over his eyes, she said slowly, as if her white lips were stiff, "Gone? Where?" "Back to my place. I'd rather die fighting than fussed and wailed over by a parcel of women. I expect to stay a week or so, but a battle is coming off sooner than we imagined, so I'm away again tomorrow. As I'm not likely ever to come back, I just wanted to ask you to stand by poor Kate when I'm finished, and to say good-bye to you, Belle, before I go." He put out his hand, but holding it fast in both her own, she laid her tearful face down on it, whispering imploringly, "Oh, Harry, stay!" Never mind what happened for the next 10 minutes. Suffice it to say that the enemy having surrendered, the victor took possession with great jubilation and showed no quarter. "Bang the field piece, toot the fife, and beat the rolling drum, for ruse number 3 has succeeded. Come on down, Kate,
and give us your blessing," called Lennox, taking pity on his sister, who was anxiously awaiting the denouncement on the stairs. In she rushed, and the young ladies laughed and cried, kissed and talked tumultuously, while their idol benignly looked on, vainly endeavoring to repress all vestiges of unmanly emotion.
"And you are not dying, really, truly?" cried Belle, when fair weather set in after the flurry.
"Bless your dear heart, no. I'm as sound as a nut, and haven't a wound to boast of, except this ugly slash on the head."
"It's a splendid wound, and I'm proud of it," and Belle set a rosy little seal on the scar, which quite reconciled her lover to the disfigurement of his handsome forehead. "You've learned to fib in the army, and I'm disappointed in you," she added, trying to look reproachful and failing entirely.
"No, only the art of strategy. You quenched me by your frosty reception, and I thought it was all up till you put the idea of playing invalid into my head. It succeeded so well that I piled on the agony, resolving to fight it out on that line, and, if I failed again, to make a masterly retreat. You gave me a lesson in deceit once, so don't complain if I turned the tables and made your heart ache for a minute, as you've made mine for a year."
Belle's spirit was rapidly coming back, so she gave him a capital imitation of his French shrug, and drawled out in his old way, "I have my doubts about that, mon ami."
"What do you say to this, and this, and this?" he retorted,
pulling out and laying before her with a triumphant flourish a faded blue ribbon, a fat pincushion with a hole through it, and a dainty painted little picture of a pretty girl in scarlet stockings.
"There, I've carried those treasures in my breast pocket for a year, and I'm firmly convinced that they have all done their part toward keeping me safe. The blue ribbon bound me fast to you, Belle. The funny cushion caught the bullet that otherwise might have finished me, and the blessed little picture was my comfort during those dreadful marches, my companion on picket duty, with treachery and danger all about me, and my inspiration when the word 'charge' went down the line, for in the thickest of the fight I always saw the little gray figure beckoning me on to my duty."
"Oh, Harry, you won't go back to all those horrors, will you? I'm sure you've done enough, and may rest now and enjoy your reward," said Kate, trying not to feel that 2 is company and 3 is none.
"I've enlisted for the war and shall not rest till either it or I come to an end. As for my reward, I had it when Belle kissed me."
"You are right. I'll wait for you, and love you all the better for the sacrifice," whispered Belle. "I only wish I could share your hardships, dear, for while you fight and suffer, I can only love and pray."
"Waiting is harder than working to such as you, so be contented with your share, for the thought of you will glorify the world generally for me. I'll tell you what you can do while I'm away. It's both useful and amusing, so it will occupy and cheer you capitably. Just knit lots of red hose, because I don't intend you to wear any others hereafter, Mrs. Lennox."
"Mine are not worn out yet," laughed Belle, getting merry at the thought.
"No matter for that. Those are sacred articles, and henceforth must be treasured as memorials of our love. Frame and hang 'em up, or, if the prejudice of society forbid that flight of romance, lay them carefully away where moths can't devour, nor thieves steal 'em, so that years hence, when my descendants praise me for any virtues I may possess, any good I may have done, or any honor I may have earned, I can point to those precious relics and say proudly, "My children, for all that I am or hope to be, you must thank your honored mother's scarlet stockings." End of Chapter 3. What Became of Them? End of Scarlet Stockings by Louisa May Alcott.